Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right?
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain, all this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles out the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
One more time, it's the plan.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
One more time, it's the plan. It's the magic hour.
Drez catches sings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made.
Drez catches swings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made. Magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV, hey, magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Magic Hour Monday. How you doing, Karl?
I don't know.
You're coming in good. How are you? Yeah, you might have froze there. Okay. Seems like Karl is having issues. Welcome, guys. This is PackTV Magic Hour. We do this every day. Well, I'm usually not doing it every day anymore, but usually there's always Karl and Drez doing it every day on the Discord. But we do it every Monday here on YouTube, free for everybody and anybody to come watch us. See how we navigate the charts. If you're new here and you're not familiar with that, we trade using statistics and probabilities from the daily profiler. It's our dashboard that allows us to go and input those probabilities to try and read the daily candle the best statistical accurate as possible, right? With probabilities. So that's what we do, right? We use probabilities to try and see what type of daily candle we are going to have and execute based on those probabilities. So if you like what you see today, hit like, share, and if you want to learn even more, scan the QR code up there, join the free Discord, and maybe sign up for the bootcamp. I think it's open for anybody.
Yeah, it's ongoing now. Ongoing. You hearing me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Good morning, Karl.
There we go. My connection loves to bounce whenever we do this. It's fire up. But I don't know if you guys saw the news. If Eliana said it, that was 2 missiles hit a U.S. warship. Its recovery is the U.S. denies 2 missiles hit a U.S. warship. So almost recovered the entire move.
Yes, sir.
Heavy headline risk today.
Yeah, that was some spicy 6 a.m. open news.
Bro, don't even talk to me because I was late getting up, a little late, and that was a valid entry for me at 6 a.m. Broke the 6 a.m. open on the 1 minute. I would have entered on that bar, but I had just gotten up on the next bar and saw it all breaking loose.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be watching 6 a.m. and see how see if we can get back up there, and then see how we react from there. I might be entering short there, depending on what we do. Right? If we don't make it there, I'm paying attention right now to see if we start forming a short entry, because this is looking like a nice short. Now the only
you're getting a swing here too. You're getting a swing set up for you.
Yeah, you could argue that.
Yeah.
I don't like this swing though. Notice how it's only like one giant candle that left the middle finger. There's not like a three
I'm with you. I'm with you.
structure, right?
It's a swing.
Yes. So I want to see it go back to 6 a.m., which is right above midnight open. 12-hour mid as well, and retest that.
Yep. Globex open too.
Yeah, and see what we do there, right? Like if we get there and we're able to close above and find footing, then obviously I'm not going to be taking that short. But if we start forming swing, showing weakness, aka we start dancing there, we start leaving, gaps, a lot of wicks, then that's when I'm going to be looking to enter for a short back to the downside. On the weekly time frame here, we open. We are above the 5-week EMA. We opened about 4.5 for the weekly open for the 5-week EMA, and we went all the way up to 5.0, and now we drop all the way to 4 real quick. So we are definitely bullish, right? Because usually, we don't go that high, but for the last few weeks we've been over exceeding the normal 3%. We have been over and exceeding it by like an extra 3 or 5%. So that is
But take note of where we almost bounced too. What we got to, we almost got to the monthly open, 27,631. Right, so even with the crazy news, right, missile strike and a massive sell-off, that area held us up anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I would look for that to be the floor on a move today, unless significantly more negative news comes out, right? I think we have our range set, our range low for now.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, a reclaim of like what you're looking for at 6 a.m. That would be very strong. See what we do up there, because it's also the open, Globex open, 12 mid, all of it sitting right there, and just above it's London OU, right? So you reclaim 6 a.m. with some authority. We just may eat up all this news and just start going back to the upside again. That's what you have to be careful of. A market that can ingest negative news like a speed bump. You don't want to get caught trying to short that.
Yeah. Now,
Sorry, I don't know if
I'm definitely seeing
busted up your train of thought.
a possible short, but I want to see more in order for me to confirm it.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just saying, like, don't get. I'm just telling the audience, right? Don't get married to like, oh, this is short because of this news, right? There's definitely headline risk. You're gonna have to. Might be a day where you size down a little bit, right? Respect your stops.
Yes, sir.
It's a little unpredictable right now.
Let's see what the daily profile says. That's what I'm seeing. Now let's see what the probabilities are telling me, and see if they agree with my idea. So we have for Asia, we have shortfalls broken. Actually, I had to share the whole screen so you could see the daily profiler. Give me 1 second. I believe I'm only sharing the window. Replace the window. No, start your screen. There it is. Oh, what? It switched to your screen. All right, cool.
Yeah, go back to Eldianis.
Yeah, now we're back. Perfect. Okay, so this is the daily profiler here. This is our dashboard where we have all the data. If you see, we have 4,624 days filter for the New York session, right? We have different sessions here. If you're an Asia trader, then you would use a different session based on what's available for you to trade or what you prefer to trade. And then we also have different instruments like copper, crude oil, gold, down the YM, NASDAQ, right? So right now, I'm trading the New York session, and we have NQ NASDAQ on. So that's what we got. So short falls broken for Asia, and if you don't know what that means, that just means we have a range where we determine what Asia is to us, a constant, and that is from 1800 to 1930. We built that range, right? And that's our constant Asia. And then when after 1930, if we break the downside of that range, doesn't have to close, it can just be away. Well, then that Asia session went short. And then the ending of that session is 2:30, so right before London starts. So if before London starts, we break one side and then go and break the other, that will make it, in this case, we broke to the downside, that is short. And then before London started at 2:30, we broke the upside. So that's a short false because we couldn't stay without breaking the opposite side of that range. If we would have not broken London, not broken the opposite side of the range before London started, then it would have stayed as a short true. But in this case, this is a short false. So hopefully that makes sense. London, we have long false. So again, same thing, right? London are where we start building our range. Our constant for London is 230 to 330. And as you can see here, after we built the range, we broke to the upside very slightly, but we did it. And then we broke to the downside before New York 1 started, which is at 7:30 a.m. this morning. So that's why we went long for London and short and then false, because then we broke the opposite side of that range before New York 1 started. So that's why it's a long false, right? And then that's all the data we have so far. And according to that data, London has a 90% to be broken. Ooh, baby, aka we coming back.
Yeah. You know what else we got too? Globex Open, 82% hit rate between 8 and 12. Settlement, 77%. Midnight Open, 83%. So those levels right around 6 o'clock.
Awesome.
It'd be good.
Sure. All right. So London broken. What does that mean? OU, right? That means the middle of that range that was built. That 50% line of that range. That is the OU, right? And
over under.
Based on the probabilities, after the session is over, what is the probability that price is going to come back and touch that 50%? That's what that means, right? So at 7:30, there's going to be a 90% probability that we're going to come and touch this middle line here, right? And that's when New York 1 starts. So, and then you can see the time, right? You can see the time is 7:30 to 7:45. That's the most common time where it goes and does it. And then the median, aka the entire window where that probability is still the highest, is 8:15 to 8:30. So from 7:30 to 8:30, pretty much that hour, that's most likely where we're gonna come and touch this middle line here, which, like Karl was saying, is above P12 mid, above 6 a.m. open, and above Global 2, right? So that's, you could start. You could say, well, then, why are you waiting for a short? Why don't you go long now, right? Because sometimes probabilities fail as well, right? It's a 90%. There's still a 10% that doesn't happen, and I'd rather let the move happen here, and price let me know what's next. If I was on this long, I would like to have taken it from down over here, right? Obviously, we form the swing, we break up, then we come back down to retest it.
Here. I mean, another spot you could be looking for a long, right? Is we're rejecting settlement right now, and you got P12 low at 27,800, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking to craft a long, you could use the P12 low as your area to get in.
Yeah, there's hundreds of ways of people entering. I was just talking about my specific.
No, I'm with you. I'm saying for people watching. Right?
Like if I was gonna take this long, it would have to be somewhere down here in this area where it started giving me swings, right? Like this is what I'm talking about for the short too as well. Like if we go down there, and let's say this is the 6 a.m. open, and we start doing this, we start wicking, can close below it, it starts giving me swings, then I'm gonna be looking to enter for the short, right? So I need to see the same thing up here in this area. Like right now, you could argue it's doing it here, right? It's giving me a whole bunch of swing that can really close above this 50% of the 05 box for the 6 o'clock hour. But I have tons of probabilities telling me that we have higher prices incoming at 7:30. So why rush it? Why take a short here where most likely I'm gonna get stopped out up here? So I might as well just wait. So that's what's happening with me anyways. But continuing here, the dashboard. Oh man, I gotta close my windows. The sun started glaring the screen. I can barely read. Okay, let me see. So probability says, hold up, wait for 6 a.m. and London OU to get retested before you're thinking about shorts. So right now it's not a great idea. Now, with this probabilities, what do we have? New York 1 probabilities, aka 7:30 to 8:30. We have 7:30 to 8:30 is just the range, and our New York session is from our entire session is from 7:30 to 11:30. But what's going to happen at 7:30 is we're going to build a range all the way to 8:30 for New York 1, and that's going to be our New York 1 range. And then we're going to determine what that, according to the probabilities on the daily profiler, aka if you want to find out more, scan the QR code. There's a 56% that it's going to be long over short, aka is going to form the range and break to the upside. It has a slight advantage. This is nothing huge, so you still got to pay attention to live price because live price is king. But probability wise, it has a slight advantage. Then the advantage is to be false, 71% over 30%, to be 28% to be false. AKA, we're gonna break to the upside, come retest this 90% probability here, the London OU, maybe come here to the Jerry average and median MAE. This is Jerry's indicator, which is amazing. Shout out to Jerry. And then from there, maybe 9:45, 10:15, start breaking back down to the downside, and then break the opposite side of that range. So that's what that is saying right there, right? So, and then you can confirm it here when it says New York 1 broken times. Well, that's not what I want to see. False time, 9:30 to 9:45, median 9:30. So yeah, it only has that 15-minute window to do it, right? So AKA, we open 7:30, we build a range, we break to the upside, 9:30 market open, we make it up here, maybe even higher, and by 9:45 we start reversing, and that's and then break the opposite side of that range to make a false. That's a 71% probability for today, and without putting in more data, because it's not 8:30 yet, I stopped putting all 4 scenarios. I wait to 8:30 and only do 2 now because it works better for my brain. Low of the day is 9:30 to 9:15, 9:45. I'm sorry, it could extend all the way to 10. And high of the day is 10:15 to 11:30. What that is telling me is, although hold on to your pants because you got an out of stat high and an out of stat low, and 9:30 is calling for a new high a day and a new low a day. So right now, you don't want, we're in the middle.
Chop.
That's basically what it's telling us. We're in the middle based on the probabilities, and we're gonna go make a new low and a new high after market open. Good morning, Drez. I see you joined. Sneaky. Welcome. And that's all I got for today's analysis. So I'll pass it to my guys over here, and I'll let you guys know if I execute anything. I'll be right back.
See, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How y'all doing? You got the short car? What's up? Car is on mute.
And I just fired up when that news hit, so it's a valid 6 a.m. short too. Gave a close under the open. I would actually taken this, 3 short MNQ. But
Yeah.
nope.
Just moved too fast.
Yeah, did you get anything?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, because I know a lot of times you're in before 6 a.m. So
I was. I don't know what the hell happened. I know now, but I'm like, yo, it's dropping fast. What's going on? And then I got the tweet.
Did you catch it? That move? Did you get a piece of that big move?
Yeah, I got a piece of it. Yes. I got like 50 points, 60 points.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now we inside Sunday's range right now. Yeah, right here. Let me do the indicator first, so you guys can see. Right now, we are inside this Sunday range. So we went down on that news. Now it's saying it's BS. I don't know if that's true or not, but we take what they give us, right? So right here, we inside Sunday range. And about to, it's 7 o'clock right now, 7 in the morning. So let's see if this hour either hold this low, range low right here and go higher, or we get a rejection here and then see some more downside. But I actually want to take a long. I just need to be a little patient here.
Yeah, same. I was saying the same thing. Got to be careful of a market that eats bad news and just like a speed bump. And the bounce point, right? I don't know if you noticed, but right below That bounce is the weekly open.
Mm-hmm.
No, hold on, monthly.
Monthly open. Monthly open is here.
Monthly
Yeah.
open. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that area held us up, right? So even though it's like some catastrophic news, the bounce happened at a very high statistical point for a bounce to take place, and structural, you know.
Yeah. I did some trading last night as well. I got my cash flow for the day early. I got
Nice.
low. We opened a gap up, went down, close to that 50% of the gap, came up, hold that Sunday range, and head higher. So I got that long. I didn't get it all the way. I got my 20 points, I think I got here. Yeah. And I called it a day. I didn't look at the chart no more. Came up this morning. I saw this craziness, London falls. Like, I don't know, like past through 3 days, London being crazy. Like, it go false. So we got a long false. Came up to that previous day high, and then I shorted this before the news. I was short before the news. And it just went too fast. I'm like, okay, something's going on. I didn't hold it all the way down, but I got my piece of the pie. So right now, I'm interested to see this Sunday low range, P12 low. So we got a new low day, right? Right here. And now we above P12 low. So either this is a look below and fell to head higher, or it's playing games with us right here, right now. So, and there you go. We are here. I don't know if we got news today, Karl. I haven't checked no news, like no data news. Let me see. We got a
Nothing. 6-month bill. Factory orders, month over month.
factory order.
Yeah, U.S. factory orders. That's it. But we got Fed speakers again.
Okay, they're back in town.
We got Ed Williams speaks.
Well, you know Trump is going to tweet any minute.
Yeah.
That news.
Yep.
So I'm waiting for him. I'm waiting for that tweet for sure. We got previous day mid as well on that drop. Like you said, monthly open, we got close. And Sunday range here holding so far. So yeah. So no trade right now is the moment. Right now for me, I'm just trying to wait, trying to be patient.
Yeah,
Let
same
the
here.
market. Yeah. How was that weekend? That was good.
Survived it.
Yeah. Survived. Nice.
Survived, yeah.
Still cold here in New Jersey. I don't know why. It's like spring is not happening.
I think you got to switch your mic up, Drez, if you want the. I don't think you're on the right one. You're far away again.
Let me see. See.
See how this 7 o'clock opens. We had a nice swipe down already in the first 5 minutes. Hit the average MAE. We came down. We almost hit the top of the box.
Yeah, we're on Sunday open too.
That was a pierce below P12. Reclaimed it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Possibly go long set up off this P12 mid low here. Possibly, right? I think the smarter move is to wait
Yeah,
for
can you hear me
settlement.
now?
Yeah, I got you.
Mhm.
I think the better move is to wait for settlement. You got a nice V12 low. If you wanted to be early, I'd go in light here. Then wait for settlement, get reclaimed, and then go for that P12 bid because P12 is sitting at about 83% right now.
Yeah. We go Sunday. On the weekly, we hit the 100% level of the weekly EMA from Jerry. Right here on that drop. This box we came into 700 bounce. Now we are at the weekly mid that we got so far for the week. Below the weekly open. So we are respected this. Nice. Okay. Oil on that news at 105. Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin got everybody excited, but baby and dropped like a hot.
Bitcoin doing Bitcoin things, man.
Yeah, it's getting everybody excited now.
Doing that for years.
Yep. The VIX spike up on that news. It's calming down a little bit. It's all about this Sunday range right here, guys, for sure. We got a hole here above A15. 27, A15 got a hole. E for more upside. If you short, then you don't want this to hold.
Yeah, some of the problem I see with that holding right now is volume profile. You got a big gap here. Price ripped through pretty quickly. I think we may come in to test 780s, 785, 770s. Right in here. That area. Logic would be that in this compression here on this move, so we've chopped in a tight range. You got a lot of stops sitting right under here in that area. They're building up for a long. So they may stab right into there real quick before they get going to the upside again.
Yeah, got it right here. See. What do you think? You taking a short or long? What are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking taking a short after going back up there and retesting, because if you look at the daily profiler, we're set up for a long fall stay, right? Probability wise. So I was thinking maybe waiting for price to come up here to back to 6 a.m. Give me an entry for a short, like cash flow, right? And then maybe after market open, take a short like around 9:45, 10:15. But honestly, it's going for it's an out of stock low and an out of stock high, and it's going for both to be put after 9:30 right now. So I mean, you could go either way and still make money. But I'm not thinking taking a short from here now, if that's what you're asking.
Got it.
In order for me to take a short, I need price to come back to 6 a.m. level,
Yeah.
which is pick till mid. Sunday, I believe this is Sunday. Is it open? Yeah, it's open as well. Sunday open, which is also Globex open, the daily open, 6 a.m. P till mid. We have a 90% probability to come and take the London OU as well right here. So definitely a lot of things to the upside, right? So and New York has a probability to be long, right? Even if it's gonna be false, it has a lot advantage to be long. So obviously, if I'm here now and I need to take a trade, I would wanna. But I'm thinking for the whole trade, like I want to hold this trade for a little longer. It's gonna be a short. That's what I'm thinking right now. If that makes sense.
Yeah. For me, it's the Sunday range. It's everything. The way
Yes.
we interact with it. For me to, like you said, for me to go short, I want to go up here. I will not short this in the hole. I will actually take a long here. For me.
When you say here, what you mean? Because I believe
Like this low right here, 815.
my screen only.
What?
I don't think your screen is up. So which one you're
No, his screen's up. Yours is up right now. Yep.
No,
27, 815.
Oh, that's you,
Sunday low.
Elianis. Yeah, sorry.
What is it?
2815.
28.15.
27, 815. Yeah, the Sunday low. Sunday range low.
Okay, perfect. You want to see us break below that to go?
No, if I'm sure, if I'm gonna take a short, I want it up there first. I want it up to the midnight, previous day high, all the way here to get short. I would not short here on the hole.
Got
Because then where you gonna put your stop loss? That's why.
it. Yes, sir.
No validation.
Yeah. Sunday high, midnight open. That's a little higher. Yeah. But again, definitely valid. 100%.
So
Yeah, that's why I'm suggesting a reclaim a settlement. I might actually take a long reclaim a settlement if we can close some candles above settlement there. I'd entertain a long up to that P12 mid. There we go. Starting to push.
You're gonna pick below the 7 a.m. opening price.
Yeah, we got a Q1 low.
Yeah, that is exactly what it's for me here because we opened up 7, we came down, made a low, then we closed above it, reclaim it, like we stayed above it, then we haven't been able to break the 50% of that 05 box all the way back to the opening. So longs are looking good right now to go make that move for that 6 a.m. That is not.
I see this 5 minute. I see this 5 minute close above settlement here. About to do it. Got 32 seconds.
That's 26 points. A drawdown. That's a little high for my size, but I'll put a limit order in. Why not? Just in case we break back down there.
We got 1800 6 a.m. at the same spot.
Yeah, and that 5 minute bar closed like right on settlement. So I'm gonna sit and wait because I think they're gonna sweep the low of the structure here. Come grab stops above the P12 low. So I think they're gonna do. They work it higher. I see what you're saying, Drez. The Sunday range here. We're playing right at the bottom of Sunday range. We dip below it. P12 low is just below it. So we stay in the Sunday range box. Yeah. I think we work back up. Go for blowbacks, all that good stuff. Unless willing to give away a few points, let settlement hold, and then enter a trade for cash flow it. Because again, if you look at my 3 up, the 1 hour bullish, still 15-minute bullish. Outside of this news stab down, I mean everything's still saying we go higher.
Yeah, I gotta leave an order at the 7 o'clock opening price, 814. Let's see if we wake down there before heading higher. It's only gonna be 2 micros though. Stop is gonna be right below that quarterly low, which is 794.50. So it's a few points, nothing crazy. Oh, did we lose Drez? Yeah, we lost Drez. Let me see. Okay, you back? Let me see.
You want your screen up? LDS?
No, I think
Okay.
Drez is on the backstage. I think he's waiting to come back in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he completely disconnected.
Oh, he's not there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's just a waiting game right now, guys. Eldianis has his order down close to that P12 low, sweep lower. I like that play too. I'm waiting to see what we do. I may take an entry higher here at settlement, but we haven't been able to close any candles above. So I mean, a couple 1 minutes right on it, but I want to see a 5-minute close above it for me to get excited on a long here. They do look like they're setting up some liquidity above for a move, up into say the 850s, 855 area. Just can't tell if it's going to happen now or they're going to sweep low first to go get it.
There we go.
This is my.
What's that? What's going on?
We can hear you.
It's not letting me go.
I think it's just.
Yeah, we got you.
I think that
See you.
the internet. Yeah. I don't know what's happening. I can't. Not letting me share the screen.
Magic Hour gunship long. Yeah, I shut it off. Let's see. Because it was such a big range. Oh, there it is, the front run. Oh, so front run activated all the way down. Right where you want to put your order. 814. So it already activated. Right at the P12 low. It's on my screen now, the activation zone here. Yeah, I like that. I like this. I like a move into here to even take a long off the P12 low. So I got two places I'm looking at. If we stay up above settlement, get some strong candle closures, I'll take it from there. If not, I want to pull back into that activation zone. Struggling right now to get out of here. Buyers aren't stepping in yet.
Bien. ¿Eh? Sí.
I mean, ideally, I'd like to come into like these 790s, 780s. Low of the hour, that would actually break the hourly structure. Q1 high, we'd end up setting a Q2. I mean, Q1 low, we'd be setting a Q2 low. Everything slowed down significantly here. They're waiting for something.
Yeah, it's 7:30, right? That explosive New York one starting of the range. But this is definitely
3 minutes. Got 5 minutes. Sorry.
Like I said, I have a limit order at the 7 a.m. opening. See if we get tagged in. Stop is gonna be that Q1 low that it formed. 2 micros only. Very light. See if we could just secure 15 points to the upside. There we go. I'm tagged in.
Just watching. See if they stab lower. News too. Gold's still dropping.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hey.
Sir.
Gotcha.
Oh. Yeah. Just acting up. You sure?
No, I'm on the
I
long
know.
range micros.
Oh no. Got it. See.
Yeah. I'm gonna take
4 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, we're about to have the 7:30. That's why I stopped. It's really tight because we could come and get stopped out very quickly. And that's why I wouldn't really like only 2 micro. Looking to cash one out at 28.75 and then let the rest go all the way to P12 mid, 6 a.m. Sunday open, all that good stuff.
Yeah, the gunship's in is in this magic hour long right now. Austin just posted it. I mean, posted a few minutes ago when it took it.
Yeah. Magic hour is low.
Yep, gunship. I think it just missed getting to a cash flow. 859, so call it 860. Yeah, it needs to get a little bit higher. Yeah, there it is. I'm willing to give away the points to get some closes above settlement before I step in, or we get a push down close to this P12 low here. Challenge this low of the hour that was set in at 791 there. I think if we get down into that area, there's a possibility we go into the 80s, 75. It's just a waiting game while Eldianis is in, so he's got some risk on this morning.
I don't think it's showing up on TradingView. Let me see if I can. Don't switch on my screen yet. I'm gonna put my password in. Switch it up.
See it in the small screen.
Hmm?
Oh, that's in the back. That's in the back. Never mind.
Oh, you can still see it in the back, right?
Yeah, in the back. In the back. I'm not. Yeah.
Okay. Replace.
Pocket will steal it. Pocket will steal it.
Let's replace it. Gotta be careful, you know. It's great the amount of Zoom that people could do nowadays.
Oh, dude. Yeah, you see it happen with like crypto streamers all the time. The wallets get drained in a second.
All
right, New York 1's opening up. Let's see if we got to press that out here. Looks like that might be the move. Go down a little bit.
Okay, you can see the trend with my chart now. If you want. It pretty much touched it, but it got tick denied. It didn't fail, so that sucks. But the risk is pre-planned, so I'm just gonna let it ride.
Somebody low here.
794. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good step because if we just even sweep, I think the sweep comes into another like 10, 15 points lower than that. Where your stop is, maybe 20 points lower. So.
Yeah, well, that's as far as I want to raise for this.
Yeah.
Right? It's not down where I really want it. It builds some liquidity there. It built a swing, but it's not the highest probability I would like to be. But I'll still take a stab at it.
Yeah, I've been burned so many times by these New York 1 opens, man. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, and that's what
opens up at 7:30. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you can go crazy, right? Because the stop, the actual stop for me will be down here. But we know New York 1 openings, we could definitely just melt all the way down there. And even with 2 micros, even 1 micro, that's a lot. That's a big stop.
That's pricey, man. Freaking 200 points almost. 150.
Yeah, so I'll play the leg, the Q1 low here, and if it decides to make a new low, and maybe give me an entry lower, then I'll make it back, Because it'll be like 15 points to make back instead of 100 something.
Yeah.
Points.
Slowest New York 1 opens I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it's pretty slow.
It's pretty mild. There you go. Going now.
And again, guys, if you guys are saying, okay, why are you taking this long here? Well, if we look at based on the probabilities we have here on the dashboard, you look at our London OU has a 90% to be broken, and the time for that is 7:30 to 8:30, so right about now. So if you are gonna look for a long, this and price is actually, if you look at price, the way I'm reading it, is agreeing with that, right? It's agreeing with the fact that we made a 6 a.m. low. We broke to the upside here. We made a low for the 6 o'clock hour on that news, and we started pushing back up aggressively. Then here we kind of hit like a little stop, and then we just range in between this area, right? So if we're in this range and we have 90% probability to break to the upside towards that um, London OU up here. Well, I want to get as low as possible from the range that it built to target those that probability higher, right? So that's why I had my order at the opening price of the 7 o'clock hour, and then the stop is gonna be the low that it made for that hour, and then because if we break the low and we make a new low, then I don't know, we can come all the way down here to retest over here. This low is here before heading higher. So I'd rather just sit on my hands and wait than hold it all the way down there, right? You know, that's 100 something points. There you go. Now it's a free trade. Now it can come all the way back to the stop and stop me out, and I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna be break even. So now I'm getting paid to play, pretty much. Well, not really getting paid. That's gonna be a little later. If we go even higher, then I'm gonna be moving my stop higher as well. So then I'll get paid no matter what. But for now, it's a free trade. So one micro out, one micro left. And
That's basically your goal, man. You get yourself into free trades, you know, enough times, you start pocketing decent money, you know.
So, and then, you know, I'm not gonna hold it all the way to the London OU, which is 90%. I'm gonna settle for the P12 mid right here, and that's it. That's the trade. That's the magic hour long for me. It looks like that's
Here we go. There's a move.
That's the dream. I'm down $5. Woohoo! So
Good news.
we don't. No, well, I don't know if it's news or not. I shouldn't say no.
Yeah, I'm checking. I was just checking.
Yeah. So now, see that was the ninja right there. That's why you want to make sure you either, you know, that was 15 points there when I took the first one. I could have just taken both at 15 points, but that was not the plan. The plan was to make it a free trade and let it let the probabilities happen, right? So right now we broke to the downside, aka most likely lower prices to come retest. Because what do we have now? We still have we have a Q2 low, a Q2 high, and a Q3 low, right? So now we could come all the way back down here to retest this guys and then head higher. So just gonna be patient and wait.
Starting to bid it up right now.
Yes, sir.
Buyers are starting to firm up. Let's see if they continue. Hold this P12 low.
That was a strong close below the 7 o'clock opening price, so I doubt we're gonna be heading higher from here. I think we're gonna go lower. We're gonna go lower. At least back to over here. This might be a new area where we might start heading back up, but for now I see lower prices.
Now, out of stat low day, out of stat high day right now.
Yeah.
Brian.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking for after 9:30 to get those set now. Both sides of it.
Yeah, what I'm mainly seeing here is that we, like I said, we built that range right before New York 1 opening after the news, and we decided to break to the downside instead of breaking to the upside. And then the hourly open, the 7 o'clock hourly open, I was notice how all the closes were like very weak. This one was very strong right here. Boom. So I don't know, but I mean, you could argue that was just the step down before the final push, because it's pushing now as well. But I'm not gonna take another stab at it. I'm gonna let it go without me. I'm down $5, so it's nothing crazy. That's why you cover your tracks, cover the queens. That's another thing that you learn here on the boot camp. You manage the trade a little.
We also swept below the Sunday range. We're back in it now, closing a couple 1-minute candles. Yeah, we got a single 1-minute candle closing inside.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see here if they for a couple more close. 5 minutes to close. Got another minute 30. It was exactly where I thought they were going to come in to sweep though for stop run and then start to take this higher. So I'm looking for long to reclaim settlement still to get long. I might entertain a little earlier, but I'm just going to wait because there's room. If it closes above settlement, I think we're going to start to attack P12 mid. So I got room to cash flow it. Buyers are still stepping in here. Trying to hold this area. Like right here, right now. B12 low. Let's see if they can do it. I need to really get behind this long. I want to see it get up out of here. Like, what time is it? Yeah, we're in the back half of this 7 o'clock hour. I'd want to see it jam this next 15 minutes and start getting to the upside. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not as interested in this trade. Let's wait for 8 o'clock.
No, we're a little stressing out.
Yeah, he's mad. Market maker don't want him on, man. Giving that sauce.
I think he's having issues with his internet.
Yeah.
He sent me a picture. Yeah, it was something about like firewall or internet.
Oh, he's screwed. Maybe they did something new at his office. Yeah, starting to sell now. Starting to sell again.
Yeah, makes sense, guys.
And the whole bid.
Like I said, I was bullish, so I wanted to buy below the 7 a.m. Opening price. And if if now we're flipping bearish, then you would have want to buy above that 7 a.m. opening price. So that trace happened there. That was your entry if you were short. I didn't take it because I wanted to keep on up and down, up and down, up and down. It works out super great.
Hello?
You're back. You're back.
Mr. Drez is the best at it. I wish I was him, but I'm not that great at it.
I'll be right back.
Hey, man.
Yes, sir. You're back.
You're back. I'll be right back, boys.
I'm getting upset this morning. I don't like it. He's dealing with problem.
Too early, brother. Too early.
Yeah, bro, come on. All right. I see your screen. See you. I see. Okay. And I can share my screen.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I see your name, and I was hearing you, but now your name is now you're back.
I'm back. Bro, I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening, man.
I think it's might be a internet issue, or I believe Packard said that he's having the same problem. So maybe it's might be something with Restream. I don't know. Are you having problems with your trading view at all? Oh, we lost them again.
Yeah, he must be having different issues because he's still dropping. But I had to clear everything, so maybe he has to do that. I don't know. Restream be restreaming, and Austin be throwing llamas up.
Who put that goat in there?
It's a llama.
The Lanny.
That's no goat.
Oh, what happened? We lose Drez again?
Yeah,
Llama.
he keeps
Llama
dropping
live
like
trader.
ideas.
Love that guy. Yeah, guys, I'm just being patient here because past me probably would have taken a couple more trades right on this P12 low here and got myself chopped or maybe cash flowed like just like what Eldianis did. But I'm just staying patient and looking for a reclaim. I'm willing to give away what would be a cash flow trade up here, or at least even 30 points. But I want to see the reclaim of settlement. Like these wicks here are just indicative of price just failing and just wanting to roll back lower. So I'd rather see it close above there on the 5-minute, and that would get me into a trade because then I believe we have a better chance of that P12 mid getting attacked. Right, so then that gives me 35. That gives me 50 points or 45 points up to the P12 mid. So I'd rather play for that. And also, if I get a close above settlement, I'm able to wiggle it in. 40 points was cash flow on this. Yeah, so there's another 20 points for the front run cash flow of the gunship right in there. So I'd be happy with that, instead of just trying to cherry pick down here. This is the sweep I was expecting, though. I was expecting price to come right into this area. I was calling it out earlier, 75s to 80s, to come in, fill this low volume profile gap. You can see we're down here at 70, 75. basically no contracts being traded in this up move. So yeah, I'm just trying to be patient here. You have to make sure you play with your stops today too, because the headline risk is going to be there all day with this whole missile and ship thing going on until they get clarification.
All right, about now. Drez moving to Austin, old place. That's funny, Stacker. Let me see. Do we have an instat law a day? No. You answer. You ask and you answer. Right about now, she's. Okay.
Drez moved into Austin's old place. That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a funny one. Let's see. There we go. We teleported up. Teleported up. Now we're closing above it. Closing above. See what we do. This is the last 7 minutes of the hour. I'm gonna stay patient. We'll watch price. See what it does. If we start closing above here, and I'll be looking for pullbacks to get back into the long. If we start closing below here, then I'm gonna keep sitting on my hands. Definitely tempted to take shorts, but I would stay out of it and watch what happens down here. So that's what's gonna be happening, guys. I'm looking to short from up here, and the best longs will be after a new low day, in my opinion. But I'm willing to take stabs at it from, quarterly lows, as long as price is agreeing with it. Ugh.
Yeah, my number for long is like right 836, 835, 836. Some closes there.
You think alone
That's
there?
also the current month's bullish, 30%. I think we may run that Sunday range if we do that.
835.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. 835, 836 close. That's settlement is 830. It's like 836. Let me just pull this over and get the actual number. 835.75 on NQ. That would get me in. That would get me a cash flow. I would probably use the front run cash flow gunship to get out of. I'll go with 3. I would get out of 2 at 60, and then try to hold 1. See if we get through that P12 mid. But again, I'm still waiting for price to give me what I'm looking for here. And I don't know. I wonder if Austin's listening. If Gunship held through that downdraft into the invalidation zone there. I know it missed its cash flow. That's a bit.
Depends how you manage your trade, but I'm still in mine.
You're in yours, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's talking about the automated one too, right?
The automated one I'm still working on. We have it. I'm trying to get it to. I missed Magic Hour this morning. It didn't hit in, but.
Okay. Just curious.
No worries. Anytime.
So it's all personal anyway. So. Because I know that thing's running. It's actually doing real well, right?
Yeah, he's got we got a few things going, and yeah, once we get it all aligned, it'll be pretty awesome, I think. But I don't know. I'd like to count my chickens till they hatch.
Preliminary looks good though. It dealt with what 3 days in a row down.
Last week was amazing to see it work through that.
Like a pro. That's what. That's more important than taking gains, right? Than taking wins. Make sure this thing doesn't lose all your money for you automatically. Looks like we're getting ready for a move to the upside, though, right here. Yep, here they come.
We have 2 minutes till the new hour open, so I'm waiting. It might
the same.
might fly without the bird, but I'm gonna be patient because I'm not in the chasing game.
You're above the 7 o'clock open at 7:15, so.
Yeah, exactly. So the new hour can open and make a low for the hour, and definitely it could get below that 7 a.m. open or retest it. And if I'm gonna go back long, that's where I'm gonna go back long down there. I'm not gonna go up here. So not getting desperate, not chasing, just being patient. And if it goes without me, well, that's what the market did. That's what it gave me. Gave me a free trade. I only had to pay the fees to participate, and then it went without me and told me wait for the next trade. That's it.
For 8 to open. So we got definitely setting up below with liquidity that hour. Middle of 7.
There you go. No hours open. 8 o'clock.
Prefer to see it sweep lower for longs first. We got an odd 3 hours setting up for 6, 7, 8 because 6 got the high, 6 has the high and the low right now. I usually don't see that. We got a 1 minute close above settlement here. I'm not gonna be able to wait for the 5. I'm gonna take it.
I'm gonna limit order below 7 a.m. opening price. Same stop as before. Like that leg is the stop. Let's see if we get tagged in.
Cash flow 2. And basically same thing as you were before. Free trade. Just gonna hold this runner, see how much we can get out of it. I'm just doing 3 micros right now.
Nice. Yes, sir.
So I think if we take this P12 mid with some aggression, I think we're just gonna work above it. So like I like your play for the 90%. So that's all the way up at yeah, because I think if we come into P12 mid pretty hot, I think we're just going to take it out and work above. I'm going to use just below the 8 a.m. open for my stop here. I like where I'm at. 816 gives me a little room. I think I'll be in the same position as you, LD. I'll make $5 if this stops me out.
Yeah, well, you know, it's better than getting in and not playing out and losing $200.
Oh yeah, no. Listen, well, you have to have a system, right? Like, and I sat and I waited for exactly what I wanted. I wanted to close above settlement. I was preferably a 5-minute, but after we did what we did and I got that sweep below, I was confident to take that 1-minute close with a strong bar above settlement to then enter three micros, right? That was the risk I was willing to put on, about 140 right there, right? And now I feel I'm in a good position to see this run to at least the P12 mid, and that's where I'm going to make another decision once we get up to the P12 mid. Do we attack it? Do we cut it with aggression, right? Do we close above it really well? Then I'll just chase it up. I'll just move my stop up and my and I'll chase it and just get down on the pull. Because this thing could just run and reclaim this whole kill. Because who knows? Maybe they come out and say no. They already said no missiles were hit. Now, if you get more confirmation that no warship was hit or anything, that could have been just Baron Trump, getting his short in, right?
Sure. Well, what I'm looking at here, I'm definitely looking like I want to get on this long, but I need to see the pullback, right? But I gotta be realistic. It might not happen. We might never make that pullback all the way to. I'm looking to get in at 812.75.
Yeah.
That's where my limit order is. But if we get to 8 o'clock opening, which is 8:28, and we start getting strong rejections, I might get in there and move the stop a little higher. But we might not. I gotta be realistic. We might keep pumping this 15 minutes, make that Q1 high, and take all those levels. And he went without me, and that's fine because that is gonna save me for the remaining of the days where the trade is just gonna keep dropping and going against you, right? So that'd be okay taking those paper cuts, and I didn't even experience one. I got a free trade pretty much. So can be too, man.
Oh, and I messed up my cash flow too. I was 10 points ahead of my cash flow by like a dork. I went at 49 instead of 59. I totally missed that. Left 10 points on the table there because I would have been right under the 59. But regardless,
Drez can't get in, but he wants you guys to know that he's on a long from 821.25. He's already in profit, and he's letting it run all the way to the London OU, but he's locking in profits. The trade it won't lose anymore for him. So if it comes back too much, we'll stop him in profit.
yeah, we're about to hit cash flow now. I think we're going to hit it on this move here at 59. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I did. Move scooting it down so low. Anyway. So I've been 10 more points on 2 contracts if I took it out where I originally said I wanted. I wanted to be right in front of that cash flow target. We'll see if I get that pullback though. I may re-enter 2 contracts again with you.
Sweet, yes, sir.
Your cash flow's coming, Justin. Oh, don't blame your family for the tick deny. Blame your wife and kids. I think you got it. Although the danger, like with this type of move, 8 o'clock opening up, aggressive to the top side, right? What are we doing? We could be setting the wick, for a bearish candle. But I'm just banking on settlement being a good bounce point and starting to work our way back up. Like if this news was real and persistent that our ships are getting hit with missiles, I think we'd have more of a sustained drop. So I think we're going to go back to what we were doing. And if you look at my 3 up over here, that's bullish. That's hourly, 15-minute, up and to the right. Hourly, up. So I'm not fighting that macro. And I'm still looking at longs. As bad as the news is, they just want to bid it up. So just looking for excuses to buy. Mickey says it all the time. It'll be very obvious when we flip bearish. It'll become very obvious. And I think you get a day that looks like these candles right here. You know what I mean? Not just a handful of 5-minute candles or a bad 30-minute candle. You get a 4-hour that puts the fear of God in you. That's when you start to see turnarounds. Big sell-offs. Big 4-hour candle. I think you're going to get your front run right here. Looks like it wants to pop. Pop, pop, pop. There it is. Should have peeked it. That would have been my original TP right there for my 2. I just scooted it down a little too much. I like to go just in front of those front run lines. Cool story, bro. Fucking llama. F you, llama. Alright, now we're starting to spool up, get aggressive to the top side. Starting to eat away at this negative delta here. It was over 600. We're now down to 450s. Above settlement.
Do you copy? Copy that. Targets are profitable.
Target acquired, trade executed. Charge go boom when the level's respected.
What do we got?
Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green, yeah, the
I like it.
stay popping. No spray and pray, this ain't lock
Austin and his toys, what a guy.
Like a sniper scope, pull back hits. Yeah, we loading the
What I'm here for, cash flow, baby.
stacking wins on wins.
Nice.
Boom! The candle just launched. Shorts got cooked. Yeah, they getting stomped. Sir, we just hit another TP. Copy that. Secure the equity.
Target acquired, trade executed. Charts go boom when the level's respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green, yeah, the account stay popping.
Planet executed. Profit repeat.
This thing might stall up at 900s. That's where I'd be looking for the first place for it to start running out of steam.
Good morning, Brooks. Good morning.
Hey, what's the time for London breaking? I'll be honest.
7:30 to 8:30. So 15 minutes.
Perfect. All right.
15 minutes is going to be where it's supposed to get very aggressive and start going for it.
It is. Right on time.
Let me see. What do we have here?
Back to entry for me. Let's see.
What was that, Karl?
I said that trades came back to entry for, but set the Q1 low.
That was an explosive reaction.
Yep, Q1 low. They're buying it up. Let's go. They just took out 300 negative delta. So what I like is if they flip this delta green, a delta flip, and it's like buyers are really starting to get into control. They're starting to assert themselves right now, so which is nice.
Yeah, well, the target is about the London use about to get smacked right now.
We got 20 points. Actually, we got a lot more than 20 points. London use 910, 909.
So that trade.
So I'm sitting right there at it.
Yeah, I never pulled back for me to enter it, so I'm gonna take my limit orders away. I technically didn't hit it. Let me wait for it to hit it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna hit it though. Let me see how far away are we? We are 40 points away.
Yeah. I like it too. I like that. I like that trade.
Yeah, I'm gonna
leave my TP right where it is, but I'm gonna see how it attacks that P12 high. I might be able to scoop my my stop up and let it chase this thing up if it doesn't take me out real quick. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. We'll get a close above the P12 high and then maybe rattle around. Go to daily open, P12 high. But
there's a lot of tweak trumps going on right now. So
there we go. That's what I was talking about.
That was Drez. Wanted to let you know he's going crazy.
My man, securing the bag for Baron Trump on his trades. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you right now, if 2 missiles didn't hit a ship, like I don't want those missiles to have hit a U.S. ship. I do not. But the fact that that can get put out as news, credible news, and then 5-8 minutes later, no, that didn't happen. No, what are you talking about? Is crazy. Because that drop, you know, I'm guaranteed. I'm almost bet you're going to hear that. Somebody on Poly Markets, you know, loaded up on shorts right before that happened. Let's go 8:30. Let's do it. Let's do it on time. Right. So I can get out of this trade. Get a fresh cup of coffee. All right, chat. Anybody else in along? Anybody else take the llama's advice?
Never give me the pullback. Now I'm gonna be watching. After taking this probabilities up here, watching for a possible short entry. So that's the next move for me. Because he never came back and gave me an entry at 8 o'clock. And you could argue I could have been a little bit more aggressive and get in and this and the third, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I gotta stick to my plan. So only $5 in the red for me.
Yeah, look, Cody, what the hell did I just walk into? Exactly, buddy. This is how we do magic hour. This ain't no ambiguous hour. The price actually moves during this time. You know what I'm saying?
No, he was talking about the gunship.
Oh, the llama?
No, the gunship.
Oh, gunship. Yeah.
You were in
The
the
new
middle
TP
of
music.
explaining your thing, and then all of a sudden, boom, blast.
Gunship end credit scenes.
That was hilarious.
We're advancing, you know. Good stuff. Headshot. Who's headshot? What's your name in the Discord here? Who is that?
Did we
Is it
freeze?
actually headshot in Discord?
I think we froze. Yeah, we froze. Tradeaway is frozen.
Oh, Trade of Age frozen. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, pack chat. Let's see.
Let me refresh.
Oh, it's M-Dub.
Sucks.
Okay, yeah, M-Dub. Nice trade, M-Dub. Well done, well done. Like to see it. M-Dub's been around a long time, been in the pack. OG member. I'm just being patient with this last runner to see if we can't get up to that London OU. I like that statistic. I'm perfectly happy if this ends up being a break-even trade for me, what have you. But it should hold. I mean, it should get up there, especially with now the new tweets coming out suggesting like nothing happened, ships are moving.
Okay. Tradeaway is back. For me, anyways.
Got 7 minutes till 8:30. See if we make that run. So we got 8 o'clock putting in the Q1 low. For Q3, Q4 high. So distribution, what do we use so far? So it's kind of screwed up with this big down move from 6. I mean, we're way out of whack from the distro table here. It's not going to help me.
We got 4 minutes to to 8:30. I believe Captain and Austin should be up here, but they're having problems with restream, I believe.
Oh, I just noticed that. Yeah, these guys are late. What's going on?
Yeah, I think they can't get in.
But we got to put in for overtime. We got to put in for overtime pay. LD.
Oh, it's just
what we got to do.
Can't get in, I think. Yeah, Austin's been here the whole time, throwing all his llamas up, right?
No, we're waiting on Mickey.
But if you guys are ready, Austin's ready to take over. You
Okay.
feel.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Hey,
Yeah, that was.
appreciate
all
you guys.
Trying to see if I'll go short here pretty soon, but other than that,
Yeah, I'm trying to hold this to London OU, but see you guys. Good morning,
Well done,
Drez.
gents, everyone.
Hope you make it back.
Did you find value in the Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the 7 cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and historical data, right?
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God given, so I gotta make it happen. I'm on mission, not like them, I'm different. That bag come with a pension, talk about that business. Like I'm hard all in the pain, shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths have been thrown. Shine a rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mickey.
Good morning.
What's up, everybody? It's Monday. PackTV. New week. Come here, live trade, do what we do, and have a good time doing it. You guys are in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. If you're coming here for the first time, welcome. We do this every single Monday. Start live at 3 a.m. EST with the London session with Bowie. Then we go all the way until 1600, where we wrap it up at 3 p.m. EST all the way until 4 p.m. EST Re-engineering. You guys see the schedule at the bottom of your screen, top left of your screen. If you guys ever coming in here for the first time, you want to learn how we trade, understand what we do, understand how we use all the tools that we have on our charts, the statistics, aligning it with live price, the terminology, anything you see us do today, you can learn it all there at the top left of your screen. And then you can ask questions here. Another reason we do this on Mondays is not to just sit here and flex or to provide copy trade signals. It's here to show you guys we practice what we preach. We do it live and we do it consistently very well. And we love to see you got each and every one of you kind of have those aha moments too, right? We got Jeff in the house. We got some very consistent people that's been here for quite some time that likes to hang out with us every time we do this. We got Jeff here. We got Scotty. We got Shin W. For some reason, they're not popping up on the screen. This is weird. Justin, are you seeing this? Is this a me problem? The chat's not popping up on the screen when I click it. Well, this is fun. We got for some reason. All right. So I guess Restream is bugging out. All right. Well, I can't highlight you guys, but we're going to do this quick and dirty here. We got Jeff, we got Scotty, we got Shin, Dojo Cat, Brooke, we got Vince. Oh, now it's working again. There we go.
This thing's bugging out bad.
It's horrible. I was trying to get myself on mute there, but yeah.
It's choosing what it wants to do. Hey, it's all good. It's working now. Brooks, good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Vince. Good morning, Rowie. We got Karl, Magic Hour Trader. Got a really nice long this morning. Pack Trade Llama from Belgium. We got Max. We got Andrew. Good morning, Andrew. We got Ricardo. Karl comes here to flex. We got Raise the Bar J. Nightbot said, stop it. No disassembly required. What we got the Nightbot going rogue in the chat. We got Restream work. I'm telling you guys, market makers do not want us to reveal our secrets of what we do in these live markets this morning. It's not even showing the correct live viewer. I see it shows on my end we have 47 people. I see on YouTube we have 67. So this is just, dude, we're all over the place this morning.
Dude, yo, good morning. Let's get some more shout outs. Jonathan, good morning. Inconsistent Kit. Interesting username. Good morning.
Oh my God.
Bad. I can't even say your name, brother, but good morning to you too, brother.
Bad Ham on a Putra. All right.
All right, so I'll go first this time since I think both times last week you went first. So I think I'm in the boat of going first. But before we go first, like we like to explain like what we do. Obviously, a trading company, and within our trading company, we have multiple approaches, right? The first approach, right, is the 3-month boot camp, right? The 3-month boot camp, and what that consists of is we go through and we teach you for 3 months, everything that we do, right? And when we do the boot camp, right, it's kind of like an automatic self-paced boot camp, right? You will get, you know, a lot of attention, but like the way we have this set up is it's for 3 months, and it teaches you anything from live price and how we view live price, right? And why we choose those live price elements, because when we show you the data of why we do this for the live price element, because of historical data and probabilities and all that, right? And within the boot, and then we go into the how to put probabilities on your stream, and then, you know, how to build trade systems, and then building your trade plan, right? We cover a lot of things in here, but just a little bit of, you know, insight. Every modular has a bottom line up front video, which is around 8 minutes. Then it has a quiz. Then it has a deep, a more detailed video, and then it has simulators, right? And right, we do that with every single thing that we do. And then, like, so for the first 4 phases, which this is 1 a week, because we try to ensure that you start, like, really understand the material that you're learning before we move you on to the next part, right? We kind of got this structured where it's to prevent you from watching this like a Netflix. We want you to actually understand, you know, what we're doing, right? You got to, and so like the first 4 is more about like how we align historical data with live price and why we make the decisions we make, right? And then we get into like phase 2, which is, you know, like the different things like the 14-day risk of ruin, how to use the MFE, how to do portfolio cycling, doomsday budgeting, like edge quantification, right? Why we use these for more systematic trading, and to just validate that whatever trade system or trade plan that we build for ourselves, right? Like that it's going to sustain and survive over time. And it's not just recency bias that is the reason why we're winning, but it's actually something that's concrete in objective numbers, right? And then the third phase of the boot camp is, you know, building your business plan, where you come over to the journaling system, right? And you actually, you know, we're in the business of creating independent thinkers, right? Like where you don't need to rely on me or Austin or people on Twitter or PDF market structure guides on how to trade, right? You've already proven it through objective data that, you know, your trade plan works, and you know when it works, you know the consecutive losses and the max drawdown, so you know how to position size on all these things. So the next thing that you do is you come over here and you start building your business plan, right? And you go cover almost everything that you need to cover, every decision that you would make, right? Within, you know, your trade plan, you come over here and you define that, right? Because at no point should you be making the decision of what you're going to do while you're in the trade. These are things that should have already been predetermined, right? So that's the boot camp, and then that leads you into, you know, the Pack Trade group, which I'll let Austin go on and, you know, cover. After you do the boot camp, right, then you get to join the Pack Trade group, and then that's where we actually practice what we preach every single day. And I'll pass that off to Austin so he can give you a quick explanation of what we're doing in the pack. You go.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, well, dude, Restream is on one today.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, and then exactly what you guys see is like that's where the boot camp is designed to build that structure, that foundation. But then, how can we take that foundation and keep on learning? And one of the best ways that I've found to do that, one of the best ways I've found to just throughout my entire life is just execution, execute. And that's where the Pack Trade group kind of bridges that gap and fills in that major gap, that now that you have a foundational understanding of how to apply theory to these candlesticks, well, now you need to know and roll up your sleeves and get dirty. You need to know what great looks like, what bad looks like, how it looks to negotiate a battle plan or a war game when it's foggy. What does it look like when different perspectives apply these tools when everything looks great? Like seeing the different sides of the coin to edge
and seeing how people or whoever you're learning from, when you get to see them put how they execute price in different types of markets, it really gets to, it helps you, the learner, the student, kind of give the how can somebody manage risk when I'm getting slapped in the face 2 times in a row, 3 times in a row. And then also on the other side of the coin, how does somebody manage emotions when everything's going right? Because while understanding theory is great to kind of get you started, then to build on that theory, to build on becoming a profitable trader, you now know how to have to just get in reps, you know, and if you just learn from somebody just from what right looks like, what it does into your brain is it makes these false senses of security, and it gives you this false sense of reality that, okay, well, my instructor is always perfect, right? My instructor is always winning. He's never losing. He's never going through drawdown or anything like that. So what does that do to you, the student? To you, the student, that makes you feel as if, well, the person I'm learning from never shows me losing trades, or the person I'm learning from never shows me in drawdown. The person I'm learning from never actually shows me executing exactly in the real-time market. So the only thing I have to go off of is perfect. And so that I need to be perfect. And so subconsciously you will take that with you throughout your entire trading journey, and it'll bleed into your decision making. It'll bleed into you feeling as if you always have to be right. And so long story short, that's why I'm so passionate about what we do, is because it gives you, the student, this realistic reality that is trading. And that's, dude, sometimes no matter how profitable I am, guys, we go on losing streaks. We go through drawdown, and those are the most important times to see how people negotiate that. And that is what we do in the pack, is we live trade and we show the good, the bad, and the ugly. We show how we get payouts. We show when I go through 2 loss streaks in a row, right? You get to see it all. So that way you can see that I'm just a normal dude, just like other people are. And we still get to make it out the other side consistently and do it day over day. So that's what we do.
I think that's important because, like, seeing other people, like, I think there's this vibe out there that, you know, like, everybody just wins everything, right? Like, you go on Twitter and you see people lying straight out of their teeth, right, about what's actually going on behind the scenes, right? And, you know, they're either lying or they're doing some kind of smoke and mirrors. So that's one thing that we try to do, like, over on the pack side. Like, we trade from Asia all the way to New York. We have traders that do every type of trade strategy, from ICT to volume profile, the market structure, the book max, and how they line it up and put probabilities on it. But the cool thing about it is, like, you're going to see us take losses, a lot of losses. You're going to see us take wins, and you get to see the full transparency of the whole thing, right? So if you're a younger trader and you have fallen for the shenanigans that in that shitty market and that you see all over the place, right? Well, this is your stop to, you know, see transparency, because we're not going to we're going to rip the Band-Aid off right away, right? And show you that losing's okay. And one of my favorite books out there is The Best Loser Wins. And, you know, like, the one thing that you can control is how you lose, right? So that's the one thing that we, that is a dog snoring, Xander. You know this. These are my 2 English bulldogs, right? But yeah, all right. So moving on to the war game today. All right, let's go. So we always start with the daily chart, right? And we see that it's a new month, and we see that we're above previous month 50%, and we're waiting for NFP Friday. And let me move my monthly quarters up so they're not all up in the way. And we're going to put probabilities, and we do this usually the day before at Re-engineering. But we're going to go through and we're going to take Friday and Thursday's price behavior, and we're going to say, hey, what are the probabilities of us taking out this high or this low? And what is the percentile of a reversal, right? How far do we move? And then we measure the percentile of it, right? So we're going to use candle science, which is our probability tool, to do just that, right? I guess I'll just log back in, right? And what candle science does is it takes the open, high, low, close of any time frame. Right now it's set to the daily, so we're going to set it back to the, it was set to the 12-hour, so we're going to set it to the daily, right? And it is going to look at over the last 5,788 days, and then all we have to do is put Friday and Thursday's, pattern in, which were both green and a close above the daily. So we automatically knew, right, that the day had a higher probability, 73% probability to take out the previous day high, and only a 22% probability to take out the low, which we've done. Let me update this. All right, so we knew that this had a, I gotta sneeze.
Bless you.
Good grief. All right. So we know we had a 73% probability to take out previous day high, right? 73. And we had a 22 to take out the low. Let me find my little line. And then we wanted something to trigger if we were going to take out the low, what that probability would do, right? And we can see that, we can see if we were to breach the open in price, right, the previous day open in price, how would that mess with the statistics? And you can see that previous day high would drop to a 61% probability, and the low would jump up to a 64% probability, right? So we know that this would, if we take out the previous day open in price, that would jump to a 64, and this would drop down to a 65, right? We cannot do that at all, right? All right, so now the next piece of information that we want to grab is, all right, so now that we've taken out the previous day high, what is the percentile, right, of a reversal, right? And so what we do here, we know that the candle structure that we have done, right, meaning this was Thursday, daily open, high, low, close. This was Friday's, and we've already taken out the previous day high. This has happened 962 times out of the last 5,700 something days, right? So now we're going to come get our reversal data, right? So we know that this represents the 30th percentile, meaning out of that 962 days, 70% of them went higher than 15 basis points off a previous day high. So we're going to take this, and 30% of them, so right here, 15 basis points, 42 handles, right? And 30% of them reverse there. Now the next percentile that we want to look at, right, is the median, which is the 50th percentile of, so out of the 962 days that have done what we've done, 50% of them reversed before 27 basis points, and 50% of them kept going. So we know that's at 0.27. Which is right here. And then the last one that we want to see, right, is the 70th percentile, right? Meaning that 30% of the 962 kept going after 45 basis points, but 70% of them reversed before that. So 0.45. Right? So now we have realistic expectations to how high we can go, right? We know at the top of this red box that 30% of them, right, have only made it, 30% of the 962 only made it higher than this. But 70% of it reversed before that. And 50% of the time we made it to where the green and the red meets. and 50% of the time we kept going, right? So now we're going to move on to what I'm seeing on the weekly, right? On the weekly, we can see that below us, right, this is a weekly chart, that over the last year, at 27,286, we've hit that level 86% of the time. So we know we have targets to the downside that are high, that have probabilities that are pretty high, right? So we know that we're going to keep that in mind, right? But before we can keep that in mind, we've got to, get below the Sunday 18 to 1930 price, or the Sunday, like for the IST based traders, you guys call it INWOG, right? We know we got to get out of that area, right? And live price needs to start heading to that. And this is something that we can use as a target, because based off of where price is right now, that's a 568.73 handle move to that probability, which doesn't usually happen in a day, but it can happen in multiple days. So we definitely know that we have probabilities to the downside around previous week 25 and around previous week's wick, right? That are high probability, right? Now, based off of the high and the low that currently is in for the week, which is Monday at 1 o'clock for the high and Monday at 6 o'clock, we're going to see, right? Is it typical to put an MAE, or an MAE is Kid isn't consistent? Dude, that is epic, man. Do your thing, Chicken Wing. Citadel and BlackRock will be on the phone with you. All right, so now we can see that over the last year, from a weekly standpoint, right, 14 of the 56 weeks has made the low or the high of the week on Sunday at 18 to 1930. This is not going to be one of the weeks, right? Because we have sat here and we have taken out the high and the low of that 18 to 1900, right? But we do know between now and Tuesday at 10 o'clock, we statistically will put the high or the low of the weekend, right? So right now, we're going to know that we are waiting for downside targets that have probabilities if live price wants to go down. We know that we have some pretty good probabilities to the downside. We've taken out previous week's high and we suck back into the range, right? So just like if this was an hour candle and how we do 05 boxes and quarters, we're going to be paying attention to that as well, right? So now we're going to come over here and we're going to look at our 12-hour MAE, MFE, and we can see that from 06 to end of day, right? We typically, right? We'll put the MAE, or the false wick of that 12-hour cycle, on a Monday between 9:30 and 9:45, and you can push it out to 10 o'clock. But majority of the time, right? You have your mode and your median on a Monday between 9:30 and 10 o'clock to put the wick or the false move, however you want to call it, right? The MAE is what we call it, for the 12-hour cycle. Now, there is data to support the 06 to 615, and because of the extreme of this move, we went very deep down and then recovered it all. But this was like 1% move to the downside. We have to take that into consideration, right? And so we know that we're instantly looking for either a high day or a low of the day to get put in between 9:30 and 10:15, right? Based off of what data is showing us right now. Now we're going to look at what did Asia and London do, and from a probability standpoint, does that support a new high day, low day between 9:30 and 10:30, right? And this is where, candle science and the tools that we've shown you is from an open, high, low, close, right? From an open, high, low, close, that's where we pull probabilities. Daily profile, we use sessions. So like we call it Asia session, London, New York 1 and New York 2. You can call them kill zones. You can call them whatever you want. Like we just know that the Asia markets operate between this time, and London markets operate from this time to this time, and New York markets operate from this time to this time, right? And we're going to say based off of what Asian markets did, which what Asian markets did was they sold off to recover it, right? And London markets sold completely off, right? We know that they're kind of contradicting, right? So we ranged, they bought it up, London sold it off, and then it recovered. So we know it was a contradicting market, right? So we're going to go into our dashboard and we're going to say, hey, right, London or Asia was a short false broken, right? And like we had a good session last night as it was happening. Like regardless what kind of trader you are, whether you're volume based and you use volume profile, or you're ICT based and you use breakers and failure swings, or you're a support and resistance, what we saw last night to be true, right, based off of Friday's price delivery and Asia's price delivery, that it was more likely to recover around 2000, like sell off and then recover, right, between 2000 and 2100, and that's exactly what it did, right, for the Asia. So that was a pretty cool, Asia session that we had in the Discord for like the newer bootcamp members to see how that would play out, right? And then London, same thing. We went up to go down, right? So this was short false broken. This is long false, and I think that is open. So yeah, London's open. So same thing with London. We knew that if we were going to go up to go down, same thing. We knew that if it was going to turn false like it did, it would happen around the 3:30 to 4 o'clock time frame. Right now, one thing I see right out the gate is we have a 90% probability that's open out of London. So not only are our London highs got a 71% probability over the last quarter of getting hit, and they're on a current 3 hit streak, right? And the max hit streak over the last quarter is 7. So we know this London high is still a high probability. But not only that, but our midpoint, our London OU, which is right here where it says London OU, LDN OU, has a 90% probability. But this is where time is everything, right? We can see that 90% probability to get broken typically happens between 7:30 before 9:30. The second mode, though, is between 9:30 and 9:45, right? So we know that that is a zone to the upside that we are going to pay very close attention to, right? Is right here where it says London OU, right? Because we know it has a high probability, but we've skipped the high probability time of hitting it. So we're going to rely on the secondary mode, which is at 9:30 and 9:45 to hit it. And we're going to draw it up to that midnight price right there, right? So now we're going to go look at the high day, low day. Right? And what I can see right now is that we have a 115 high a day at 27 basis points off of Globex Open. I want to see it say, hey, is this normal? We can see that that's not a normal high of the day from a time or price standpoint. So right out the gate, like this high of the day becomes out of stat for me, right? This is a non-standard high a day, right? So I have to anticipate a new high a day. Right? The one thing I can see right out the gate is that there's more likely to be a 9:30 to 10:15 low a day. And if we make a 9:30 to 10:15 low of the day, then I can anticipate the new high a day to come in at the end of the day. Right? Now, there's 4 possible outcomes that New York can do. Right? And we use a 7:30 to 8:30 range, right? We can break down to come up, right, between 7:30 and 8:30, or 7:30 and 11:30. So that would look like this, right? If this is the 7:30 to 8:30 range, we go down to breach the high of that 7:30 to 8:30 range between by 11:30. We can go short and never take out the high of the 7:30 to 8:30. Which we know the first scenario happened 31% of the time. We know the second scenario only happened 12% of the time based off of what Asia and London did. The other 2 scenarios is we can break long to come back down, which has happened 40% of the time. And then we can go up and not take out the 730 to 830 low by 1130, which has only happened 16% of the time. So to get this down to 2 possible scenarios, we like to wait for it to break out of this range, the 730 to 830 range, right? So right now, what is shown is a signature, right? That if we break out to the long side right here, this is a deep pullback for a long true, meaning like we just got a live price signature for a long true, and we have other things that we're going to anticipate with it, right? And we can go over that, right? But before we do that, right, I'm gonna go into like some more of these probabilities, right? So we have P12 high up here. We know we have London OU and London high that has above 70% probabilities. We also have midnight, which is above us. So we want to go see what the probabilities of midnight is going to be of getting hit. So we're going to come over here and we're going to see that our midnight has an 83% probability of getting hit today based off what Asia and London did, right? And we can see that that time of it getting hit is usually between 8 and 8:45, and the secondary time is between 9:30 and 9:45. And you can see clear as day if I open this up bigger, if we can't hit that midnight price by 9:45, the data completely drops off. And so if we can't hit that by 9:45, more than likely, we're not going to hit it today, right? So we have to rely heavily on the sells, right? All right, and now let's go look at this P12 high probability. We can see that P12 mid, which has already been hit, had a 96% probability, and P12 high has an 81% probability, which is pretty hefty, getting hit between 9:30 and 10:15, right? So there are good probabilities to the upside for longs to make that new high a day, right? And we know that this typically gets hit between 9:30 and 10:15, right? So that supports the long false, the short false, and the long true, right? 3 of the 4 possibilities, right? The only one that does not support that one would be the short true, where we can't take out this high by 11:30, right? So it looks like we're about to break to the upside, right? Right now, we're going to say, hey, right, let's do a scenario where we do break to the upside. Right, we're going to say we went long and breached the high of 730 to 830, right? Right, we can see right out the gate, there's a 71% probability to go false and only a 28% probability to go true, right? So if we go false and we factor that in, right, we can see that, number one, the highest probability to make the high of the day would be 9:45 to 11 o'clock, right? And then anticipate the low of the day, because right now you can see there's not really that much data for the low of the day at 6 o'clock for the long fall. So we would anticipate it's either going to make the high of the day at 9:45 to 10, and then make the low of the day from 11:15 to 11:30, and if not then, 1400 to 14:15, and if not then, we've got this power, the end of day power hour low of the day that we would anticipate, right? We can also see that if that was to be the case, right, our P12 high, right, still has an 82% probability. So just because we know we're going to go up to come down does not mean we blow off our P12 high. We know that that sinks in with a new high at day, right? And we can see that midnight still has an 88% probability to the upside, right? So that's going to get hit as we go up to come down, right? So with that being said, if we break out to the upside, which it looks like we are, like I will take longs off the 9:30 high, like the 9:30 1-minute candle, right, for a new high of the day, because we've already talked about all the probabilities to the upside that sit here, right? And we know that this is just a weird out of stat high of the day that has happened, and it's not a high probability high of day. right? Now let's factor the other side of the longs, right? If we get a long true, meaning, right, we break to the upside, but we cannot come back by 11:30 and take out this 7:30 to 8:30 low, right? How can we tell? Well, we do something called a 4-step reversal, right? So the lack of a 4-step reversal, right, will be step clue number 1 that we're not going to come back for these lows, right? Step 2, now I'm going to do it, is like I'm going to put the high day price for a long false in here. And if we blow right through that, we know that more than likely we're not going to come back for those lows, and that we're going to anticipate higher prices, right? So what that looks like is if we do long false, long false, we can see that our mode to median is from 0.4 to 0.6, and that the highest probable time for that to happen is between 9:45 and 10, right? So I just do 9:30 to 10:30. 0.4 to 0.6, right? So we can see that that is right above P12 high, right? And that kind of matches, actually, it does match the 30th and 50th percentile zone for candle signs, right? We can see the 50th percentile is around 993, and this is not around 993. This is a little bit higher than 993, right? So 993 is right below it, right? So we start blowing through this, right? We know that that's going to be a representation of a long true. It's just a trended market to the upside, right? The next thing we're going to look at, right, is if we breach 40 basis points off the 6-9 box, right, which is currently, right here's the high of the 6-9, which is right around the low of this high of the day zone for the long false, right? So we know that that is step 2 of identifying a long true over a long false, right? So get above 40 basis points, blow right through this high of the day zone for the long false, no step of a 4-step reversal, and then the final one is blowing through the 30th to the 50th percentile box from the 7:30 to 8:30, right? So my trade plan today is if 9:30 is going to give me a long, right, I'm going to take it. I'm going to cover my queen 10 basis points off of entry, right? And then I'm going to target this P12 high with runners. And then I'll use gunship median 50% to like trail the rest of it out. I'll be quick to pay attention between 9:30 and 9:45 for that reversal, since that's the highest probable thing to happen, right? But there's too many targets to the upside if I do take longs not to, take advantage of them in today's scenario, right? If I will try to keep like 1 to 2 runners in the form of micros, just in case this is going to be a long true, right? Because we are on a true streak, winning streak right now, right? We had a true on Friday, and so usually we'll do it at least twice. We just don't go win, loss, win, true, false. It's usually a streak where it's like true, false, true, false, true, false, right? So that's what I'll be paying attention to. Now, between 9:45 and 10, I'll reassess, did that major pivot happen? Did we make a new high a day? And then if we did make a new high a day and I see the 4-step reversal happen, I will start turning on shorts for a new low a day, because we know that this is not a low a day. That's like, this is a good low of the day for a short true, let me show you. But it's not a good low of the day for the short false, right? So that low of the day is at 0.82 at 6 to 615, and you can see we do have data for that. It's not dominant data by no means, right? If anything, it's lackluster data, right? We typically have the low of the day at 2015 to 2030. That would have been the Asia. Or we have an end-of-day low of the day. That means we come put a high a day in, we have a long true, but then we come make a new low of the day, and we do like a range 2 scenario within the afternoon. So that's my trade plan today. Target longs for a new high of the day at 9:45. See if we made a new high of the day. Are we getting the 4-step reversals, and then start targeting shorts for a new low of the day, right? And I'll pass it off to you, Austin, because that is my war game today.
Heck yeah.
All right, brother.
Let's see here. Let's see what we got working with. All right. First and foremost, I mean, I'm been in this long since the Magic Hour trade here. This morning, I'm just in a runner, so I'm targeting. Already been paid for the trade. Just targeting the high strike rate MFE. So if we do take the new high day, like what Mickey's saying here, this is just the 95% strike rate, you know, favorable price movement. That if we start coming up to take a new high of day, this is just where we could potentially take the low hanging fruit portion of this runner. So everything that I'm going to do going in my analysis this morning in my trade ideas, has nothing to do with me being into a trade. If what live price does going into 9:30 give me bearish intent, I'll just close the runner out. You guys will see me manage the trade how I do. So going into the day, every time I do analysis and every time I'm breaking the day down, I start at the 60-minute chart here. Yeah, guys, if you guys like clouds, find what a cumulus median MFE is, and I'm telling you, that's the golden ticket of trading right there. That's the enigma. But all right, dropping on a 60-minute chart here. The first thing that I'm looking for is what day of the week am I in, and how does this day affect the weekly candle and daily candle. So going into a Monday, statistically, Mondays like to form highs and lows of weeks. We like to form wicks of the weekly candle. And so then I'm just looking at today and I'm saying, okay, well, we're also at the beginning of a new month. Okay, so we statistically form a high or low of the first quarter of any time horizon that we typically do. Well, if we take a look at this weekly candle and monthly candle, if I take this time here, this fib time tool, and I take this from the start of this month till the end of this month, this is a unique thing that we're in right now with this specific live trade session for today, is that we are at the first week and the first quarter of this month, of this monthly candle. So statistically, the first quarter locks in some sort of high or low. So anytime that I see some expansive move right off the gate, right at the open of any opening price, in this case, the monthly candle, I start to get a little bit like the eyebrows start to go up, right? Because I'm like, okay, well, if we statistically form the wick of something in the first portion of that quarter, and what we're doing right off the gate is this, well, then now I want to see, how does this daily candle, okay, this how now it relates to me being a day trader. How does this daily candle either get us back to the monthly open to form the wick of a monthly candle, or does the daily candle take new highs and we're forming a strong body, a strong bullish body in the daily and the weekly, and creating the first quarter of the month? So that's how I kind of like view price. And when people say like higher time frame view, that's really all I'm doing is I'm looking at these. How does this OHLC data candlestick facilitate the creation of the daily candle, facilitate the creation of the weekly candle, and facilitate the creation of the monthly? Because that's what we're doing. We're trading the fluctuation of these daily candles, and these daily candles make up the weekly and the monthly. So I want to see, okay, are we in the wick or the body of the monthly? Does the weekly make sense for where we're at within the monthly? And then does the daily make sense what it could do within the weekly? So now, understanding that we're above this monthly open, and today's daily candle goal is, do we get back to the monthly open and weekly open, or do we get back above the weekly open and reject the monthly open? So then we go down and see, okay, dropping down to the 5-minute, where are we at within this daily candle for the high and low of day? Within the high and low of day, we have an out of statistic high of day. We do not typically form high of days at 1:15 a.m. So we're going to mark this if it'll let me. What in the Dude. Trading view, man. All right. It's an out of stat high a day. Had to move my TP out of the way here just to write that. Let me put it back. And then we have also going into this low a day and out of stat low a day. We do not typically make low a days at 625. Very key caveat here that I'll talk about in a second. Out of stat low a day. So now I'm also going to go to the 50-minute chart or 60-minute chart because we're below a lot of statistics. I want to see where's the bullish footprint that kind of can get us to these statistics to the upside. We created these huge wicks here to the downside. So I'm just going to highlight this. What is a footprint? A footprint is just a 60-minute chart wick. And if we're below a lot of statistics, I'm trying to get the bullish wick. If we're above a lot of statistics, I'm trying to get the bearish wick. That's it. Just gives me context that if we dip into this area that we recently bought aggressively at within a 60-minute span of time, well then is this the area that if we dip into, we start the catalyst towards the statistics that we majority have to the upside. So now I got everything that I need, and this is where now the daily profiler comes in and adds fuel to the fire. Turn on the daily profiler, let it load, boom. We now have everything we need to kind of just like a map, orientate my map. I get to see that where the high and the low of day is from a just generic 4 statistical time periods that you guys seen Mickey go over. But then the daily profiler is a conditional statistical engine. That's what it is designed to do. It shows based on how we've moved overnight, what is the specific probabilities of today, not just generic probabilities. So the conditional statistics of today with where the low and high of day could be from a both time and distribution of just how far price can move is these boxes that you see on my chart. Yellow boxes are the lows, the white boxes are the highs. One thing right off the bat that you should be able to notice, no matter if you understand this or not, is that if I just take a box and I highlight all the different potential high of days, and I just highlight from the one that goes all the way to the left, all the way to the right, all the way to the top, and then all the way to the bottom, right here. And then same thing for the low of days. If I just highlighted all the low of days that the daily profiler says could be a possibility, all the way from the left, right, up, down like this. Sounds like I'm putting in cheat codes for GTA. You can see that at a glance, we've done a lot of spending in the budget for these low of days, but we haven't really tapped into anything to the high. So this is one thing I love to do with the daily profiler when I'm kind of going into my war game and my analysis. For those of you that are already in the pack, and then those of you that are in the boot camp now, and those of you that are still kind of interested in what we do, is at a glance, I can now see, no matter what I'm doing in the day, that we've spent and dug into a lot of the low a day distribution, but we've barely done anything to the highs. And so then in my analysis, I'm just putting the pieces together. Is there anything that makes sense for us to then make a new high? Yes, we have an out of stat high of day from a time perspective. We don't have any statistics or just generic statistics letting us know that this 1:15 a.m. high of day is something that is strong. And so then I'm like, okay, well then what is my live price component? What does live price have to do to get me to this new high of day for the RTH Open that's about to happen here in 9 minutes? Well, we have to get above the P12 mid. The P12 mid is the first half. The P12 is the first half of the daily candle. So then the mid of the first half is exactly that. It's the mid of the first half of the daily candle. So if we start getting above the midpoint from an OHLC data standpoint, we are starting to now form, if this is the open right here, dude, my TP needs to get the heck out of here. We need to just get my TP so it gets out of my way. So we're forming, if we get above the P12 mid, we're going to start forming a strong bullish daily candle. And if we're starting to form a strong bullish daily candle, that's why I use the P12s, because it's like I don't need to, you know, learn how to read the matrix code of the market to just know that if we're getting above the open of something from a visual standpoint, a data visualization standpoint, we are forming a bullish OHLC candle. Just like if I go to the 1 minute time frame and we just watch these 1 minute bars, I love to use this analogy because it's probably the easiest to connect what we do, is all we do, guys, using statistics, and all I do when I'm using these live price levels, the P12 levels, is I'm doing the same thing you could do on a 1 minute time frame, where I'm just watching. You see how this candle just went bearish to now back to bullish? You see how we're above the open? So no matter what your view on price is, 10 out of 10 people will say this is a bullish candle, because it is. It is a bullish candle. And this very moment, we are forming a bullish candle. Because why? We are above the open. Now, new 1 minute candle. Watch this. New 1 minute candle. We just formed bearish. We went bullish to form the wick above, and then we flipped back below the open. Now we're forming a bearish hourly or a 1 minute candle. See how we're forming the wick below here? We got 15 seconds. So now we formed the Q1. We've done the first 15 seconds of this 1 minute candle. If we split a 1 minute candle into 4 even chunks, that's going to be 15 seconds each. So now, boom, Q2 is done. We took the Q1 high in this 1 minute candle. We formed the wick, the low, and now we formed a wick or the high. Because we took the high in Q1 of this 1 minute candle, we now are due for the body creation in Q2 to Q3. Here's the last 15 seconds of the candle. Let's see which side we now form the body of this 1 minute candle. 5, 4, 3. Let's see where it closes. 2, 1, and then boom, closes below. So now we fully closed bearish. That whole process is what fractally we as day traders do every day, is we're trying to find where is that wick creation or the low, and then where's the opposing wick creation or the high, and then where is that body most likely being created to take us to our TP. That's it. And so we use the P12 here in this community. So Trades by Design is asking, what is the P12? Great question. Going back to the 5 minute chart here, what is the P12? The P12 is the first half of the daily candle from 1800 to 6 a.m. If you take the highest high that price made to the lowest low that price made, if you split this daily candle into halves, this is the first half. So that same concept that we just did there, where we just demonstrated that over top of a 1 minute candle, that's what we're trying to do fractally on this daily candle. Is we're looking at this saying, okay, now that we are accepting in this very moment, we have done nothing this entire morning but do business below the half point, the halfway point of the first half of the daily candle. So if we get back above this half, that's bullish. But if we can't even get above this half, you see how we rejected here at 9:10 when we tried to attempt to get there and we rejected? If we can't even get above this half, then my target is now the RTH low, or I mean for the RTH open is the P12 low and new low a day. So now let's get into my trade ideas and my analysis, because we got 4 minutes till 9:30. So based on all of this analysis and using the daily profiler, using all the statistics that are on my chart, what am I going to do going into 9:30? So I'm already long 2 micros for this potential runner if we do get it. And so how I'm going to manage this runner and then flip to another position would be, if the RTH opens, and I'm using this box to demonstrate the 1 minute high and low of the first 1 minute of the day, so 9:30 to 9:31. If we open up 9:30 somewhere at or near the P12 mid, look like it's looking like we're going to do, if we take this high of New York 1 going long, because right now we just one tick wondered it, I'm not going to call this a long right out of the gate. I want us to get clear past this New York 1 high, not just a little bit of a tick there. So going into 9:30, if we actually take this New York 1 high with 10 plus points above this high, I will call this an actual true New York 1 long. And then I'll be looking for, does live price going into the RTH get below 930? If so, that is all signs for shorts for me to close this long. I'll look for extended cash flow shorts for a false, where we take the opposing side of the range, because we do that more than we don't. And so then I'll be looking for us to come back down, take this low. You can see for a long false low a day, we have a new low a day around 11 to noon. So I'll be very, very cautious on seeing, do we net around this previous day mid, new low a day, or even this 620 low a day, anywhere around this area? Do we net like this to where we make that in-stat low a day to then go higher, or the other side of the coin? Because now going into the variance of these statistics, you can see we went true on Friday. We did a long true. You see how we took the New York 1 high, the same time-based range right here, 730 to 830. We statistically go false more than we go true, where we take the other side of the range. Friday, we did exactly the opposite of that. We took the high and we never looked back. We never took this low. In statistics, you have something called variance. And that's when you can see that you have a static number, right? So like, let's say this static number is 70 or 68% of the time we go false. That's around that's a singular number. But sometimes we overperform, where we'll go on a look back of 70 days in the most recent 70 days, and we may go on a false streak of going false 75% of the time. And then vice versa. Sometimes we just go true more and we lose that streak, and we go in the most recent 70 days and we go below 68. That's variance, where sometimes we operate above the mean, sometimes we operate below the mean. So if we know that something happened that we typically don't do, in this case on Friday we went true, today I want to be even more on the side of the false, and I want to be even more aware if live price gets me to the false for me to trade towards it. So that's my trade ideas going into the day, and it looks like that's perfect timing, because we got 45 seconds till 9:30. Trades by design. I hope I answer your question. I like seeing people from X. That shows we're actually getting out there for a little bit. Hey, we got 103 people. Guys, if you get value, hit that like button. Let's get us over 100 likes for this stream. If all 103 people watching right now hit the like button, it's going to tell YouTube and the Citadel gods these people mean business.
All right, paying attention. All right, so I'm long 3, right? Like, I'm gonna wait for the 1 minute close. My stops right below New York OU at 831. And let me
I like it when Mickey gets an early long and I'm already in a long. This makes me feel good.
Yeah.
Usually the early Mickey longs are the bangers.
That might have been premature, but we'll see. I just see the front run of New York Open. Yeah, it looks like this was a premature. All right, so now, like, my stop is right here at New York OU.
No, I got faith, bro. I know the Mickey statistics. I've been trading with you for too long now. I got the Mickey stats in my mind.
Ah, stop.
Oh, dang it. See, well.
You jinxed me.
That's what happens when I mention the Mickey stats.
Whoa. All right, so that was a $178 loss right out the gate. So now I'm going to be patient and see if this wants to break to the short side. Like, I'm not going to take a short right here, right now. I'll wait for us to get short below New York, the 730 to 830 before I consider a short. or before I consider a long again. I mean, before I consider a short. Remember, I'm waiting for 9:45 for any shorts. Like, I'm trying to position into longs. We're rejecting at 10 basis points off the 9:30.
All right, I'm closing my runner. I am no longer long. I am flat, but I am not short. So I close this long. I'm honestly on the same side of Mick. I wanted to see 9:30, just like I've literally just war gamed like 10 minutes ago. I wanted to see 9:30 really get us above New York 1 high to let me know that I can now short for this false. Where we did this very subtle little wick here, this does not give me confidence that we're actually truly long on this, because these little 1 ticks just do not. I can't confidently put pressure in the fact that we're long false here. So what I do is exactly what Mickey just said. If we stay below 9:30 and we do sell off, well, number one, I managed risk accordingly and I was correct. But number two is I'll let 9:45 tell me that we're staying below 9:30, and I'll join the shorts below 9:45. If we get back above 9:30, I will join this long, because then we would be getting above P12 mid too, and then, you know, if then that's bullish. Really wanted to hold that magic hour, dude. I was
that's a good long.
That potential P12 high to be retested, but we just couldn't get above the mid.
Oh yeah, we still definitely got probabilities. This one, I'm just impatient now. Days like today, like, get funky because like we had a 1% move and a 1% recovery before the market even opened. Pretty wild. All right. All right, so I'm long 6 right here. I'm covering the queen right above this high, which means I'm taking 3 off. All right, let me post that in the chat. And that's probably going to get stretched as well. Let's see.
Really small 9:30.
I stopped. That was a 289, so I'm down 490 for the day. And I'm going to pause until I get a dominant signature. Damn it, did they just stop me out? Oh well. Right now, I'll wait for a 1 minute close above the 9:30 before I take any more longs. And then for shorts, it's still going to be the 9:45. That's the way trading goes sometimes. Like, I was trying to cover my queen.
They were good.
Enter 6 here, trying to cover my queen at above the 25 basis points for 10 basis points. Couldn't get it going. He came back, breached the 10 basis points to the downside, stopped me out. And that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And so now it's like, it's time to just let the 9:30 do its thing and wait for a dominant price, right? Like, so I need to see a 1 minute close above the 9:30 now.
with how aggressively we moved to the downside, like these longs look amazing.
Oh yeah.
I think that might have just been an unfortunate.
I think so too.
Perfect stop loss wick.
Yeah, and that happens, man. The cool thing is like I position size correctly, so I can afford that. All right, the one dominant signature that we can see is that we do not want to get it above the 930. It wants to sell, right? There are no live price elements for longs at this point. We're above the 10 basis points, but it's like we're not getting follow through above the 930. So definitely noticing that right out the gate.
Yeah.
Longs can definitely happen. That's where the probabilities lie. It's just not the right time. So like you saw me take 2 losses. And then what did I do? I said, all right, now I need to see follow through above the 930. I'm not going to sit here and take longs and get stopped out. I'm not going to overtrade. Like I take my 2 shots. It is what it is, right? And now it's like, if I'm going to take longs, it's going to be obvious, right? I'm telling the market, like, you need to be dominant, right, with longs, because I'm not going to sit here and play the chop game with you, right? And sometimes that's how it goes, right? And then with the sells, right? Stay within this 930 range, and I'll take sells all day long at 945.
Telling you, bro, this is like the worst time to have to use the bathroom ever. My body hates me.
I mean, you were in the army. You should know how to pee in a bottle. Guys, this might be the poorest 930 we've ever had on PackTV. Round 2 fight. So we're stuck between the 930 low and the 10 basis points off 930. So right now it's just time to be patient. Just waiting for the obvious.
What's that?
Talk to that market.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we get followed through this time. How big was this 930 range?
15 basis points.
Oh, golly, that's beautiful.
That's what I'm saying.
At this point, right? Like you are getting in a position where you need to wait for the new 15-minute candle to see what it's going to do. We can take 9:30 breakouts, right?
I'm taking this long right here.
You can absolutely take the 9:30 long right here, but like you've got 3 minutes until a new 15-minute candle, and yeah, you might miss it, right? But you got to think a new 15-minute candle. Every time frame we usually retrace back into the previous, right? So there's no reason like to rush it. You said you went long already?
Yep, right above 75%.
RKH110 says, let's go DMP. That'd be cool.
DMP, dude, I'd love it.
That means we need a long true.
That was a tad bit higher of a New York 1 high long.
Yeah.
I guess I'll put this in as a long now.
Yeah. Still got probabilities to the upside, right, for that long.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if, because I was trying to get above this 75% of 930, because I mean risk can be super cheap around these 15 basis points.
Absolutely.
So if you guys are new here, when 930 is really small like this, I like to be pretty aggressive because I can spend money pretty easy. Like this is 15 basis points. I use 930 to manage my risk around and to trade towards the statistics. So essentially what I'm doing right here is I'm saying, okay, well, if we can get above 930 and close, I can manage my risk really cheap here. Like, look at this. Like if I get stopped, I can now join the shorts because the stop itself is only worth about 15 basis points. And 930, from a basis points perspective, produces at a high strike rate. Let it load. Drum roll. All right, see, it doesn't even print when I'm trying to show it. Maybe I got to turn it on first. That probably always helps.
Yeah.
Dude, what is going on? We're glitching. It's not one to print. Okay, well, I don't know what the heck is going on. It's not wanting to print all of a sudden. The high, it's anywhere between 10 to 30 basis points. That's what I was trying to demonstrate. So 10 to 30 basis points, that's about a range of this. And so if my stop is only worth about anywhere between 15 to 20 basis points, I can actually, bake in a very high MFE into what I'm trying to do. So I'm basically putting myself in an environment where the favorable price movement far outweighs the invalidation of the trade, which in this case is a small 15 basis point 930. So that's what I'm trying to demonstrate. It's just indicators not one to work.
Right.
What's up?
So I went long off of 25 right there. I'm pulling it over on my screen right here. About to cover the queen. If it rejects this, I'll go on and cover it right now. Right? So 13 contracts, leaving me with 3. I'm not going to let, there we go. Queen's covered, stops below the low. All right, I'm back. Sorry. So that queen got covered. Increased my risk per trade because of the 945. Right, targeted at 10 basis points to the upside. Took 10 off, got 3 running, and now like my stop will be below the 930 low. And then I'll be targeting that new P12 high, and that single-handedly made up because I increased risk per trade. That increased my risk per trade, so yeah, that made up for it. I don't have a real way of seeing. And if we're going to get a reversal, I'll wait for the 10 to 10:15 time frame for the shorts now. Right now, the 9:45 is showing me to continue to target longs for those high probabilities to the upside. It's just Scott. It's so good to see you, brother. All right, I got to go fill up my coffee, and I'll be right back.
All right, man. What up, Scott? Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to explain here, guys. I mean, it's a pretty cut and dry trade. So now that price is accepting above, you know, the 50%, 75% of 930, you can see this candle right here, right now. Let's see if we close above 930. 3, 2, 1. Boom, close right there. So now from this close, 1 to 30 is like the zone of cash flow of just favorable price movement that we typically, when we get a break above 930, we do. Let's see if it'll load. Dude, my indicator is not wanting to load for you guys today. I don't know what's going on. There we go. There we go. So now you can see it. So here's the high strike rate movement. You can see 10 to 30 basis points is right within this high strike rate movement. So if we do get this acceptance above 930, then I'm in really good positioning to, you know, cash flow and de-risk half of the position here around the high strike rate portion of it. Then I'm going to scale out 2 more micros because that's going to leave me with 4. So if I'm on the right side of this move, because I know this is an out of statistic high of day, that's where I'm going to put the exponential return of my trade. So this just takes risk off. So everything that you do in a trade, there's a reason why, right? It has a tool. So the tool of my cash flow targets is to de-risk my position, to take advantage of the high strike rate portion of my decision making. It's not to make more money. It's not to compound my edge. It's actually to de-risk my edge. Then my extended targets, still within a high strike rate portion of my movement, of the environment I'm trying to do in my analysis, but this is going to now pay me. It's going to compound on top whatever the cash flow does. And then the runner does, you know, the exponential growth if I just hit a home run trade. On the other side of the coin, if I get stopped out of this trade, I now keep the risk so cheap and so low that I can take the other side of the movement, that if I'm wrong, and if this is the area that we start to go false out of New York 1, well, we have all this MFE down here, that if we're not going to do the median, which is this white area here, if we're not going to do the median favorable price movement to the upside, well, then we're most likely going to do the median favorable price movement to the downside, because that's what statistics are. Statistics create medians. Like when you have a data set, you're going to have a median of your data set of some degree, and that data is going to create a median. So you got to ask yourself, well, then if we reject the high strike rate up here, we're most likely delivering to the median down here, and vice versa. If we reject the high strike rate here, we're most likely delivering to the median up here. It's just numbers, you know. Hey, have a good day, man. Have to run. Have a great day. We got Cameron in the chat. $500 profit day, first day trading the funded. Let's go, Pack. Let's go, dude. It's always a great feeling on a fresh new funded account. Started off with a nice profit, but remember, tell everybody this. So if there's one thing you can take with you for the day, is that remember,
The market does not care what type of account you're trading. Okay, people always say, man, I trade better in eval. I don't know why I trade. Has nothing. You don't trade better or worse in eval versus funded. You got to immediately reframe your thinking. You don't trade better on funded or eval. You trade better when you stop caring about the outcome. That's when you trade better. And that's what everybody that says that saying, when they say, I trade better on eval versus funded. No, you don't. Nobody trades better on eval versus funded because there is no correlation or causation between the two. The market does not perform better or worse based on eval or funded. The market doesn't move cleaner or more dirty, right? When the market participants are using live cash. No, that's goofy, right? So you don't trade better and you don't perform better when it's paper money or fake money or real money. You all perform better when you stop caring about the outcome. And so then if you just say, well, if I need to stop caring about the outcome, how do I do that? I just make my decision making purely around the process. As soon as I take the trade, I already am forward thinking for the next trade. That's why you guys see me. I'm already planning to get stopped out. So that way, if I get stopped, it's not emotional. I don't freak out. There's nothing to do. I just execute the next decision. That's it.
And then knowing like what your losses look like, right? Based off your position size, that helps you do that, right? Like knowing the consecutive losses, the max drawdown based off the position size, like that gives you the confidence to take losses and to numb yourself with the losses, right? If you don't know this, right? Or if you use the fixed position size or a market structure stop, right? Like, then you don't know, you can't define what that loss structure looks like. The one thing that is predictable is your loss structure, your risk profile. You know, like in how you're going to execute around it. Dude, this is the most boring 9:30 ever.
Dude, it was the
We're stuck
boring
10 basis points to
9:30.
10 basis points, man.
Magic hour was boring. We just moved side. It's like that U.S. airstrike thing came in or whatever, and then it was just flat.
Yeah. The cool thing is like a lot of us took the 1800 break and you know the magic hour trade, so we're pretty good for the day.
Yeah, this 9:30 trade's either icing on the cake or
look at the rejection off this P12 mid though, man. And we cannot get above this P12 mid.
Yeah, that's what's honestly like. It sounds crazy, but it's like this trade's pretty asymmetric mentally for me because either it stopped and then now I'm excited to join the shorts with this rejection off P12 mid to new low a day, but then this is correct. We're following a long true low a day distribution.
Yep.
And then we just joined. So yeah, that's his
either way. I'm
keeping my eyes peeled for this stop getting hit. Because this is gonna be pretty quick. If my stop gets hit and we close below 9:30, it's gonna be a quick trade.
Yep.
Dude, is TradingView bugging today? Like now my range isn't being drawn. Like my 9:30 candle is literally missing. What the? And now it logged me out of. Oh my god, dude. All right, give me a second.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back. Jesus.
Everything's debugging today. Even our 9:30 trade is glitching out. Okay, so failure to make any of the 4-step reversals to the downside after having a long that say we're going to anticipate 10 o'clock to go higher. Right, but if we do start getting 9:30 closes below the 9:30, I will be waiting for 10 o'clock to get his short on, using the 05 box and all that, and the probability flags. If I do get stopped out of this long, just like Austin said. RTY pumping.
Oh my
Of course it is.
Dude, Russell's meme coin, bro.
Let me see.
MYM looks exactly like NASDAQ. MES. MES is just even worse than NASDAQ. So M2K is the winner today.
That means they're buying junk. Let's go. Buy that junk. Because eventually you're going to want to buy quality. Good grief. There you go. So MYM is doing the move that we were looking for. That's fun. That's good family fun right there. All right. So if we fail to take out, the 9 o'clock low, do the 4-step reversals to the downside, right? We've got the deep pullback. We just don't have the move to justify the truths, right? So that's why it's like be patient, right? Like this is the one thing that you can't predict is how fast the move's going to go. But you do have the if-then statements that you're looking for. And the cool thing is you don't have to rush to failure. Just wait for the obvious.
You see Kudzo Coffin, aka PTFX. He says Lion's better than NQ. Dude, I don't know. YM looks about the same as NASDAQ this morning. Got just like we broke down below 930 there for a little bit, then
YM's already done the long false move.
Yeah. Took the low. Stab down really just messed up a lot of the range.
All right, here we go. Now we're finally moving. All right, so let's see what 10 o'clock probability flags are up. 1 hour and 3 hour probability flags up currently. We are waiting to see can 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock take out 9 o'clock's high. Can we get above 10 basis points? Can we get up to that midnight?
Right here. This is an even more expensive signature. We failed to do 10 basis points twice. This is the second 1 minute break. So I'm pushing my cash flow target up just a little bit, and I'm going to nest it right under midnight open here.
Yeah.
I've seen that way too many times. It's like we felt I don't know, it's a variance of that 10 basis points. Like Mondays produce at least at a bare minimum 10 basis point 1 minute breakout moves pretty easy. And so when I see a failure like we did right here, so this first 1 minute break, we only did 5 basis points. So now this 1 minute candle right here, this is the second close. So now this 10 is even higher. So I'm going to put it right above that 10, which is midnight open.
How many contracts did you get on this morning?
Magic hour was 5.
No, I'm talking about today. 8? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Go to your home.
Go to That's really what it feels like.
Hey, Cody's in the chat. Cody is long from 8:30. Cody is the Furu of the week, and it's only Monday. He is the definition of your stop loss is my entry.
We do have a sweeper signature, but like no confirmation. Like it's alerted that we took out 9 o'clock's high, sucked back into the range. Now we're looking at the opening price, see if probability flags split down, and then we'll be waiting for Q2 as well for that to confirm. Dude, this song is the jam.
What, all the background music? I can barely hear it.
I wish I could barely hear it.
I don't know how it's so loud for you.
I don't know, man.
He said, I wish I could barely hear it. That was funny.
Where's Justin at?
Dude,
Save me,
Karl
Justin.
did my coffee out this morning. We
What do you
were
do?
having restream issues. And I'll be honest, asked Karl, he was like, are you good to go? And then Karl was like, I don't know. Like he said, I don't know, like super like firmly. And then as soon as he said, I don't know, his camera just froze on him. And it was just like the timing was, so you guys want a good laugh, just go back in the replay into Magic Hour. And that was a pretty good time.
And I'm always there. But he's got the sound is like pretty low, so I think you need to do something on your end.
Hold on, does this help?
There we go.
Hold on. All right, we'll do a little intermission. You guys want to hear the new song? So this is going to be playing every time Gunship hits a full TP.
Nothing? Nothing will be playing? Gotcha.
Copy that. Targets are profitable. Target acquired, trade executed.
This is epic, dude.
Just launched. Shorts got cooked, yet again installed, sir. We just hit another TP. Copy that. Secure the equity. Target acquired, trade executed. One the levels respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green, yeah, the accounts they poppin'. Planet executed, profit repeat. PackTV.
That's pretty epic, dude.
Should have saved that. I just hope you don't jinx my long here. I'm still in Magic Hour.
He totally jinxed it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still in Magic Hour?
Yep. I TP'd, but like I'm
pull cash flow.
But
Let's go, dude. We haven't even. At the end of the day, Magic Hour, the probability cuts off at 9:30, but it had before 9:30, it had a 76% probability of it being a.
Well, it kind of bled into the other ones, right? So it's sort of still working in a different way. But yeah, I hear you.
Also 5 breakout. Let's see if we can go on and go this time, maybe. Looking like a range 1.
6, dude. Bro,
Yeah,
Tom's flying this. I didn't even draw my 05 box or anything. And... Oh yeah. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. We opened up 10 o'clock. We did
Still
barely
can't.
at 9 o'clock high.
Dude, this is one of those 10 basis points to 10 basis points off 9:30 days.
It's giving those vibes for sure.
Yeah. You know what I do with those vibes? I just walk away the rest of the day.
I go in the corner and cry myself to sleep.
On the corner?
In the corner.
Oh, I thought you said you go to the corner, like the corner of the street where all the hookers are. And you cry yourself to
I
sleep.
have to, dude. I get stopped out so much. It's the only way I gotta get money for the day. It's definitely not from trading.
PTFX, are you short? Bill, you know that's my dogs. What are you talking about? You know damn good and well who that is. That's called cornbread and biscuit. I figured you were. Nice. Lion gave beautiful sells today. I mean, unless you're trading the 930, then you're just like, what is happening? All right. I don't know what this candle is, little friend. I'm still long.
What just
happened? Who knows? Maybe there's more. Maybe Iran and America is playing Battleship, like the board game. And like, so, like for negotiations of just playing Battleship. And like the news thinks it's really real warships that are getting hit. And they're like, D12 sunk. Whoever wins this battleship game gets control of the strait.
That's pretty
dude,
fun.
I don't know who this kit dude is, but we've had 3 kit is we had an inconsistent kit. Kit is inconsistent, right? We get stopped out of this. Like, I'm gonna get a couple Mickey's inconsistent, like YouTuber trolls too, I hope.
Oh shoot, dude! I wasn't even looking at the charts.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess I got stopped, but I'm still in the trade. It never hit my stop. Like it hit my stop, but it never closed the trade.
Yeah, man. All right, so we're paying attention right here, right now. If we start getting 1 minute closes, like that Q1 sweeper that we got is definitely alerted. We'll wait for Q2 to confirm it, but it's looking like that's what's going to happen unless America magically like sinks, one of Iran's battleships during the game of Battleship that they're having right now. Not in real life, like we're talking about the game Battleship, right? And then we will pump to the P12 mid. Let's see, what kind of boats do they play in Battleship?
Guys, I just want to say, if the market maker, baby Jesus, gave me a golden ticket today, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Now, this PackTV has now turned. This is a segment an impromptu segment of. Did we just get a free trade? This is gonna be crazy.
Okay, this candle. Let me just start pasting these on my chart.
Oh my god, dude! If this, I'm just gonna laugh, bro.
All right, so that happened there, and then this one. This one got
recording.
Dude, you gotta check out my chart. I'm explaining what happened. Right, so that was that. This is Iranian. So this is an Iranian battleship getting sank. This is an American one right here. Oh, I think we just sank one of the.
If we break the Iran sinking resistance, that'll create a new U.S. support warship. The carrier is support because it's carrying price.
Look right there.
Yep.
This is what's happening as we speak. Let your family and your friends know, and let Twitter know specifically. We're calling it live. Right?
Dude.
Not only. Dude, the CIA is gonna fucking nuke us.
Tuesday, that happened to you too, bro. If we captured this live, I genuinely want to win this trade just because this is hilarious. Like, this has never happened to me ever. And so if this trade hits, I am never allowed to complain ever again about getting tick denied or anything. Like, it literally went through my stop loss and it didn't trigger me out. So it is what it is, man. Like,
I miss playing Battleship. I need a Battleship picture. No.
Oh, damn well, I'm putting that to memory, Austin.
Do what?
I'm putting that to memory. Anytime you complain again about a tick deny.
You guys gotta remind me. May the 4th be with you. All right.
Remember when?
On May 4th, I used the Jedi Force, the day trading force, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but
all right. For you guys who don't know, who like did not grow up in the 80s, this was the summer. Like, you didn't start playing this game until like end of the year, right? Into the summer, right? Because you're so bored. But this is what's happening between Iran and Afghanistan. Right now they're at the negotiating table. And they're playing this. They'll figure out who's going to get this trade. And so, like, to kind of explain what happened this morning, right? Like, when we had this 1% move to the downside, right? This is because an American battleship got sunk in the board game, not in real life, right? But nobody let the news know, right? So they thought it was a real battleship. But in reality, it was just Iran and America negotiating through an actual board game. They're like, if you do that, we're going to call for C4.
They communicate and do peace deals through the chart, like Morse code. Dude, now imagine we got all these retail traders arguing about what moves the market, why the market moves, what is the truth, and in all actuality, it's countries communicating with each other, and we're just putting together how they communicate.
Yep, that's it. That's it.
Support and resistance is actually just Morse code.
Like, during tariffs, you know how they communicated? They were playing Monopoly. Like, during tariffs of last year, it was all Monopoly.
For battleship positions.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this. Now, anytime we have news events, we're gonna just associate it with a board game. Like, last year was Monopoly, this year's Battleship. Next year will probably Connect 4, you know, you never know.
We need a Scrabble year. I like Scrabble.
Yeah.
I ironically, as bad as I am at spelling, like Scrabble. This is the longest trade I've ever been in without even cash flowing. I mean, we're above the week. We're getting that. Those closures we just did were above the weekly open. So, yeah. Either I'm right or wrong.
This is what we do when we're bored, and we just let the trade play out. Is we just come up with scenarios of what's actually happening in this side of the matrix. Can you hear me, Austin?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna make a tweet about it. All them fucking smart-ass Substack economists acting like they know what the fuck really is going on. In reality, it's just this.
Yeah, Bill. 5-10 basis points. Yep. The only thing that at this point, to bring it all back to the charts now, is we got to remember one very pesky classification of the day that can sometimes give us false signatures of a range one. That's when we just DWP.
right? When we chop around, we make you think we're going, and then we just finally, after we coil up at 9:30, we take off. So to I guess protect myself from overthinking it and over managing the trade to think that we're range wanting too early is exactly what we're doing in this 10 o'clock candle. So if we come down to the downside here and actually my stop loss is going to get hit. So my stop is exactly where I need it to be, because if we come down below and take my stop loss, well, then that's taking Q1 low. And if we take Q1 low, well, then what are we doing? We're forming a bearish hourly candle. And if we're forming a bearish hourly candle, then that takes us to the 9 o'clock low. And if we take the 9 o'clock low, well, we already took the 9 o'clock high. So what do I tell you guys is the final signature of a range one day is when we take both sides of 9 o'clock. Okay. So my stop loss is literally where that's that final line in the sand of, we're just not doing any expansive move, and I'm just wrong. I'm just on the wrong side of the classification of the day. And then I'll take my stop loss, and then from a trade perspective, because we didn't take the Q1 high in the 10 o'clock hour, I'll be looking for shorts, heavy cash flow shorts towards this 9 o'clock low, and then I'll leave a runner for new low a day if it is a sell off and I'm just wrong about it being a choppy 10 o'clock candle. So if you can't tell, that's for anybody listening, that's what goes through my mind when I'm trading. A lot of people, when they take trades, they're obsessing over the trade that they're currently in. They're like, oh my God, do I? But we've already planned for the trade, right? When you forward plan for your trade, there's nothing you can do but just let the market be the market and let the probabilities lay where they lie. And all you got to do is now, how do you react? How do you proactively react when you either get TP or stop loss? If I hit TP, I'm done, right? The edge has now been completed. If I hit stop loss, because I have enough budget in the day, because 930 is small, and because we have a still opportunity of cash flow movements to, if we do break below 930, then now I'm already structuring for my next short. If I get wicked out of this and we get back above 930, I will be cash flow heavy long, because that is that confirmation of a range one choppy around 930. And I'll be cash flow heavy long with a second attempt. So that's how I'm already forward thinking, managing my trade, letting the process play out, thinking process over outcome. Like when I tell you guys these cliches, these goofy sayings, process over outcome, that's the application of process over outcome. Is you're always thinking of your next process, not this trade has to work out for me to get a payout. This trade has to work out for me to pass an account. This trade no. This trade was already planned for.
All right. I just posted on Twitter what's actually happening in the markets, right?
Oh, God.
Good day. So make sure you go retweet it so the world can see.
Let's see. What does Mickey say here?
That's how we market it, the daily profile.
Iran. We hit U.S. battleship. U.S. No, you didn't. Pentagon. Quietly sliding the Hasbro box back under the table. Guys, who let the news in? Oh my God. We
cracked the news.
Here on Pack. Only give you the news that matters. Dude, we're just a bunch of adult children. Like,
yep.
Guys, listen. I hope this motivates y'all. This is how you trade with peace on the charts, is when you are profitable, you can let this be motivation to work hard, to build your trade plan, to go through all the unsexy work, to where eventually
you too can act like a child while the market is in the most volatile state possible, and you can just sit here and be like, Iran's playing Battleship on the charts. We don't got to sound professional, because we are.
I'll let my trades be the professional part of me.
Dude, and see, I'm naturally in a good mood today. You know why? Because I got sprinklers for this grass that I planted, right?
Oh, nice.
Well, because I've been watering them heavy the past 2 days, and I looked on the weather, and I'm like, dang, dude, it's not going to rain until Wednesday, so I'm going to have to like double water them every day. It's raining right now. And so the market, this is how I know it's going to be full TP day. This is how I know my TPs are going to get hit, because the market baby Jesus did not let my stop loss get triggered here. And it's and all of a sudden it's raining now, so my grass seeds are getting, dude, like this day can't be bad. So it's impossible for me to lose this trade now. If this trade loses, I don't know what to tell you. I guess I quit. I quit trading. I don't know what I'm talking about, dude. Take the microphone from me. I don't know.
Dude, you don't want me to have the microphone.
Yeah. It's fucking nonsense.
And we're still waiting. My stop is below Q1 low, right? Which is at the exact 9 o'clock price. And if it gets stopped out, it does. If not, I'll go the midnight open. Take one off and then let the rest run to P12 high.
C4. Jesus, bro.
This shit's gonna be wild if this is the tweet that goes viral.
Waiting for the day that somebody actually takes us literal and they try to do like a hit piece or something. They're like, look at these people. Selling a course, and this is how they actually trade. You think these people, they use battleships.
Yeah.
And then we just lean into it, dude. What's
No,
wrong
I
with
would love that. Like, you don't use battleships? You haven't seen us on a Seek and Destroy day or a Cloud Strike day.
I don't even want to
You
talk
think
about it. I don't even want to talk about Cloud Strike.
If you guys think Battleship Day is brutal, you would not be able to survive Cloud Strike. I keep meaning to turn that off. I did that for one article.
All right, who is this? Somebody DM me DM either Mickey or me on Twitter or Discord. Who is this person in the chat?
Yo, you got Inconsistent Kit, and Kit is, where's the other one at? I don't know who Kit is, but keep me away from him. There it is. Kit isn't consistent and Inconsistent Kit. They're like twin brothers.
Bro.
My favorite.
Somebody is really upset.
Bro, he's been showing up every freaking day. Yo, you're always welcome here.
Dude, I gotta stop.
All right, Q2, let's go. Go higher.
Dang, I didn't even see London OU was right here. So there we go. So I front ran these high day, low day projections are we're already taking into account London OU breaking. So now I'm even more on the side that, I mean, at this point, if my stop gets hit, we are just off sync with the daily profiler and just what we typically do, because we've met a lot of these low day distributions, but we've only met a sliver, just a very small sliver of the high day. So we got long true. Obviously, long true would be just above average, above median, but we're already just can't even get outside of the 10 basis point range. So even if we're wrong, I think at a minimum, new high day, P12 high retest, just taking forever to get there.
So it looks like we're gonna have a 15-minute inside bar. So obviously, like, we know what to expect with that. If we're gonna take both sides, we'll take one side out and then attack the mid with speed, or we will find support off the mid and continue going in the direction we broke out. Right now, my stop's below the Q1 low because that's where my true invalidation for Q1 low, Q4 high for this is. We've got the deep pullback for a true day, meaning that we won't take out the 730 to 1130 low, but we don't have the price signature for it, right? So we did the deep pullback from the 730 to 830 range, right? And then started going true. But at this point, like, this is looking like a range one to me, right? We've spent 303 handles of the 394 10-day median range. We've already taken out previous day high. We've got probabilities to the upside. But the most famous probability is the downside, right? However, like, we've already cut off the time for that, right? So more than like what I will do, I will either get stopped out or hit TP. Don't really carry it away, right? And then I will let the afternoon session, like, drive any other trades. Like, I'll be looking for the 11 o'clock break or the lunch break with a 1400 break, and then lining it up with the New York 2 range. From the gunship for any other trades that I take. But honestly, like, mostly everybody in the pack caught the 1800 break and caught that magic hour this morning. So everybody's pretty much sitting pretty right now. So there's no need to sit here and lose what you've already made, right? Like, we already see this showing signs of either a range one or a DMP, right? So trade it like that. And, you know, now we get to see if it's going to take one side of the 15-minute and start attacking the mid. Like, so let's look at it right here, right now. All right. So right here, we know that this is a 15-minute inside bar right here. All right. And we'll make it another color. All right. And so now we've taken one side of it. Now we want to see with speed, they attack this mid to take to the other side. If that happens, then we are still on track for a Q1 low, Q4 high for this hour and a 3-hour line up. If it doesn't, if it fails to do that, then we're expecting the apex signature from this 10 o'clock sweeper to play out, right? And we can expect an apex for the 9, 10, 11. Right, and that's what I'm seeing, and that is my trade plan for the rest of the day. But I'm not in any rush to get in any other trades because I'm up for the day. Hey, Inconsistent Kit, thanks for showing up, brother. No, like, you do what you gotta do, man, and we look forward to having you. All right, one day we're gonna make you change that name to Consistent Mick in Austin. Or actually, hopefully we make it where you change your name to Consistent Your Name, right? That's what it's about. All right, with that being said, Austin, I'll pass it off to you for bottom line running closing statements.
Yeah, brother. You guys know at this point it's TP or stop loss for this trade. If the stop loss gets hit, I'll still I'll set my alerts and I'll still be looking for another position if we just do a range one day, going false late into the session, because that's always a possibility. But other than that, I'll just this DWPs, these slow grinds to the upside. This is that signature of just higher highs, higher lows, but they just take a very long time to get there. But then if I'm wrong, then that's why my stop is where it is, because we have all this opportunity to the short side for, at a minimum, the cash flow portion, if we can't get any more expansive movement to the upside for the long. I don't have anything. I don't know if PTFX, I know Cody's taking a break. I don't know if PTFX is up here. So what I will do in the meantime is I can, if you have to go, Mick.
Yeah, I do have to go.
15 minutes is I'll stay live if anybody wants any questions answered. If you guys want me to go over anything in detail, I'll kind of fill in a little bit of the dead air, and then I'll just put the gunship on, and then we got Bootcamp Focus session up at noon. So yeah.
Real quick, let me show you guys right here, right now. Like for the inside bar, like everybody wants to say, and I'll cover some time with this, right? Everybody wants to say, if it's an inside daily, inside 15, inside 1 minute, right? Like it's guaranteed to hit both sides, right? But that's not the case, right? Statistically, we see that is not the case. And each time frame, right, will have a different probability of that actually happening, right? But that's why you lean on the live price signature to kind of confirm that it's going to do it more so. Because there is no true edge on an inside bar being true or false, right? Yes, you can go to the daily chart. You can see plenty of inside daily bars that you can see like a mixture of sometimes they hit both sides, sometimes they don't, right? So like, you know, you always need to put a live price signature behind like those things that don't really have edge, right? To determine what side of the market is going with. Like, is this going to be one of the times where it hits both sides, or is this going to be one of the times that it doesn't hit both sides and it only hits one side? Right. So one thing that we do in the daily profile and at the pack, right, is we plan for both, right? Because it's better to plan for both with something that doesn't really have edge than to not plan for either, right? Or to live under a false assumption, right? So right now we know that we haven't taken out Q1 high or low, and that typically tells us that you're in a range in market, other than the fact that we've swiped the 930 a million times, right? This shouldn't be a surprise that we're in a range in market, right? Now, just because we broke Q2 high or Q2 low right here doesn't mean, right, this is the Q1 high and we're expecting a Q4 low, right? Because this was a 15-minute inside bar. We're kind of still in la-la land waiting for Q2 or Q3 to break the Q1 high or low to show us which one's in statistics, right? We know we have the signature for a 3-hour line up. And so the moment we breach this right here will be the signature for the apex. Right now, our hour probability is mixed because we've taken out this high and we know that this opening price matters. From a 3-hour approach, your 3-hour probabilities are up, right? Because we're above this opening price in the state that we are in, right? From a daily profile standpoint and a candle sign standpoint, you have higher pricing. You guys don't get to control when we're going to accumulate or range or whatever, right? Even though statistically we typically go up higher during this time of the session, today's one of the days where it's like, we're not going to do that, bro. So make sure that like you still keep your vision on what typically happens and what your trade plans are, but do not lose focus on the fact that we're ranging and we do have a possible DMP, meaning that the hours will stack higher for the rest of the day. But like it's too early to tell, and we're still too close to the 930 to make that decision, right? So if we can take out this inside 15, that will support the DMP. If we cannot, like we're not going now, that will support the range one, and you know what kind of trader you should be for the rest of the day. So with that being said, hopefully that was helpful. If it wasn't, I'm sorry. If it was, cool. All right, Austin, I do got to jump.
All right, man.
All right, later,
This
man.
was even though it was boring, still fun trading, man.
Heck yeah, man. Always is.
Wingo asks, are we going to 950 and 28,000 today or not? That's all I want to know. Let's see. Where's 28,000? 28,000 would be new high day. Yeah. I mean, if we stay in this bullish structure, I think that's very realistic. I think, honestly, if my stop loss gets hit, which means we'd get back below 930, that would be a signature that I think the high day is either in, or at the very least more expansive move to the upside, and the RTH session's a lot less. So if my stop loss doesn't get hit, I would agree with you. I think if we're on the right side of price, is just a slow grind to the upside, unsexy grind. But on the opposite side of that, I'd say, yeah, if we do any sort of failure to make a bullish hourly candle, then high day might be in. Modell asks, guys, yeah, ask all your questions here. I'll sit here for as long as we need to. Ambiguous Hour team is out today, so I'll just sit in and hang out with you guys a little bit longer, call price a little bit with you all, and then I'll just let the gunship kind of show some early market or late market AM trades. Modell asks, how can we analyze London OU, which holds price like this? Some people use London OU like that. So one of our Magic Hour traders, Drez, he really likes to use the London and Asia OUs to kind of simulate, if we take the OU, we're most likely taking the other side of the range. So if Drez is in here, he can give more information if he wants to. But I'll tell you, so Modell, that's one way that one of our members in the community, they really like to leverage these OUs. I'm sure there's other people in here that maybe do more around if we respect or reject it. But one kind of, I guess, way I can for sure tell you that one of our members has a lot of value in using the OUs is just that, is typically when you see that we do go broken. So when we do take an OU, the midpoint of Asia or London, we typically will have a high probability of now just, that's a signature that we're due to hit the other side of the range. And the other side of the range for London would be right here at 947.75. And same thing for Asia. So Asia OU would be here, right? So you see how when we took Asia OU right here at 410 last night, we took Asia OU and then slammed down here and took to the other side.
Hi, thanks for holding on the line. This is Joe Adam, and I'll be happy to assist you for your final expense codes. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm long right now on NASDAQ, 8 contracts. I'm trying to sit here and see if we can get this cash flow target. How are you doing? Ah, dang it. Dude, I just want to do a live prank call and a live trade session at the same time. Is that so hard? Come on. I'm trying to create a new niche. Where you live trade, and because the way that you live trade is so peaceful, you can prank call. Guys, scammers hate me. If you guys, we need to create a movement to where Instead of just putting scammers to voicemail, guys, they're going to call you either way. Why not waste their time so that way they don't scam old grandma and old grandpa? All right, because some people just, I guess, still don't know that in 2026, people aren't just going to call you and asking you about your Social Security. But dude, I'll answer them every single time. Old Meemaw and old Pawpaw, bro. So no questions, man. No questions. No questions in the chat about anything that we do, any way that we trade. Anything that you guys would like to see, demonstrate, talk over. We do these every week, bro. And one thing that I'm always just super, super curious of, dude, is we come here live every Monday. Mickey does his analysis Tuesday through Thursday, and then Fridays we do in-depth analysis on Fridays. Like one reason why I structured it the way that we structure it and do the way that we do it, there goes TP1, is you know, if I'm somebody learning, how can I make it to where it's an environment that I would want to be in if I was starting at nothing, right? If I was starting at just level 0. Well, I don't just want to learn. I don't just want to be taught theory, you know, and that's what just the problem with what this industry is like so many people, dude. You ask anybody on Twitter, what's your strategy? Everybody will jump to you and be like, yeah. This is my strategy. This is my strategy. This is my strategy. And then you ask the next question. Can you show me you executing that strategy live for a week straight? And it's crickets, you know, because you have two sides of the coin in the education space, and that's either let's just acknowledge the elephant in the room. Most people are scared of being wrong. Most people just are self-conscious of if they're teaching something, they don't want to be wrong, right? They don't want to be proven wrong or to show that they're human. But that's just how trading is, dude. Trading is sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. And I think there's a lot of value that is missed when you just teach theory, when you just teach, yeah, dude, this is where I place my TP and stop loss. Okay, but how do you handle when that doesn't work? How do you handle when you just can't, there's TP number 2. How do you handle when you can't see 10 points to save your life? Because guess what? That happens. That happens. And people that you teach need to know that you're human too. That human component is missed because most people either are just full of crap and what they're teaching you, they actually cannot demonstrate live. Or if they do it, they're just scared to show you the other side of the coin, which is when they're just getting stopped out and when they're wrong. And I think that is the most largest learning portion that anybody that is teaching or doing a mentorship or something, that's what they should be doing. Because at a bare minimum, if you project that you should be perfect every day, and if your students think that they need to be perfect every day, well, guess what happens when they're just being human and when they're wrong? Guess what happens when they just can't see a trade to save their life? They think that they need to be perfect. They go on FOMO, they go on tilt, they blow accounts. They have that gambler mindset of just one more reset, one more reset, one more reset. And when you keep that brain mindset up for so long, you start to ask yourself, I don't know why I'm FOMO. I don't know why I'm going through FOMO so much. I don't know why I'm thinking I have to be. Why am I getting stopped out 10 times before being right? Because you think that you have to be perfect every time. You don't. You just got to manage risk when you can't see the market, and then maximize your runners when you are. That's trading. And we all acknowledge that. Everybody in this world will acknowledge, yeah, man, trading's just about managing risk, but then they won't show you both sides of managing risk. Guys, managing risk does not just mean only winning trades. You know, managing risk does not mean only managing winning trades. Managing risk also means managing the times you're wrong, managing the losses, managing just not seeing it clearly. Come on, so drop your questions in the chat. We're here. Let me know if you're new here watching for the first time. And let me know anything that you want. We got, you guys like that prank call? We got Bands in the chat. Bands, what's up, Bands? Vinny, what exactly is the gunship? Is proprietary? Yeah, so the gunship is kind of like, so in the boot camp, you get the daily profiler and candle science, right? That's the two major machines that you guys learn how to use that is built through statistics. Well, then when you graduate the boot camp, a tool that builds on top of what you guys learn in the first portion of the boot camp, which is measure moves, statistics around measure moves and constants, that type of thing. The gunship is a formal way of you seeing what I've done over 2 years of this whole project, and research has been 2 years and running now, of getting this together to where you see it's on my right side of my screen here, where it's measured moves, specific measure moves throughout the entire daily candle. And it's to show you the high strike rate portion, the median, and then the above average portion of favorable price movement of different measure moves of the day. And the specific moves that it's looking at are sequences that cause different signatures of the daily candle. So, you know, like the 1800 break is to take advantage of the high day, low a day time period that we typically make high day, low a day between Asia. 3 o'clock break is the movement to take advantage of the London Open. The magic, they're all like specific moves designed for different if-then reasons on why they're there to create the daily candle. So that's what the gunship is. Nick asks, what is your if-then chess move on trading into the direction of an out-of-stat high day, low a day that is against a false that has also an out-of-stat high day, low a day with it? So basically longs today. Perfect question, Nick, because that's obviously, you know, that's what am I trying to say here? That's what's happening today. Is we have this low a day down here at 620, and this is where the daily profiler really shines. Like today, you guys are seeing an example of failing to the level of our systems. This low a day is exactly what Nick is saying. This is an out of statistic low of day, and then we typically go false more than we go true, which is what? We take this low. So guys, if you are new here, or if you're somebody that still hears, like you've been returning, but you're still wondering, what does this dude mean when they say they use statistics to day trade? Because Austin just traded against what we statistically have a high probability of doing. And this is where a lot of people get it mixed up. When you use statistics to day trade with, you're not using statistics to predict exactly when you're going to be right and wrong, right? Just like I told you guys back here, we statistically go false 68% of the time. So why would I be trading against a 68% probability? Because live price needs to align. Keyword that I tell you guys we do every single day is our mission statement, what we do as a company here to teach you all is we align. Keyword, align. Live price with statistics. So when we know the statistical probability that something is going to be 68% accurate, when we know that the low of day is going to most likely not going to be a 620 low of day, how do we also know how to use that statistic for the other side of the coin when it is wrong? Live price will tell us this. Live price will show us if we're not trading towards that statistic, we're most likely doing the minority probability, because even out of a series of 4,500 days, okay, you're going to have that 65 to 68% of the time, we're going to be false. But guess what? Somebody go ask ChatGPT or run the numbers. What is out of a 4,543 days, 4,543 days, what is 40% to 30 to 40% of 4,500 days? That's still a lot of days we go true. Or in this case here, we don't take the other side of this low. So we have to know, okay, well, because there's still a lot of days that we go true, what does live price do that we can catch on to that gives us that signal of the time we're most likely not fulfilling the 68%, but we're actually doing the 30 to 40%. And that's exactly what you've seen me do here live. And this is what answers Nick's question. What is my if-then chess move in trading direction when we have an out-of-statistic low of day that is against a false? Well, I fell to level of my system. I know that by 9:30 to 9:45, we statistically are going to go false more than we go true. That's just a statistical fact that we can see within the daily profiler. So if we start falling outside that time to take this low, well, then we have to ask ourselves, well, then what's the other side of the coin? The other side of the coin is most likely going up. And if we're getting above 9:30, outside of that 9:30 to 10 o'clock window, and we're not even showing signs of accepting below 9:30, then I have to fail to level of my systems and say, as unsexy as this grind higher is, okay, and now it's 10:50, we've locked in a Q4 high for this 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to take off one more micro right there, right now. So now I'm going to change my stop to 3, change this to 1. I'm now 3 micros long right here, right now, going into the final portion of the hour. Why did I do that? Because we're going into Q4. That little spike up that we just did was taking a new in-stat high for this hourly candle, and I'm locking in one more contract of profit. So that way now, if this trade returns and reverses on me, cash flow positive day and trade. If we continue going to the upside, I can continue being right and leeching off of this edge. Right? So I hope that answers your question, Nick. Long story short, how do I trade against two very out of statistic things? Is I fail to level my system. I let live price say that we're still at what is this? When did we finally break above 930? What was it? 951. Around 951, that was our first break above 930. So by that point, we're not showing any signs of getting below the mid of 930. We're not showing any signs of closing below 930. So this is bullish. Like, we're live price, these OHLC candlesticks that we trade. If you use Japanese candlesticks, that's what you're using. You're using open, high, lows, low, close data. So when you guys hear Mick and I say live price, that is live price. Is where are those open, high, low, close data points in conjunction with our statistic of where price is going to go to checkpoint to? Well, if live price, this OHLC data, is accepting above the 930, which is the starting bid of the day, the starting auction of the day, whatever you want to call it, well, then what statistical levels do we have above price? Because at this point, I got to stop marrying going false. If price gets back above 930 before 1130, then great, I will join the shorts. But at this point, live price is accepting above the opening auction of the day. That's bullish. Live price is accepting above the P12 mid, which is the first half of the daily candle, and this is the half of the half. That's 2 for 2. Okay. And now 3 for 3 is we're falling outside the time that we typically do the majority of that false move. So we are 3 for 3 at bullish intent. It's just slow. So as long as we keep doing this bullish intent, I have to just respect that. I would love to see the false. I would love to see a new low a day, but we're not getting it. And we're just seeing variance. But this is how we trade and fail to level of our systems with variance. Modell says, so today's analysis was create a new high, then expect a new low a day. So we expect a lower low. Not so much. I think you just need to go rewatch both of our war games, Modell. Bill Peterson. What's up, Bill Peterson? Welcome here. New subscriber. Nice. Hey, we got 2 new subscribers. You're not an idiot, foolish behavior says I'm a new idiot. Welcome. Modell says, how to learn lots of if-thens in a short time when we learn new topics quickly. Review and simulator are good, but not enough massive information. It is really difficult. Guess what, Modell? You're not supposed to be an expert in a month. Okay? This is where too many people think that day trading is this fast course of just when you learn something, when you review information today, you're supposed to be ready for surgery next week. Do you guys understand that people in medical school, before a doctor even does surgery on a live patient, they have to go through 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of medical school, 4 years of residency, then they work under to get certified, to then qualify. That's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 to 15 years does a surgeon have to go through all the schooling to then be able to do a live patient. But people in the trading world can't put it into their brain that it takes longer than a week or a month to disseminate and understand information to then put financial risk behind a decision. That pressure that you're putting on yourself, Modell, that you need to get out of that mindset. Like I'm telling you and everybody that relates to this, no matter if you take our course and go through what the Daily Profiler does, or you go on and learn other things. Like you're not supposed to understand stuff at a moment's notice. We give you the information and then it's a self-paced thing. You now take it and go with how long. You're not supposed to just be exposed to information right out of the bat and then next week be able to trade it. But this is how most people approach everything in the market when they learn something. That's just it's just a sad reality. That's why so many people stay spinning their wheels, because they immediately try to apply in the markets with financial risk, or they'll go get a prop account and be like, it's just an eval. What do you mean it's just an eval? That's $50 fucking out of your bank account, $60 out of your bank account, $100 out of your bank account. What do you mean just an eval? It's just money coming out of your bank account, and you're making decisions that you have absolutely no idea what to do. So my answer back to your question here, as we're pulling back here, let's see if we get stopped, is how to learn a lot of if-thens in short amount of time is you fucking don't. You don't learn a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. You take it one bite at a time. You take one module at a time, just like you would do any skill. You don't learn how to walk the moment you're a baby and you take your first step. You fall on your face 700 times. You're going to learn a bite-sized amount of information and apply it 700 times. If you know how to do an 05 box, you move on to how to read it through quarters. If you understand how to read quarters, you move it on to how do I apply this with the classification of the day, right? You build onto the information. But if you try to do it quick and rush it, absolutely, you're gonna feel overwhelmed, just like anybody would. It doesn't matter if it's day trading with statistics or learning trigonometry. If you're going to learn a new skill that you don't have that regular exposure to, it's supposed to feel hard. It's supposed to feel overwhelming, because a lot of people in this industry have brainwashed you guys because they have something to sell you, that it's supposed to be easy and quick. Day trading is just supposed to be this easy thing. Oh, why are you making it so complicated? Why are you collecting data? Wow, that's so weird. I don't know why I collect data. Maybe because every business in the entire world that is profitable collects data. How do you make an investment decision into a real estate property? You collect the data to run the numbers. How do you know how much gas to put in your car if you're running low? Because you know that, okay, well, my fuel tank is this much, gas is this much, I run the numbers. How do you know how far your road trip is going to be if you do take a road trip? You run the numbers, you plan the route. We do numbers and collect data behind every decision we do in life. And when you build a business, you need to know your numbers. You go watch Shark Tank, go watch one episode of Shark Tank. What's the first thing they ask every single investor? Show me the numbers. Show me the numbers of your business. You guys in day trading are doing the same thing, but the broken mindset that so many of you have been conditioned and psyoped into believing is that day trading should just be this simple thing to where you click buy, you click sell, and it's supposed to be that easy. It's not supposed to be that easy. It's not supposed to be something you learn in a week. I have been giving my blood, sweat, tears, and soul to this profession almost for 10 years now. And you think you're just going to learn something quick in a month? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So the tips and tricks of how to learn this stuff quick is to just throw away the word quick and be a student. Accept that right now in this very moment. And again, I'm speaking to not just people in the boot camp. I'm speaking to people that just have aspirations to learn how to become a trader. Screw the boot camp. Say you don't even join the boot camp. You don't even join the pack. Screw everything I have to sell you. Listen to me. No matter where you guys go in life, if you want to become something above average, you need to get out of that fucking pussy ass mindset that everything you do is supposed to be good in the first week. And you're entitled to think that everything you do is going to be perfect and you should have this perfect thing. No, you're going to fail. You're going to mess up. You're going to fail hundreds of times. You need to get used to failing. Stop coddling yourself. Stop thinking everything has to be easy, and stop thinking you are entitled to just because you put effort into something that you're supposed to get something out the next week. All right? That's my tough love for y'all. That's my tough love TED Talk. Because guess what? Either you're going to hear it from me or the market's going to not sugarcoat it for you. And you're going to hear it from the market and you're going to pay for the market. Bill Peterson, do you trade the pre-market? Yes, you can see I have a trade right here on my screen, the pre-market. Matt Bullock 76. Dude, you just earned a new subscriber. Not only were you explaining how you have the heart of a teacher, you are doing it while winning a trade. You got, and hey, listen, Matt, I get stopped out too. Like, again, I lose trades too. Go back and watch some other PackTVs. There's been PackTV sessions where I got stopped out 3 times in a row, and it just is what it is. Like, I lose too, but I manage when I'm losing. That's what I want you guys to take away, is that I'm not a perfect trader. I teach over top of losing trades. Okay, so please, if you are new here for the first time, do not judge me based on just the fact that I'm in a winning trade right now. Okay, because I lose and I am human just like all of you. The thing I want you to get at is there is this random dude online that you've never met before with confidence to execute consistently the same way every day. That is what a profitable business in trading is if you have a workflow that gives you positive expectancy over a large sample size, you're still going to get into drawdown. You're still going to have losing streaks and you're still going to lose trades. But over the course of 100 trades, that is what we want, not singular trades. So it would be disingenuous of me to every time I'm in a winning trade to sit here and tell you guys this is why you need to join, because I can win trades. No, I lose trades and have red weeks just like everybody. It's that I manage them. I don't let them destroy me. I let my winners maximize my losers to pay for my losers plus net profit. All right. But thank you. I really do appreciate it. Modell, how to improve live price skills? What are the signs? Which elements do you use in live price analysis? How to improve live price skills? Well, I'm taking you're in the boot camp. So that's where really phase one of the boot camp is that's all phase one is live price. And I think I just told you this earlier. How you improve is you just do reps. You stop hopping around to 700 different strategies and stop hopping around to 700 different ways of looking at this market. Choose one way that makes sense to you. And when I say make sense does not mean what equates to winning trades. Makes sense is what in your brain makes just sense of when price is going up. Why does it make sense for you for price to go up? What's that story that you tell yourself? Some people say that it's liquidity getting taken. Some people say it's a market maker doing a buy program or sell program. Some people say it's bullish order flow. Some people say it's a bullish pattern of an ascending wedge, or the RSI is oversold because some indicator is giving a measurement. I could give two nut hairs about why you think the market is going up or down based on whatever story you tell yourself. It's just what makes sense to you. What story can you tell yourself to give those consistent decision, that consistent bullish or bearish intent, and then you apply statistics to it, aka what you see me do, calling price, using hours, using quarters over hours, and just literally being open to being wrong. I think the final thing I could leave you guys with, if you guys want to call price effectively, accept that you're going to be fucking wrong. I think when you go and watch, when I'm done trading here today, go and watch other live streams. I encourage it. Go listen to how the tonality in people's voices. Go listen to how people show and what they show you. Are they actually showing you their actual entry, their actual stop loss, and where their TP is? Or are they too insecure to show that and they just do this, where they just put a little risk to reward tool on their screen and they say, this is what I'm thinking? Or if they are showing you their entries, are they confident? Or are they over talking and over managing their trade? You can just tell. And the thing that you'll hear, the commonality of when people are just really clueless on this chart, and when they're just like, I can't see, now I'm bullish again, now I'm bearish. They're not confident in their edge. Because why? Where does this confidence come from? The confidence comes from the statistics to show me that this may be the day where my stop loss gets hit, but long term, the P12 high stacked on top of an out of stat high of day with a long true gets taken 7 times out of 10. This just may be the minority of the day that we don't retest the P12 high. And if we don't, that's fine. The confidence comes from accepting that I can be wrong. But if your teacher, if the person that you are trying to learn from puts off this front that they're never wrong, then you can't see, and it robs you, at the student, from that very key learning opportunity of how do I accept being wrong? How do I operate when life is hitting me in the face? How do I operate when the market says, cool story, bro, but I don't give 2 shits about your trade plan or the statistics they came with? How do you operate when that's happening? And that's what's lacking in this space. That's what most people are scared to show you. Again, due to it either being they just have actual crap to sell you, or they don't actually know how to confidently execute their edge. And if they don't know how to confidently execute their edge, then why are they teaching it to you, right? These are those rabbit hole questions that you now have to go down, because I can do this every single day, sharing my screen no matter. And again, I'm not doing that to be arrogant. I'm showing you that we love what we do because it works. It just doesn't work every day 100% of the time. So I improve on my live price skills every single day by accepting, number one, I can still be wrong, but when I'm right, I never hesitated. Because how many times have you guys been in a trade and all the emotional trauma that you go through in your brain and you still hit the TP? Like, look at the trade that I'm currently in, guys. This is why I live trade, so you guys can see how my emotional state is while the trade is going. How many of you in this trade would have been on an emotional roller coaster every time it retraced back to entry, came back into TP, came back to entry, hit full TP, came back to entry, came close to getting stopped like 3 times? Like, how much of an emotional roller coaster would you have been on because you're attaching your identity to the outcome of this specific trade? Versus, I'm clear-minded because I know that if this habit that I practiced in this trade copied over the next 100 trades, I know that I'm going to be profitable. I know that the expectancy is profitable, is good. All right. So Modell, I hope that answers your question. I hope that helps anybody here. Like, if you guys want to reprice, stick to one perspective and just be okay being wrong. That's how to read price. That's how I read price. Vinny, you motivate the hell out of me. Sometimes I get a little over passionate. Daily Profiler, Mickey says every college kid felt overwhelmed when they started needing 120 credits. Yeah, man. People confuse feeling overwhelmed with right and wrong. Like, guys, sometimes when you're feeling overwhelmed, that doesn't mean that what you're doing is bad. That means you're doing something that you don't understand. That's it. I don't know why people are so afraid of feeling overwhelmed. Like, you should feel overwhelmed. Feel overwhelmed. Feel overwhelmed more so you can learn and grow. Why do you want to feel comfortable every fucking minute of every day of your life? Get a little bit uncomfortable. Do hard things. Man, I'm surprised of your hold this trade has gone everywhere. Well, when you build your trade, you trade your trade, right? Sometimes it be like that. Let's see if we get stopped here. If we get a close below the 50%, close below 50%, we're done. So that was the trade. We are ending the day very healthy on the day. So look at this. So I don't normally show this, but we're going to today. So you guys can see the whole picture. This is the start to the end of the entire live session. I usually just share the executions because it doesn't really freaking matter. It doesn't matter how much money that I make. It doesn't really matter to you, but some people, they like to see it because of whatever reason. People like to pocket watch. So here, just from what you guys seen here, across 3 accounts on a portfolio, or 2 accounts on a portfolio, $1,800. Kept risk low. The max risk you guys seen on this trade was 8 micros. Like, I only used 8 micros. No over risking, no over managing the trade. We went long, cash flowed, closed the runner here in profit still, long, cash flow, extended cash flow, just a tad. And then you guys just seen the two micros get stopped here. And we even made the expense just a tad bit more cheap than it needed to be. And this is the day. And now I can trade with this. This right here is why I have peace on the charts, guys, because I get paid to do the same process over a large period of time. This day could have been red. I could have gotten stopped on that news candle. I would have been long again. I would have cash flowed out of this trade again. And this would have just been a little bit less of a green day, but still a green day. You know, it's just follow your process. That's what I want these live streams to be of motivation to you, is to not trade like me. I don't want you guys to come up here and be like, I want to trade the 930 exactly the way Austin trades. No, I want you to come to these sessions and be like, okay, I see some guy up here screaming to the rooftops that all I got to do is do the same thing and make sure that same thing is backed by some statistic that is repeatable. And then I get all this breath of fresh air knowing that I don't have to be a perfect trader and I can still make money. You know, like look at how much drawdown this long took. I took all this drawdown and I was still able to realize gains. You know, look at this long. I took drawdown here, still realized gains. So what other questions y'all got? Y'all got some good stuff in here. Tuesday say, get off my lawn. I told y'all I'd be done in like 15 minutes and now I'm still here. Let's break down this 11 o'clock candle while I'm here. So if I were to read price live right now, going into 11 o'clock, we are short out of 11 o'clock. Let's get the gunship going here for the 11 o'clock break. 11 o'clock break is front running short to the downside. It looks like it already actually took a short. Cash flow for this short is here at 823.50. Let's see if gunship did it. Boom. All right. You guys know what this calls for. Gunship just hit full TP. Zero freaking drawdown.
PackTV to gunship. Do you copy? PackTV to gunship. Do you copy? Copy that. Targets are profitable.
Target acquired, trade executed. Drops go boom when the levels respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green, yeah, the account stay popping. No spray and pray, this ain't luck or hope. We calculate risk like a sniper scope. Pull back hits, yeah, we loading again. Gunship squad stacking wins on wins. Boom! That candle just launched. Shorts got cooked, yeah, they get installed, sir. We just hit another TP.
Copy that. Secure the equity.
Target acquired, trade executed. Drops go boom when the levels respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green, yeah, the account stay popping.
Plan it, execute it, profit, repeat. PackTV.
Y'all like that? Y'all like that? Oh, man. Blue Horse says, I shorted the Q4 from 10 back to the top of 930. Range 1 homework. Let's go. Yes, sir. This is everything meeting the range 1 day now. We're back below the 930 midpoint. We getting below the 11 a.m. open, getting below 930. So now my targets would be 9 o'clock low for the potential range 1 day right here. Dude. And there we go. 9 o'clock low right there live. Y'all just seen that. That was pretty cool. And now I would be looking for a new low in Q3 to Q4 of this 11 o'clock hour to suck back into the 930 and to do a range 1 day. Let's go. Who got these nice trades from 930? Look at this. We just got 11 a.m. break, full freaking TP, extended cash flow shorts, fully out. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Pack members, who in the Pack trade group? We got 54 people watching right now. How many of y'all got this gunship short, baby? Zero freaking drawdown, live right here in front of y'all. Let's go. Hit that like button. Hit that dang like button. What up, Modell? Modell says, I asked because you told prior we trade against statistics when live price acts differently. You pointed 3 elements such as 930. Can't recall. I asked to be sure those 3. Gotcha. Okay. Yep. So I hope I answered your question, Modell, when I also answered Nick's question. And look at us going into the long false low of day. Look at this. We are now officially long false. Long false low of day time is 11 to 12. Y'all seen us war game this before the market even freaking opened, dude. And this is why I love what we do. This is why I love statistical-based day trading. I like day trading because it gives you the freedom to have a low barrier to entry business into a scalable business with no ceiling. I like statistics because they give you objective truths. They demystify things that you think are or are not real. And so when you combine the two, when you combine a profession that has no ceiling of scalability with the freedom and the ability to do this profession anywhere in the world, combined with objectivity and scalability through numbers, you now have a scalable business of repeating actions, and you just have to do the same freaking thing every day. How dope is that, guys? Like, how incredible is that? And y'all don't even have to believe me. We have over 3 years of content on this channel, and you can go and see it for yourself. We have live sessions over live sessions. We got videos. We got freaking Twitter threads, X spaces. Got it all, bro. Gotta love this, man. Love what we do. What's up, Ed C? Haven't seen you around in a hot minute. Ed C's been a follower for I think I've seen him around Twitter for a good 2 years now, I think, Ed. Appreciate you being here, Ed. We got Raise the Bar J, Front Run Gunship, got me good. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm freaking talking about. Late long false for the win. Bill said I didn't hold for Gunship, was too early for the 11 a.m. break. Hey, you're out. You got paid for the trade, baby. Got paid for the trade. Blue Horse shorted for the New York high. Was using high probability targets for range 1 rather than home runs. Good job, dude. There we go. So, Bill, so are you starting to get into that groove? Or are you doing the 1-2? So you're doing the 1-2 challenge, and you're adjusting those 1-2 targets. So you're still getting cash flow targets. You're still getting extended TP targets. So you're scratching that holding a runner itch, but you're adjusting it to what the classification of the day is. How powerful is that, dude? You're turning what you thought was a weakness into a strength. The dopest thing in the freaking world. Let's go. We got Nick in the chat. Nick says, as a follow-up, is sticking to live price conditional on there being a statistical thesis? Exactly. Exactly, Nick. I'm not just saying because the long false is left open to the downside and we break above 930, I'm long. No, I still need some sort of statistical analysis that makes sense, because you'll notice some days, not every day I'm trading away from the false. You get what I'm saying? Not every day, but I had levels to the upside versus if, let's say we had, here's the New York 1 range, and let's say this is the high of day. Let's say we go long, and this is 930 high, like we make a high of day here, and then we get above 930. I'm not sitting here shooting for home run targets in this example because I have no levels. The only thing I have to work with to the upside is pure MFE off of 930 and the gunship. That's it. So I'm going to still look for those extended targets for my 2 in the 1-2 punch, but they're going to be scaled down a lot less. So for Nick, it's exactly like I need some sort of statistical thesis for my analysis to tell me, okay, paired with my analysis, here's levels that get us to the upside, right? So for this, because we were long and we still had the P12 out of stat high of day and this distribution up here, 100%, I was still looking for that extended target to the upside. But because I couldn't even get that, because we haven't even gotten that, now to the downside, okay, if we got below 930, that's why I was saying we could at a minimum get to the 9 o'clock low, because I have statistical levels. I have things telling me that, backed by numbers, once live price is agreeing to that direction, we could get here. You get what I'm saying? So now look, guys, we called this entire 11 o'clock candle live in front of y'all. Like, once we got below 930, making this Q1 high, okay, to confirm a range day, it was to take this 9 o'clock low right here. We took the 9 o'clock low. So I'm thinking now we suck back into 930. And again, this is a classic range signature. Is now if we make a new in-stat low in Q3 to Q4 of this 11 o'clock candle, I would want that to be made first. So this is what gets me back to 930 now. So if I'm a range trader, this is how I trade the range, guys. This is how in range 1 days you can make a boatload of money trading the reversion back to 930. You see Drez do it all the time. And range 1 days are where Drez just kills it. But anybody like El Dionis does the same thing. Like range 1 days, this is a scalper's paradise, and somebody that shoots for home runs, this is their worst nightmare. Because for here, we want to now see going into Q3. So it's 2 minutes left. So at 11:30, this is the third quarter of this hour. So going into this hour, what I want to see is, because statistically we form a high or a low in Q1. Well, we got the high right here, but we have a low in Q2. We don't typically make a low in Q2 with a high in Q1. We statistically make a high in Q1 and at a minimum make a low in Q3. So because we're in a now range 1 choppy style day, my classification of the day is range. Well, then where can we start that range? 2 different areas. Number 1, we're about to get it in 40 seconds, which is the Q3 open. Okay, so this is how I read price candle by candle. And sometimes, guess what? I'm wrong. And you are about to see why I'm so confident even when I'm wrong. Because it's the confidence in consistent decision making that gets us to consistency, not being right about every decision. Okay, imagine if a basketball player, every time they went to, like a professional basketball player, every time they went to go shoot, they did some sort of calculation to make sure that's the shot that's going to go in. No, they just take their shot, and they take hundreds of them and they lose most of them. Okay, it's about how can you maximize when you're right. So going into Q3, here we go. Here's the open of Q3. This is a 15-minute candle. Statistically, in the first 3 to 4 minutes of most 15-minute candles, we form the wick of that 15-minute candle. So right here, right now, I am trying to see, how do we get above or below this hourly candle, this 15-minute open. And then if we start getting below the open, if I move this aside, you see how we formed a wick. If we get below the open of this Q3, then that tells me we're most likely making a new low right here to take this Q2 low, to make a new low in Q3. And that is when I'll start to expect the reversion back to 930 for a range 1 day. But if we get above this open right here, right now in this 15-minute candle, I can now suspect that maybe the low is in for this hour and we just make an out of statistic low for this quarter. Okay, that's why I understand and use both sides of the statistic, not just the time that it's right. And I ask myself, okay, well, if live price sometimes still gives us a low probability of making a Q1 high and a Q2 low, what would live price look like to get us to do that? And that's exactly what you're seeing here is, if we go down to then go up, we would be making a low in this 15-minute candle to then get above the opening price, to then get back above the 930, to get to the 930. We got 30 minutes left till Bootcamp Focus, ladies and gentlemen. Ed has been around for 3 years. Dang. Good to see you, bro. Magic Hour got me cash flow to allow higher risk for the short and a home run day, dude. Justin's having the time of his life. He's over here doing back flips, front flips, cartwheels. He's having a good old time. Waiting for Q3 and 4 to tell me what price shorts or continues. We're going back to range 1. See, Bill, you already know it, bro. Bill, you know the if-thens. If-thens, my friend. Brooke says, woke up, turned on the computer, and caught short momentum between 5 to 6. Got two $1,500 on 2 accounts for the 50% consistency. It was a tiny Magic Hour move on the gunship. Yep. Yeah, we had we literally did the gun. This actually, if you see my trade over here, Brooke, this is the gunship trade. So we did the full cash flow movement of the gunship, and I just closed the runner when we got below 930. So yeah, gunship, Magic Hour on the gunship was really nice today. Bill, you talking about me? Scalper's Paradise. There you go. Yep. Home run nightmare. Make it a pleasant dream instead of a nightmare now. Because you now know what to look for, right? All right. First 3 to 4 minutes has now been set for this 15-minute candle. So just like how in the community, we use the 05 box. We like to take the first 5 minutes of the hour to say, okay, this is the open. This is like the opening range, you could say, of the hour. Just like how we have an opening range of the RTH. And so just like we have an 05 box, which is the opening range of that hour, you can use the 3 to 4 minutes as the opening range, quote unquote, of that 15-minute candle. And so you can literally take this 15-minute candle. Oh, there we go. You can take this 15-minute candle and take the first 3 to 4 minutes and now be like, okay, look, here's the high and the low of this 15-minute candle. And then if I wanted to scalp a trade back to 930, let's let the daily New York levels load here. And I'll show you guys how I can even use the daily New York levels to scalp this. We can take the 1105. Cutoff will be 13. We can see we're at the extended MFE portion of this 11 to 11 o'clock 5 breakout. You see right here, we're at the extended portion, even in the gunship of this MFE. So now we can say, okay, we're spending the budget here of this 11 o'clock 05 break. And so now going down to the 1 minute, if we take this in stat low of this Q3, suck back into the 05, that is a prime reversal signature. And let's practice a 1-2 punch. I'll even take this live for a scalp. I'm going to keep my risk really tight around this quarter. just to show you guys how I scalp, like, you know, usually off stream. Okay, so no wick, no close just yet. Just being patient. If we don't get it, we don't get it. Oh, we did. Oh, I am blind. I am legitimately blind. We did get it. This was a long. Ha! This was a long right here. Let's see if we get this close. We get this close, I'll try for it. There we go. I'm going to try for this long. Taking this Q3 low. 2 micros at 10 basis points off the entry. And then already thinking about the next trade, right? So this is how I scalp these range days. So either I'm correct, and now we made that Q3 low, we wicked that previous 15-minute low to come back to the open of this 15-minute candle. I get the cash flow portion off of this move. But then if I'm wrong and the stop loss gets hit, well, guess what? I'm already thinking about the next trade. The next trade is if my stop loss gets hit, we're continuing to the downside for a Q4 low. Therefore, I can join the shorts. So my pivot point for if we're going to continue or reverse is right here, this tight little zone that I can actually, you know, manage risk around very, very well, just like you would see me with the 930. So I'm trading around this. If for those of you, for lack of better terms, if you don't understand the terms I'm using or the statistics I'm using, is this zone right here. The low point of 714 to the high of 729. If we stay above it, I'm bullish. We get below it, I'm bearish. All right, looks like I'm getting stopped. If we get a close below this zone, you're going to see me adjust and join the shorts. Risking about 180. Oh. You can see how powerful this zone is at trying to show us if we're going to pivot and we're going to continue or reverse around here. We got to get a close. There's my close. Again, we're going to take 2 micros off at this point because we're showing more like the close below here. I'm trying to either take this short for an expansive bearish candle or take this long above here for the reversal back to the range 1. So the short's going to have a lower price movement than what I'm trying to do for this long. So let's see if I either get stopped or if we get this close, I'll close this early. I'll just be 0 for 2 at trying to get this reversal here. Just paying attention to see where we close on this candle, or if my stop gets hit, either one. All right, close back above, close the trade back out. Just 0 for 2 right there, not really deciding what direction we're going to do, so I'm just going to be patient and wait for the next quarter here, or the next candle close, either one, whichever comes first. I'll get this close above. I'm going to try this again. Again, keeping risk really tight because there's a lot of room for this movement if we finally get away from this low. All right, taking this long again. And then I will place 2 micros right here, 15 basis points above the Q1, or the 15-minute high here. Range 1 day behavior, and I got a nice DM from Drez here. I knew it. I knew it. We'll take 1 micro instead of 2 off here. And I'm going to place 1 more at 20 basis points. Dude, trading view, stop. There we go. What's today low a day? Alan Piner. I'm not sure what you're asking. What's today low a day? Drez is brand new still. Honestly, the same trade will be the same scalp, the same idea will be the same, even if this gets stopped here. As you can tell, I'm really trying to manage risk around this and build a position around this zone. It's the same logic. When you guys see 930 is only 15 basis points, you'll hear how I'm really happy at taking a lot of chances around that 930 because there's a lot of opportunity of expansion. So it's kind of the same thing here. Like this zone of this low that we've made in the 11 o'clock hour combined with the range 1 confirmation we got is so powerful that either I'm wrong and we do continue lower to a new low a day, or I'm right and this is the low that reverses back to 930. So I'm trying to keep risk really tight here. And now I'm being hyper focused at this first 3 to 4 minutes of this 15-minute candle. If this is bullish, here's the opening price of this 15-minute candle. If this is bullish, this is the wick creation of this 15-minute candle that gets us a reversal back to 930. If this is bearish, and this is just a very tiny wick that we just made at the open of this 15-minute candle, well, then that's a strong bearish signature that now I'm shorting if we get back below the zone. Okay, so as you guys can see, I'm really trying to manage risk. And if I get chopped up, just like with 930, if this is the moment that we just choose to chop for the next 30, 40 minutes, so be it. I'll just pay for the trade. That happens. Sometimes that happens. All right, here's the 4th minute of the 15-minute candle printing right now. We're just going to trade this hour until boot camp focus. All right, here's if we get a close below this, the opening of this 15-minute, I will be short instead of long, and I'll close this long right here, right now. Just being very patient. All right, closed. Flipping short. Buy stop above the open of this 15-minute candle. I'm going to give this one more attempt. If I just get chopped up around here, it's going to be either I get stopped, I'll try one more time for the long back to 930. And if I've just paid for 4 trades to just chop around here, then this is a very low, is a very low occurring thing. So I'm happy to lose against the winning team if that happens, but it's getting chopped, dude. Sideways 15-minute candles. Putting 1 micro at a new Q4 low of this hour. High strike rate portion of the lunch break. All right. Can't get any follow through around this low here. Oh, wow. Just barely missed that 15-minute low, too. Alan Piner, is this a prop live account or a personal live account? My question to you would be, as long as this doesn't say paper right here on the bottom left, no matter if this is a funded account or a live cash account, does this actually matter at the value that you get from seeing me execute live? Does that matter? Does you knowing that make a difference? Yes or no? Do an hour on the 15-second chart like you did on Twitter. I'm just curious how you do the entry. Exactly how you see me enter right now is how I would. Dusky the Great. And that was honestly more of an experiment for fun than like something I would do long term. So it wouldn't really do you any good. All my entries are always closures above and below a zone or that's it. Like they're always closures of some kind. So it's nothing special. Looks like I'm going to get chopped up around this 05 box here. So like I said, one more attempt at if we get this reversion, I just get, you guys got to see both sides of the coin here. I told you guys, I don't just win. I told y'all, look at this. So sometimes you get this and sometimes you get chopped up and you just can't get that final follow through. And that's what I'm trying to get right here is this final follow through. Range one retracement back to 930. And if this just may be the moment price decides to chop around. Because we just missed that Q4, that making, new low in this hour. That's what I was really trying for in this short. Understand, but I was just curious to know because I use prop account and log in with Trade8, but your show's Ninja Trader. Please don't take this wrong. No, I'm not taking it wrong. I'm genuinely asking you because like we do these live sessions to like give you guys value to show you like we practice what we preach, right? And to show execution over live price. And so even if 1% of your attention is focused elsewhere, you're wasting your time. And that's what I'm being I appreciate you're saying what you're saying, but like I am being very real with you. Why does it matter? That's what you guys have to ask yourself in your brain. Like why does it even matter? Why do I care if this is what type of account this dude's trading? This dude is literally telling me and showing me when he buys and when he sells. That the process, the technique is what matters. That's what matters when you're watching somebody trade. It's not the type of account they trade. There's no value. There's nothing tangible value that you can use. Of the value that you can see here is that I'm willing to put money on the line, whether it's a funded account or a cash account. I'm willing to sit here and have financial risk, and it doesn't say trading view paper. That's the important, that I have confidence that I can actually trade, and the wins and losses are either for payouts or not. I'm gonna wait for Q4 here. I'm not taking any more trades in this quarter. Got stopped out twice in this quarter, stopped out once in this quarter. So I'm gonna be patient and wait for the next quarter to see if we continue to the downside, taking the new a new low here. I'm sorry, not quarter, next hour, taking the 11 o'clock low, or is this the low for the New York 2, and we now come up to the retrace back to 9:30 going into 12 o'clock. But we got Bootcamp Focus going on in 1 minute. All right, lunch break is activated short to the downside. I want to take this lunch break short. Stop loss is going to be at the other side of the invalidation of the gunship move. Cash flow is going to be here at 684.50, front run cash flow of lunch break. Extended target is going to be 1 micro at the high, right here at the high strike rate portion of the MFE. And then final exit's going to be at the tip of the median MFE. And that's how we're going to manage the trade. All right. So hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And Bootcamp Focus, off to you.
Did you find value in how Austin and Mick trade and analyze the market? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTV group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
New day, new place, Bootcamp Focus. Put your money where your mouth is. Justun, Danny, bring the focus. I think we on to something, and you know it's gotta be something to notice. And you know it's gotta be something to notice. I think we on to something. Bootcamp Focus. Bootcamp Focus.
Maybe. Am I here? Am I not here? I don't know. Technology, and I had to freaking fiddle around, so I wasn't going to trade anyways, but obviously missed.
Yeah, you
this.
good? I can hear you.
There we go. Yay, I'm alive. So it looks like you took the front run for me, so I appreciate that. And we're almost at cash flow, so yeah. How's everybody doing? If you have any questions, let me know. I'll be here for half an hour to an hour. We'll see. I might cut it short if we're not getting questions and stuff today. I do want to keep working on some gunship stuff, just making the algo stuff for this. So you might hear some trades in the background. I turned it down a bit, but they're kind of running themselves right now, and I'm just kind of testing things and making sure everything's doing what it should be doing. So excited for that. Other than that, today I'm done trading. I took a magic hour long, got some cash flow, and then held one last runner at the end, hoping we'd get up to here before that, but then we didn't. So I got out of that. Sorry, got out of that. I can't remember what happened anyway. So I got some cash flow and then took a lunch break, or the 11 o'clock break. I was able to front run that one and get a really nice cash flow for the day on that one. So I'm done for the day. But obviously this is where I'd be looking and would have taken a lunch break here for sure. And hopefully okay, I'm still moving on my screen, so hopefully you guys are seeing me. Things are on my computer. I don't know. I have a pretty decent computer, but it's challenging me lately. It's challenging me. Oh, there we go. You can see that's up, so I'm good there. Okay, anyways. So if you guys have any questions, please post them in the chat. Basically, the idea around this hour is to talk about bootcamp, go through what the bootcamp members are learning, if they have any questions on it, which I can go ping them right now, and just be an overall information question. I like also going through psychology. I like just chatting about trading in general. I have been through the ringers. I've had my best year ever. I've talked about that the last couple of these focus sessions. But it's not still without heartache and some mistakes and whatever, and still trying to be more disciplined with myself. So, and I know a lot of people out there are going through the same kind of thing. Oh, hi, I wasn't live. Feel bad. And so, yeah, so that's what I'm here for. So if you guys have questions, if you're thinking about the boot camp and want to know some things about it, please go ahead and ask away. If you have questions about gunship, that's kind of my meat and potatoes this year. I started out just my own trading style that was around similar gunship moves, and then once we finished developing this gunship indicator, I kind of just made it my mechanical system kind of thing, because I do like having some rules to live behind to help keep me sane, because sometimes I like to click buttons a little more than I should. So this has helped me do much better at that. I'm still not perfect, but every time I screw up, it's always because I clicked the button when I shouldn't have. So the more I keep fixing those mistakes, the more I get better at it, kind of thing, and got to a payout again after a little bit of a drought last week. And then on my hoping to get there. I don't think I'll get a payout this week, but I'm hoping to get to one for next week and keep that pattern going. And if I can do that, I can cash flow the way I want to. So life is good in that sense, but still improving. So we haven't quite hit a cash flow there. If I was in this trade, I would be cash flowing basically in the front run, which I believe was this one. Yeah. And I would be cash flowing there and will have protected my queen at that point, and then seeing if I can get some extended cash flow going probably for the front run confirmation and then something further down. But we'll see if we actually get a full-on break, because right now we're breaking back in to the range. So just confirmed exactly what I'm watching for the 12-hour. Okay, that was a comment from before. Yeah, Austin was the marathon streamer today for the day. Hung around for a bit and went through some gunship stuff, so that was awesome. I was getting ready for this one, so let me see. Well, we got a bunch of you here, so somebody's got to have some questions. I'm going to go into the Discord and make sure our bootcamp members are pinged if they want to come on out and hang, unless it's already been done for me. Oh, I got some tickets to check on later. New bootcamp chat. Let's grab this one. That. get some of them in here, hopefully. And other than that, there we go. Cash flow and second cash flow. So basically, I'd have a runner on here, and one contract to two contracts, depending on how heavy I would have gotten in here. And that would have depended on how my day was going, what accounts I was using, whether I would have gotten in with 3 or 5 or 6 kind of thing. And that would determine whether I'd have 1 or 2 runners. If I have 2 runners, I'd probably take one off somewhere in here and then hold one for the Hail Mary. Otherwise, yeah, that's pretty much about it. So lunch break is done. Fancy that. Cha-ching. I guess I got to play I won't play the gunship thing. I think we've heard enough today, but it's a pretty cool little song or little ditty that Austin did up for gunship moves. So very sweet there. What else can I go into? Let me grab let's take a look at the day and see how things are going. So if anybody hasn't yet, daily profiler.
Dude, I come back from watering the grass and we are running.
Yes, I just announced that probably before you got back from watering grass.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, pretty nuts. I didn't play the song this time, but if you feel the urge.
Oh, dude, this was the prime opportunity. Look,
I didn't get into the trade, so I didn't feel songable. Okay.
Oh, look at this, dude. Oh my Lord.
I was done for the day. So.
And see, look, guys, look, you guys watch me get stopped 3 times in a row. And it just takes that one trade.
Make it all back.
That one trade, baby girls. Now we're sitting
Why
in
were
a
you
runner.
front running your front run?
Huh?
Why were you front running your front run?
Well, this trade I was trying to take advantage of either we were reversing back to 930
okay.
or taking the low, and we just naturally happened to, be in at the front run, and then front run actually went short, and that's what this short is
That's
like.
No, I was more asking about the older ones, but because I wasn't around for those. But yeah, that's cool. That makes sense.
Yeah. I was trying to get a little cheeky and get this retracement or the continue. It just price was like, okay, hold my beer.
Yeah, nice try. Psych.
Yeah.
Where am I going? I want to try and find. Cleared my cookies. Now I can't get into anything. Oh, today the computer has been a pain in the arse, but here we are. I got some trades. Life is good. Gunship is gunshipping in the background. I heard it go off.
Are we going on a date today, or are we going on a date tomorrow?
I think we need to get you starting. Even if you do one trade, I don't think I've got the proper mechanics going yet for the follower and lead account kind of thing that I'm trying to do. It's not quite like I've got a little more problem solving to do. But if you want to take it and start running just one trade or one account in Sim just to test the basics, then that would be awesome. So today we can have a date, and I'll get you the final version.
You'll do after re-engineering.
Yeah, sounds good. What's tonight? Yeah, I should be fine because the wifey's taking her to dance. So. He's the daddy of the gunship. So since we took the open the previous day, I haven't looked at the chat. Sorry, guys. Since we took the open of previous day, our odds of taking previous day low. I don't look at those stats. I mean, I do look at them. I do use previous day and stuff. So, I mean, previous day low is not far away. So, I mean, I definitely think there's some good probability of us heading down there if this keeps up. But we're in a range 1. So, I mean, I'm not gonna bet against us hitting that myself because the chance of going back to 930 again could be there. Although we did break out. I haven't looked at much of the charts, guys. Sorry. So. Yeah, I mean, if I was trading, I would have gotten cash flow out of the lunch break. I wouldn't start chancing too much more out of that. But we've almost hit our New York 2 distribution already. Let's go to the 5-minute there. We got a fair amount of distribution left because of the volatility we've been having, but We just missed New York 1. Yeah, so we're all over the board. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't be playing too much this afternoon, to be honest. I mean, if I had been trading, I would have gotten a nice little lunch break cash flow, and that I would have been probably happy with that, and I wouldn't start betting on anything else too much. As far as I'm concerned, to be honest with you, Tuesday. But I mean, could we hit there? Yeah, but we just hit another low a day. We could trail out to low a day. We still haven't noticed that high a day. So I mean, we've got our total range for, I guess I know our total range is 325 to, yeah. And that's a pretty crazy wick, a 5-minute wick rejection there. Yeah, I don't know. I am not going to call too much right now, to be honest. Like I said, I would have gotten cash flow to this one, and I would have probably been settled at that. But like I said, if you guys have questions, I'm happy to go through stuff. Yeah, I kind of feel like Gunship's becoming a little bit of my baby now that I helped create this guy, and now that we're doing the algo, I'm looking forward to it. It's still always going to be Austin's baby. He put so much time and effort into that. That's why I'm looking forward to him playing with the Ninja Trader version that I've set up now, and just see how that goes. And if it's meeting his expectations, then we can start building some stuff around it. So I'm just working on some little more higher end features that we want for it, hopefully. The gay uncle, thanks. Wow, jackass. So yeah, the gay creepy uncle that just kind of gets in and gets out every so often. Oh, that is horrible. Jesus, I'm gonna stop talking now. Thanks, Austin, for putting that in my head. All right, enough talking about that. But we still have some expectation, right? So this is kind of our bigger kind of chance that will fall in somewhere in there when we look at the daily New York levels, MFEs. And then we've got these green boxes, which are the past few that have hit that area. So we definitely have some room to get previous day low. If the runner hits TP, I'm jamming a new jingle. I will accept your new jingle, jamming. There's a tongue twister. If we hit that, because yeah, that's going to be pretty epic. Pretty epic. And previous day low, how far away is that? 77. Yeah, we have room. Previous day low is not out of the question, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly. Oddly enough, I do have, well, my wife has a gay uncle. So any other questions, guys? Let's go. Give me something to talk about. Like I said, I'm still messing around with things. I'm doing some good work on myself, and still getting better and better. I held the runner a little too long and should have probably made them like Austin and used the magic hour for its timeline and gotten out a little sooner. But it worked out because the front run on the 11 o'clock open. So this Q1 break, or yeah, the 11 o'clock break. No. Yeah, 11 o'clock break. Yeah, this guy here played crazy good. Like I got in right there and boom. And luckily I went in with a little bit of size, so I barely had a chance to cover my queen. I was already basically maxed out for that account because it's an eval. And here we go. Oh, and technically we even have the 11 o'clock break MFE there for it too. Lots of data going towards it. Where's our failure swing? Austin spoke too soon. Oops. What the hell did I just do? Wrong button. See what the clouds are doing. I guess you try and get in at. Like, how do I size mine, RKH? I kind of mentioned that earlier. She might not have been there. No big deal. I try and stick honestly between 3 and 6 micros for most of my sizing around the gunship moves that I take. Just because even with 3, if you leave 1 runner and you hit, you're home run day. If you had 2 or take profits, you're still making $250, $300 kind of thing, even with 3 micros. So I mean, there's no reason to get too fancy with it, especially when you're dealing with some high expectancy moves. Like it's just good to cash flow and then sleep easy for the rest of the move. With this one, I got in with 6 during the 11 o'clock break. This one here, because I had already built some cash flow, I ended up going in with full 6. And like I said, that got me to maximum profit for that eval for the day. Pretty easy on 2 moves with never risking more than $250 of loss on any given trade. So it's pretty sweet when you can get good runs like that and not have to risk the world and not have to kind of sit on pins and needles hoping or praying for the price to go your way and stuff. Like it just makes it so much easier. And Austin got ahead of himself and jinxed himself, and now we're reversing a bit, but that's okay. That happens. We have our music in the background. We couldn't break that low again, so, or we couldn't get another tap of that low. It's crazy how that break, that 11 o'clock break, took us away. It was basically our drive away. Best views. Thanks, Cleared Slatmo. Nobody click on those links. Not that anybody's watching on Twitch, probably. So we don't get a lot of viewership there, but we just kind of turn it on just to give it another place for us to get some. All right, so here we go. We're at the 05 box. We'll have to see if we can hold that or not. Close your runner. Yeah, okay. So if we close above the open, which was right there. Actually, we just whipped the open. And that would have been around our entry anyway, or our entries. Yeah, our entry's right on the pullback. So yeah, that's good. So you want to wait for a close for that because our front run is right on top of the pullback entry, which is pretty good because we've now hit basically our pullback. And so we could be just heading back down now and just doing a retest. Or we close above the open and we're rejecting that idea and going back to our range 1 type style and probably heading back to the 930. That would be my sports tape reading right now. AKA can go up or down. Look at me. I'm so good. All right. We still have about 30 of you here. Nobody's asking me questions, so I'm boring you all, obviously. If you're in the boot camp, we've had a few new people starting stuff. I don't know if I added it on here, but basically, if you grab any of the indicators, they should be there. Just go through a couple of things. So this is kind of some of the stuff in case you're here and you're just kind of hanging out. Some of the things we go through, I think, are pretty important. People don't kind of realize the value to it all. But even just knowing what type of day it is can help you turn on or turn off any systems. So if you go into regular trading hours, you can quickly look at days of the week and things that happen quite often and finding patterns and all that kind of stuff. So if you're still struggling with how you're trading and stuff, the bootcamp, I think, holds so much value, and people need kind of like, if you're still bouncing around, figuring out what you want to do, come on in here. Cause even just knowing something like this week 1 kind of thing is going through the 05 boxes, going through the type of day, war reaction. And when you start getting through all this stuff and you get deeper into it, like something like yesterday or Friday, when we had this very violent pull away from the 930, we usually end up being DWPs, so directional with pullback. And as you can see, as much as it took a while for us to get the pullback, which it didn't really happen until 2 o'clock, you still get a better idea of how to trade it, right? So if you didn't get into the trade until here, you're going to be watching, and you can see it even creates its own range. And these kind of things can be so beneficial to how you're going to trade. Because to sit there and come into this trade and go, okay, it's already pulled this far, let's keep going long, and to not have them get some type of pullback, and understand that if you've missed it until here, you got to kind of sit out and relax and chill it. So you should be able to have access to most of the indicators. Now, this one's a very simple one. So really, honestly, you don't even need this one to function, Mo. But all this one is it's the, and we did have these available. So I don't know if we put them in the boot camp, so I apologize. But it's basically called, it's just a homework one that we used to do. So we used to do homework around this, but you should have access, or at least to the hourly. So I take this one off. You at least have access to this one, the hourly T&P, time and price indicator. So you have an access to a version of this for sure. Okay, thanks, Blue. I gotta go take a look at what we have. I apologize, Mo. I should have looked at that beforehand. But you at least have access to one that does like this, and you can still look or make your own ideas of what the days are, right? Because there still is part of the boot camp that teaches you that this is even when you're looking at the day from here. And if you haven't gotten to this point in the course, you're already knowing that we're in a DWP or a range 2, right? Those are the only two things you have in mind right now when this kind of thing happens and we violently move away. So all you're doing now is waiting to see if we come back to 930 or if we just do a pullback in range for the rest of the day. That's a key signature that you're going to learn. And just learning that alone can help you just not overtrade. So if you didn't get your 930 trade, now what you're thinking is, okay, I'm either going to look at 05 breaks and I'm going to look at them tight. So for instance, in this case, just looking at this one today, you can see we get an 05 break and it pulls back on the 05. We might still get a confirmation of it and we might hit the 0.1, but you don't want to be chancing profits of more than 0.1. Like if you haven't TP'd here and kind of stop, then you're asking for trouble. Yes, it may go. So if you haven't protected your queen more so, and again, you shouldn't be looking at trading this early on in the boot camp anyways, but previous one's not this. Okay, but again, there's a version of this, Mo. There's a version of this one, and if you have this one, then that's fine. This is really what we're looking at right now. Is here's our hour, and we're trying to see what we're going to do. Are we going to come back and touch the 930, or are we going to just range out the rest of the day? And if we're going to range out, you want to be managing your trades using those 05 boxes and taking breakouts and cash flowing quick. You don't want to be holding your trades till infinity. Like again, this 05 break that you could have had here. If I pause this, there's an 05 box right here, 4 and 5, which basically fills this area. So this 05 box, you're taking breakouts this way. You're going to want to cover and basically protect yourself at no more than 0.1%, which is here. And then anything else you get out of it is gravy. And to be honest, you wouldn't want to be playing too much at this extension. If it got back to the high a day, you're going to want to have most of your size off and then maybe hold one contract runner kind of thing. But the idea here is that you can identify that we're in a DWP or an R2. And because we haven't made it down to 930, we're assuming a directional with pullback. And again, we still haven't gotten the pullback, but that's what we're waiting for, right? So now we've got a new hour here at 12 o'clock or at 1 o'clock, sorry. And so now we're expecting is the new hour is going to form, and most likely we are going to come back and touch here, which we do. And again, hindsight's 2020, and there we go. And there's our DWP, and we run that for the rest of the day, and we just range out. So it's just being able to identify those are huge. And then this one here, same kind of thing, but then we end up turning it. So this is the same thing as this one, but we end up doing what the other side of the coin is, which is a range 2. So we violently break away from 930, and then we range a bit. Then we get our pullback right here, and because we're so close, we expect it to be a range 2, and it does. And then again, you want to be even extra cautious with that. Are we going to go up or are we going to go down? You're going to want to play within those. And there's an inside bar right there. And then finally we get an 05 break, and boom, you can run that one at there. But lunch break would have been, well, we were in the middle of that one. That's right. So we didn't break out of lunch break until this breakout right here. So that would have been a really good lunch break trade, which is technically that 05 break. Lunch break's a gunship move, so you guys don't have access to that. And obviously, E-mini NASDAQ bearish. Oh, you're on Twitch. Yeah, I'm not really calling price managed, but E-mini. I'm gonna have to look at what prices. I'll go back to live price in a second there, and this one here, these are killer days if you don't identify them earlier. And that, like, as you can see, we played around in the 930 so much. That's where we would have been thinking possibly at a range one day at that point, and then you get barely a break out of the 930, and it sucks back in. Then we get a second break that actually gives you some legs, and sucks back in. Well, almost sucks back in, sucks back in, sucks back in. Tries to break, sucks back in, sucks back in, and even at the end of the day, it still sucks back in again. So I mean, you gotta respect those things. Range one again. So keeping an eye on those things and understanding those things, just that one first bit of the boot camp is tons of value. And then the way we layer onto this and add on to knowing what this is and how prices can react and how you use it to your advantage and all that stuff is huge. So do it. And there we are. Okay, so we did create, no, that was the same. So we still haven't done anything. But we still haven't broken above. So Austin's probably still in his trade. And I think he's in good shape still, but so if then the DWP days, we have to wait after 11 o'clock or wait for pullback. What are the expectations? So try not to have expectations right now, Mo. Just understand what might happen in your if and then statements. But the idea is if we have, so, and also with that is this particular thing that I was telling you about, this is a more advanced version of what you're going to learn later on. This whole pullback, pull away, and what usually happens and how we range like this. This is stuff you're going to see over and over again. So for now, just watch it. Because this is a common thing, right? If we violently break away, there's a very good chance we're going to be a DNP or a range 2, or DWP or range 2. And now you're looking for what's going to happen, whether we're going to make it back to 930 or whether we're going to range out the rest of the day with a pullback sooner or later. And that's really what you want to look at there, because I can show you tons of days where we do exactly that. Let me go get that down. Like there's a pull away, same thing. Now this one effed around a little bit and it took till 10 o'clock before it broke off. So the time doesn't always do the same thing, though there is patterns to it. Oh, sorry, the gunship indicator. So if we have a DWCs, we have a, so specific to the gunship, again, I wouldn't, if you're in the boot camp, I wouldn't worry about the gunship too much yet. But I mean, because today, what did we look at? We were looking at before 11 o'clock. Before 11 o'clock, we were expecting range 1. So the fact that this did what it did, I mean, would I have, I mean, I did put money on it and I did have faith that we'd get at least some cash flow out of it. Did I expect it to make a new low a day? Not necessarily. The jury was still out whether it was going to suck back in and go back to the 930. So, and again, how you trade the gunship is really going to be up to you. Your best bet is to get intimate with it and figure out how it works for you. For me, I don't even necessarily do the 11 o'clock break that often. It was just today because it had broken out of the 930 with some, and we had that drop happen so quick. I just thought we had at least some room to get some cash flow out of it. And because I had cash flow from my trade beforehand, because I pulled most of it off at this point, I again was happy with having some fun with that and letting it run. So. But thank you, questions. Appreciate it. Keep them coming. If you have any more, Mo, don't hesitate. Don't feel like you're holding down the chat for the chat. I appreciate anybody asking questions so we can go through them. Violently whip away and then range with her and then finally get our pullback, right? So like, and that one again, violently whipped away at 10 o'clock instead of 9:30, but it still did it. Same thing, violently whip away, and there we go. So these patterns are stuff you're going to want to get to know, but you're only going to get to know them if you're looking at them yourself. See that when we whip away, we end up coming back. That one ends up being a range 1 in the end, but it's just a pretty big range 1. 1% range 1. Crazy. Whip away. There's our pullback. And then this one happened to get away with itself for the afternoon, but still. So many of the days do that. It's crazy. And there's our, technically could have been a, well, 12 o'clock. Yeah, we ended up being a DWP, but that one definitely looked like it could have been a DNP, but we ended up doing it. And I guess because of how violently, again, because technically that's a violent move, so that probably would have ended up being a DWP. I don't need homework indicator. I was going to use it to back test. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Sorry, thanks. Yeah, this one. Well, this one's not the one, anyways. That you were talking about, anyways. The homework one. There's a back testing one, but I'm sure we can get it up there later. But oh, and see, that one ended up being a DWP, but again, ended up you would have wanted to trade this like a DNP, but I could do this all day. Violently go away, pull back. Say, like, how many times is range R2 though there? But any questions, any of that, or at the end of it? What's the dinosaur? That's a new little icon, I think. I don't think I've seen that one. All right, let's head back over here. Oh, Austin possible. I don't know if he's closing on a 1 minute or holding on and waiting for a 5 minute close, because right now we're still toying with it. Pardon me. Still toying with it. I want to get back to doing some gunship stuff, or building some gunship stuff. So I'm going to cut this. I don't like playing with my food. Oh, did you already cut it? Are you cutting on the 1 minute, or are you cutting on the 5 is what I was asking. I know you don't play with it, but because the 1 minute we closed. M5, okay, yeah. He just makes his decisions. Oh, there we go. We might. No, we still have him under a minute. Let's see if Austin gets stopped or stops himself. Sorry. Looking like a good chance of that stop. There we go. Austin trades live. And I know he's kind of called this home for this entire session today, but yeah. Most of us trade live. We should show all our trades. I mean, this is something very unique for the space. Oh, wow. Is that actually going to come back? 2 seconds. Do you get another? Oh, you don't get another 5 minute. Done. Done. And I think he actually would have cash flowed that anyway, so that still would have been a positive green trade for him, which is how we do it. Congrats, sir, regardless of the outcome. Well executed trade. Haha. Damn. Nice. This is why you stick to your plan, and this is why I need to be better at sticking to my plan, because
We don't
I know my
trade, we
expectancies.
compete.
You manage the trade, so you can still play the song.
PackTV to gunship. Do you copy? Copy that. Targets are profitable.
Target acquired, trade executed. Trust go boom when the levels respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green.
Oh, we're only getting a sneak peek at the song today because you're done, because it wasn't a full trade. 11 takes 10. 11 takes 10 and 9 low. So we look at C2. Okay, so for candle science, yeah. I don't do a lot with candle science yet. I do like the new update, though, and I am looking to get into that a little bit more. But we can take a little peek at it. There's our 1 minute. So our 11 o'clock, our candles are down. 12 o'clock still down. But we did take the 12 o'clock open there. So our 1 hour would be flipped, but our 3 hour is still... This is because our 3 hour is going to be the 11 o'clock. So our 11 o'clock is way up here. So our 3 hour is still down. Our 1 hour hasn't closed, actually. So it's still technically closed. Yeah, I guess it did close. So technically our 1 hour flipped up. That one, it might be a perfect line. What about this? Yeah, I mean, again, we definitely could be reversing now. So this is kind of our sign right now, whether we're going to carry on and create. So what we've done, though, what you have to keep in mind really is we've created an instat low right now, and we haven't broken that. So our first 15 minutes created an instat low of 12 o'clock. 11. So 11, we've got the line, right? Like 11. Theoretically, I guess it's still, but it'd be pretty. So our 11 o'clock is a line. Theoretically, we could come back down and create the perfect line. We almost did here because this is our fourth quarter right here of that. No, what am I doing? Sorry, guys. I'm being an idiot. Let's do this one. 11 o'clock. Yeah, So anyways, this is 11, 12, 13 would be where we ended. So yeah, so we created a third quarter low as opposed to a fourth quarter. So either we're going to come back down here and complete the line, or yeah, we're making a doji 3-hour candle right now. But really, I mean, our more impressive stats are 9, 10, 11. I did not create that right. Anyways, I'm better than this, honestly, guys. Oh no, there we are. So 9, 10, 11 created our line. Right. And then 10, 11. So yeah, I'm looking at this poorly. But anyways, we got a line there. And then 12, basically, we've got an instat low for the first quarter of the 3-hour. And now we want to see if we can break above here and solidify that. Then we're looking for a line up. Q2 did take Q1 yet. Yeah, it is. It's always possible. Everything's possible, right? But we're just spitballing. We're just reading tape. So right now we've had 12 o'clock just started. And when I look at the 3 hours, I look at 12, 1, 2 usually. Because that's when if I'm trading 12, 1, 2, those are kind of the ones I'm taking into consideration. But yes, you guys oftentimes will read it in your re-engineering and stuff. You'll read it in going with the rolling 3 hours. And the rolling 3 hours, yeah, you're looking at this. I don't like this box, but anyways, you're rolling 3 hours. You've got your instat high. You've got a third quarter low. So absolutely, you're looking for this right now. So your 1 hour flag is up right now, but your 3 hour flag is still aiming for this. Brooke, I can try and do. I want to look at the new candle science, but I mean, in essence, the way I look at it, and again, I haven't played with the candle science or the rolling 3 hours as much as Cody, for instance, and them have. So I don't want to get too crazy with it and confuse anybody. But my idea is, I mean, you're just looking at this one, right? So there's your 3 hour flag. Your 3 hour flag is down for sure because you haven't broken it. Like I said, would have just flipped potentially, like it wicked itself almost. Well, your 1 hour definitely is up, right? Because you got here low, first quarter low, and then you're looking for your high. So we're undecided right now, and again, creating that doji candle. So that's how I look at it in very basic terms. I don't know if that kind of helps any, Brooke, but and then once and basically the idea is if you're, let's get this out of here. I don't like this. So in essence, and we really haven't done it yet. Oh yeah, we did. There we go. We wicked it. Well, Mo, it's not really what you prefer. Your 3 hours are going to have more weight to them, I guess, in the sense that you'd want to put more, but your 1 hour is your now. So, I mean, you want to look at them both and then make decisions off of them. Right now, and Mo, sorry, I apologize. Are you a pack member or are you in the boot camp right now? Like, are you just going through it? I don't recognize your YouTube name, just to know where you're at. But the rolling 3 hour, does it have to connected to the candle science? Oh, you can use the rolling on its own, Brooke. It's just the candle science gives you the probabilities of what builds the three. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Cody built the rolling 3 hour from the probabilities that he created from the candle science and from looking at every single one of the 3 hours like crazy, and building it off of that. So they kind of share an intimacy for sure amongst each other, and stuff. So you kind of got to respect them both. As for the 1 hour and the 3 hour, like I said, if I'm in a trade and I'm managing whether maybe I want to get out of it or not, I might look at the 1 hour to help me manage that trade. Like if I have a lot of size on and maybe I don't want to let it go all the way to, okay, bootcamp, okay, Mo. So if I'm trading and I have a lot of size on, I maybe want to reflect the 1 hour to maybe decide to start peeling off if the 1 hour is showing me that it's indecisive. Or I want to start taking profits if I get some pullbacks away, right? But again, not looking at it from a trading style, you really want to be objective to both of them, right? You don't want to just all of a sudden go one way or another and start thinking, I'm going to go long right now because the 3 hours, the 1 hour is looking like it's going to tap at least here. Like, you don't want to bet on this happening. But you can look at it going, okay, the 1 hour one could fully close above this 05 and give us a 1 hour that will then start making us think like our 3 hours is moving. But like I said, Brooke, I don't use the 3 hour rolling necessarily. My trades right now are honestly based mostly on gunship. And that's how I play myself right now. And I'm really trying to keep myself disciplined to just those moves. So to explain the rolling stuff would probably be butchering it a little bit, but I kind of gave a little idea. Like if you're looking at the 3 hour, you've got hour 1, 2, well, technically, yeah, you got hour 1 here. You took out the low, so you've now got hour 2 here. I'm not explaining this right. So no, I'm going to say no, Brooke. I've got a very good idea of it, but to teach it or to give it my kind of my basic, because I know you like how, and as some people like how I dumb things down. I'd want to be a little bit more versed and maybe get a little more fluid at it. Whereas honestly, all my time right now is spent on gunship because I'm building the Ninja Trader version of it. I really haven't looked at the new rolling enough to feel comfortable. That's it. That's all. Sorry, I babbled through that very poorly, but you get my point. But I can still talk to it, right? Like I can still talk to the fact that we've got our high, our low, and we've got to see what's going to happen. But right now we're ranging out, right? Like, and to be honest with you, this is almost like our violent 9:30 breakout. And now in the afternoon, we're going to have our pullback is what I'd be looking at. Like, funny enough, it's kind of creating that pattern again. But we've broken out both sides of the 9:30. So to me, I'm not going to be putting too much weight on any of what's going on right now. Until it makes a decision. Like either we take an 05 break here, but that's going to be the last quarter of the hour. So I wouldn't play with anything here really. I want to see what this is going to do and how we open the next hour. But it's lots of fun. I love this shit. I am not at the level that I wanted to be at this point of loving this shit, but it is what it is. I've had it, like I said, I've had a good year, like a start of the year. 2026 has been good to me. I do need to be better so that I can be more consistent because I don't need much. If I'm getting one payout every 2-3 weeks, that's brilliant for me. But I want to get to more than that, right? And my issue is I had a really, really good start, really honed in, got a bunch of payouts. There was a couple of things where I wasn't quite being disciplined enough. And when I started getting too many payouts, like I say too many, when I started getting, like, I think I got my 3rd payout on one account, which I've never done before this year. Once I got that, I think I wouldn't say I got cocky, but I definitely started playing a little bit more and didn't stick to what got me there. And that's what kind of failed me. Gunship is different. Bootcamp, how to learn. So gunship, I wouldn't worry about right now, Mo. That's why I wanted to ask you whether you're in bootcamp. Gunship is what I trade inside the pack, and you will get access to that. But you don't want to be playing with gunship until you learn all the stuff you're learning in the bootcamp. So take your time, stay in the moment is what I tell everybody in the bootcamp. Just be in the moment, keep learning what you're learning, keep seeing it on the market yourself. Like, go through the charts, try and go through sometimes with nobody talking in your ear. Don't I like Monday's great because you get kind of a feel for what's inside the pack. You get a feel for the boot camp. You get a feel for everything, and everybody gets to enjoy that, being able to hang out. But the rest of the week, keep very focused on what you're learning in the boot camp, and keep very focused on putting reps on the chart yourself with what you've learned. So play through these days with what you've learned to date live, so you can see it happen. It's slow, it sucks, or go back and do replay. But while you're doing replay, you can still come back every so often and go, okay, where am I playing? Put your things on the chart. Do your things, like put your dumb down your chart and start using it. Draw 05 boxes yourself. Like, all of these different things are going to be huge. And yeah, like Austin says, and that's what I was kind of saying too, is it builds off of what you learn inside the pack, inside the boot camp. The boot camp is so important, and I can't say this enough, to be honest with you, because people don't realize all the bullshit they're fed as they're jumping from shiny object to shiny object, as they're watching these YouTubers that just look for clicks on their YouTubes, on their Twitters, on their whatever it is, in their Discords, all that stuff. Nobody there isn't, and if somebody's got that out there, please let me know. Nobody takes the time and the effort and has the detailed breakdown of how to read price, like what Mickey's done with the boot camp. There's really nothing I've seen like it out there. And if there is something similar, great. Maybe they've seen some of what we do. Maybe they've got something of their own that does its own thing. But if this is the home where you're at right now, for instance, for you, Mo, just really stay in the moment and let all that information sink in. And when it does, and then if you choose to join the boot camp and you start looking at the gunship, or start looking at ways to take trades from the stuff you've learned, or even amalgamating what you've learned in the past with what you learned in the boot camp to help make your trading better. Because most of the people that come to the boot camp, let's be honest, and maybe you're one of them, you can be honest or not, I don't care. Most people that come into the boot camp are people that have had success and then just lost it and just weren't consistent, or had like minute success where maybe got a payout, or some are ones that have been dragging their feet for years, including myself for a while, and got so close to payouts and then messed up the accounts and just hopefully have not managed themselves into any detrimental debt, but have used prop firms maybe to help them not spend too much money, and really just need a better base to work from. And so that's what the boot camp will give you. It'll give you that base foundation to work from, and then you can take stuff that you've learned that never really was profitable, but you saw some positive expectancy from it over time, and add that back in, and then create hopefully a positive EV for yourself that you can then take yourself to payout. The amount of times we see people end the boot camp, join the pack, and then get to payout for the first time, like that's a rewarding stat for me, and we've seen that happen a lot. I mean, really, truly, I don't want to brag or over exaggerate it or whatever, but I see that happen more and more often as people take the boot camp seriously. And sometimes it's taken people 2 versions of the boot camp before they've really seen traction, because they still had money to lose, or they still had mistakes to make, or whatever the case may be. But when they've taken the time to really get that base foundation made for themselves and created a plan for themselves, that's probably thing number 2 that is most people's detriment, is they never truly create a plan for themselves that they stick to. They might go, okay, I'm going to do 05 breaks, and then they add in other stuff. When you're evolving a plan, that's not a plan. You're still in the scouting phase. You're still trying to figure out what kick you want to do. And in scouting phase, it's going to be very hard to be profitable. And if you are, you're not going to know what made you profitable. It's once you find a plan that you've back tested, that you trust, that you have faith in, and then you run that plan like a football play. You run that play 100 times and bring yourself to even a small payout. Even if you lose the account afterwards, you brought yourself to a payout. That's when you're going to see that positive expectancy, and that's where you're going to have the faith and the trust in your trading that you need to have to be successful long term. You can be successful short term. You can get lucky, or you can find some cool ways of trading that kind of bring you to a trade. But until you have that confidence and have that plan that's very well thought out, you're going to be peaks and valleys, ups and downs, payouts, blown accounts. I mean, I can say that with utmost certainty, because I've been in that boom and bust phase for a long, long time. And I still do it a little bit. And that's the part that I'm trying to fix now and get out of now. So we're making another run for the downside. We're trying to anyways. There's another breakout of the 05, but we may not break out enough. And again, this is the last 15, so I wouldn't be taking anything on this idea. But if I was already in a trade and had myself, like, I'd have my queen protected right now, like, and I'd be just sort of seeing it. Hopefully that makes sense, Mo. Hopefully some of that conversation adds some value for you and anybody else listening. But I can talk till whenever. So we got another 9 minutes. We'll see how this hour closes, and then maybe how the hour starts, and then we'll shut her down from there, because I'm going to get back to work on some of the stuff I'm doing. Because our hope in the future is to have an algorithm that we can, or a bot basically, that we can trade the gunship with on other assets to help hedge our growth. And hopefully that'll be a really great tool for those who join the pack and want to kind of find a way to I know Austin hates the saying, but earn while you learn. It's not going to be a perfect thing, because really, honestly, you want to truly understand it. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself just as wrecked with a bot as you did with your trading, because you're going to step in and think you know better and do something with the trade and not trust it. You're not going to have the confidence in letting it run itself. So all those things, I don't think it's an earn to learn. It's once you've learned, you can kind of set that up and use that as a tool to help you build confidence, really, is what it should be. So awesome. Well, glad that added some value. So we'll see what this last little bit does, and then I think Austin will be back just to kind of throw on the gunship screen share that we had earlier, and we'll run that until re-engineering at 3 o'clock. So just checking some messages. Sorry, just to check it out. Sorry, just checking something for somebody while we wait to see what happens for this last little chunk. All right. What else are we doing? There you go, Brooke. It's funny because I just actually, my nephew got invited to play on a Queen's University, not to play professionally yet. He's trying to get scouted. He's actually quite the wide receiver, but he got to play near where I live. So we ended up, because he lives in a couple hours away, but he was playing kind of in between our place and their place. So we went and saw him on the weekend. It was a little frustrating for him, though. They had the QBs, I don't think, come out to these things, these invite things, because they don't want to get injured or whatever in a kind of almost an exhibition game. So they had really crappy QBs, so he couldn't quite play as well as he didn't get a lot of opportunities to show himself off too well. And there's scouts there and stuff, so they always hope to show off a bit. So yeah, I got football in the brain. Not that I'm a massive football fan, but for when your nephew's in it, you get a little bit more passionate about the idea of it, for sure. Yeah, so I'm hoping he gets to go somewhere with it. Even if he doesn't go anywhere far with it, it's still a pretty fun experience for him as a whole. So, holy, camera is blurry. What's going on with my camera? There we go. That's better. I do need to, I think it's because I forgot to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so it's vibrating every so often. All right, so we have 4 minutes left in this one. We're still kind of can't break out of that 05 after that initial break. And these are why you really want, like with the lunch break, it's one of my favorite moves, but it's definitely one you want to cash flow on, because we do get rangy afternoons. It could still play out really nicely and come plowing down even in the next hour. But you want to make, especially when you get a move this big, because this was what, now I got in, like I said, I would have gotten in on the front run, so it would have been an even bigger move. But even this is, yeah, look at that. That's like 0.3. Like there's no reason not to cash flow and then some. So even if you left yourself open, because if you got in on the front run, that would have been, that would have been 12 o'clock on the dot. Yeah, so your front run would have been right at the 12 o'clock open, which was here. So yeah, so if you got in there, I mean, you better be cash flow most of your move. That's a good, quite a few $100 right there, even on 3 contracts. And then even if you left your stop open there, just kind of, even if you lost cash flow, and then you can kind of hold it in case we do have an end of day, low a day, which is another possibility, right? Like, as much as we can play all these scenarios in our heads and say, oh, we're in a rolling low hour low or whatever we're going to do, or maybe our 1 hour flag's going up and we're going to reverse up, you still got to keep open to the fact that we've got a low a day here, which is kind of out of stat. So the fact that we could keep pounding the low a day and end of day is definitely a possibility. We're out of stat all over the board. So, oh, I had that turned off. That's why. And there's our low a day. So, I mean, our low a day is there. It was a massive wick rejection. So, I mean, the fact that we could trail off for the rest of the day and even come down and hit this, like, there's some possibilities there. So, we'll see. We'll see. We have 2 minutes. I just want to see what the opening candle does, and then we'll shut this down and see you guys next week on this live. Hopefully, once the Ninja Trader stuff is done with the gunship, I will be back to doing in the Discord, doing lives at 12 o'clock still, I think. But I just have to focus on this for now. Pardon me. Sorry. Jeez. It was I stayed up late last night finishing the Daredevil series because my wife likes watching most of those shows with me, but for whatever reason with the violence stuff, I guess got away from Daredevil. But Daredevil is so good. Why the whole pack play different positions? Yeah, well, to me, Brooke, it's if you're still refining edge, I mean, to me, it's about focusing on one thing and not trying to be a master of it all or to understand it all, right? And that's why I said, like, as much as I can get a grasp of the rolling 3 hours and maybe explain it, bumbling my way through it, I'm not going to focus on that right now. My focus is my magic hour trade and my lunch break trade. And if I stick to those two, and market open a little bit, if I stick to those and don't go off script, I do well. But the problem is I like to click that button too much and I still go off script. The second I stop going off script 100% of the time is when you're going to see a monster. And if you're not finding your kick yet, then you need to get focused and stop playing around. Make this a job because it has the ability to pay you and pay you well. But you have to respect it just like any tool in this world. So get to it. And 1 o'clock is now opening. Let's go to the 1 minute. So now our 3 hour is playing from these ones. I really don't like this one. Maybe this one will be better for what I want. So our 3 hour now. I mean, we haven't moved technically until we take off the top of the bottom. We haven't moved from the C3, I guess, if I remember correctly. So it's once we take out this top or take out this bottom, we'll move to C3 or to C2. We're doing this is 11 to 1 to 2. If you heard that order submitted, it's some other stuff that I'm doing. It's not actually a trade, but. So yeah, so 11 o'clock, we still have our high here, our low here, in stat high, out of stat low. So our expectation is that we'll have another trail off here. That would be my look at that one. But if we do this, we can take that out. Like we might just wick up and we might just now break down. That could be the push up to get the liquidity they needs to go back down. So we'll see. Anyways, we'll leave you with that. So like I said, if you're looking at stuff, that's kind of what you're looking at. For me, I'd be leaning towards the downside, but I'm really not trading anymore. I'm not really looking for a trade right now. I do expect if we can't break above this, like decisively break above this, that we're still going to trail down, but we are trying to, but the first 5 minutes aren't going to be the telltale. This will build your 05. And if the 05 builds to even if it builds to here, but it can't break out, I'm not looking at it. So Added the home level. Yep. So yeah, you can see I'd be I don't know. I'm thinking we head down here now, but again, I don't want to early call it. That's my tape reading / ESPN Sportsnet call, is that with that little kind of wick up, we might go a little higher and do a fake out, but I'm going to guess going down. But that's just again, I'm not trading this. I don't have money on this. If I did have money on this, it would be because I took the front run and I still had a runner. Like Austin's closed his out because it broke above. I might have, because I would have had enough cash flow from that trade, depending on where I got my TPs. I probably would have stopped it out and then left some room for my stop loss in case we wanted to come back and kind of play up here and then come down. But that's just the way I play it. So everybody plays it differently, and we can all win if we play it to our plan. So babble. I'm good at that. Anyways, I'll leave you guys with that. If you have anything else, let me know. Otherwise, Austin, I think, is in the room now and is going to flip us over to, I'll click the button and then let him do the rest. And he'll flip us over to some gunship moves to watch if anybody wants to stick around with this stream on while you're doing whatever you're doing. And then we will see you at 3 o'clock for re-engineering. Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And thanks for hanging in for the questions, Mo. And please come with more of those next time. And we'll keep going through stuff. Have a good one.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
This is re-engineering time on PackTV.
Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
Yeah, what he said.
Heck yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Let's get some re-engineering going on PackTV. All right, so it's been a good day, good conversations. And now we're going to do what we're supposed to do at the end of the day. We're going to re-engineer this, right? Based off of what we said, we were anticipating to happen, and like where the decisions were supposed to be done, and like whether live market told us which probability was it going to do, what daily classification was it going to do, what probability is going to agree with, and all that good stuff. So starting off on the daily chart, we knew that right out of the gate, right, we had higher probabilities to take out this previous day high. This was the 30th percentile zone, meaning 70% of that data point made it there. 30% of them reversed by then. 70% went higher. This is one of those days where it reversed with the 30% of the probability, not the 70% to go higher, right? It is what it is. We know that. So moving on. Actually, let's go on and do candle signs for today now, right? So as we close the market, right, we are going to reset all of this, and we're going to use today's price behavior and Friday's price behavior. Oh, it looks like I might have to reload. So let's go and do this. My internet is glitching out on me because they're digging in and putting a new optic cable in my neighborhood. All right, so we're going to come to Candle Science, and we are going to log in. We should have a one set login here in the next couple of days, so you don't have to keep logging in. All right, so we're going to be on the NQ daily time frame. Right, we're going to take today's price behavior. We know that it is red. Today was red, and we took out previous day high like that, right? And Friday was green, right? So we know right out of the gate, right? Tomorrow's probabilities will have a 61% probability to take out the low and a 30% probability to take out the high. So we know that this will now jump to a 30% probability to take out previous day high, which is right here. Move our percentile boxes. And this low now has a 60, what did I say? There's a 61% probability of being taken out. All right. So now that only shifts is if we lose this opening price right here. So today's opening price overnight, we breach it or whatever, right? We know that'll be the only time that probability shifted. So let's go look at what that would look like if we shifted the opening price up. We can see the high now jumps to 56% probability and the low is at 53. So let's update our parentheses. And then the spread between the two evens out. And then the low would be 53. So obviously we're going to put our, until live price overnight tells us otherwise, we're going to put our probabilities down here. Now we're going to go through the same thing that we did today, and we're going to put our 30th percentile, our 70th, and our 50th percentile on board. Right, so we're going to say not reach opening price, but we're going to say, hey, if we are to take out this low, where would the 30th, the 50th percentile be? Right, we know that this signature has happened out of the last 5,600 days, 848 days. Right, so now, right, we know that our 10-day median price, I'm on the wrong one. Let's do this one. This is previous day low right here. And we know that our 10-day median price, I did the wrong one, should be this one right here. Our 10-day median price, 30th percentile is 0.21 basis points. So 0.21 is where 70% of the probabilities go. Once we take out that low, which is right here, our 50th percentile MFE is at 0.38. And then our 70th percentile, meaning only 30% of the data hit that, is at 0.64. Right there. So that is our probabilities for tomorrow and overnight session tonight, right? From a candle science perspective. Would you use that low wick went below Friday's open? Yeah, like it did. But then what was the live price signature that happened? Yes, we had already taken out this high, right? So then we're saying, hey, breach the open. We knew that probability shifted, but they evened out more because it's the downside target after taking out the previous high. So we know it's just an even split. All right, so moving on. Right, we know we still have probabilities to the downside from a weekly perspective that we're trying to target. Right, we still are going to wait till Tuesday around 11 o'clock to figure out whether high week or low week is. So right now our eye is to stay on this 1% target to the downside at 2875. Right, now coming over here, right, what we had this morning. Right, we finally broke long right here. Actually, MNQ broke long before NQ did, but I do all my analysis on NQ. So we knew that we had some high probabilities to the upside. Let me erase this because it's not needed right now. We knew that we were going to pay attention to London OU at midnight. And then we knew that our MFE 30th percentile and our 50th percentile was right here off of the 7:30 to 8:30 breakout, right? So we know P12 high was a high probability, and we knew that the high of the day zone from mode to median was right here, right? We knew that the highest probability was to go up and then come down, right? And you know that was our anticipation, right? To go make a new high a day, to come back down to make a new low a day, right? So let's look at that with our daily profile. Right, starting with 4,624 days, we knew it was going to go short, false, broken, long, false, none. We're going to put London is broken, and then we were in just I need to drag this over so you guys can see. And we knew that New York 1 had a 73% probability going false. Right. So now what had happened today? We had a later false. These are your false times. The majority of the time it happens at 9:30 and 9:45. But the price signature that we got, we didn't even break out of the longs until 9:45. So we knew it was more likely to be not 9:45 to 10 to go false, but around 10 to 10:45 that we could go false if we were going to go false. We knew that from a time standpoint, right? All the way this morning, we were losing the time aspect to go false, but from a price standpoint, we couldn't accept a true yet because we hadn't shown, we have shown failure to go 4-step reversal. We did not breach the 40 basis points. We did not breach the 30th percentile from the 7:30 to 8:30 MFE. We did not blow right through the high of the day zone for the long false, and we couldn't even hit our high probability targets of London midnight and P12 high for today. All right, so if we look at that, we knew that this London OU had a very high probability of getting hit, and it didn't hit it. We knew that midnight had a higher probability than normal of getting hit. We didn't even hit that, right? We knew that like the levels to the upside, that was the clear indication that we're going to get really weird price behavior, but we still have to, trade what we see and trade our process, right? So now we're going to start going the live price overview. All right, and we know it's 9:45. We know hour probabilities are up right now, and 3-hour probabilities are up right now. 10 o'clock opens up. We look one tick above to go long, and then we start sucking back into the range. We're seeing at this point, right? And because we took out that high, we know that we are in a C2 state. So the current opening price matters for the hour. So the hour probability flag flips down, and the 3-hour probability flag right here is flipping it down, right? And this would be an apex signature down if it wanted to be so, right? But we let Q1 determine that, right? Q2 taken out of Q1, high or low. Right, at this point, right, we suck back into the range. This is a false 05 break signature right here. So based off of our daily classifications, we know that we're anticipating a DNP or a range 1. And right now, this is still on board for a DNP or a range 1, right? Because we could not take out quarterly lows and we were going higher, right? We finally hit London OU. Most of us were targeting midnight open to take some cash flow and P12 high to take some cash final targets, right? Q2 opens up. It turns out to be an inside bar. We got to see live in the markets how to handle that, right? 10 o'clock usually has an inside 15 at some point, it seems lately, right? So Q3 wiped it out, instantly sucked back into the range. We're still anticipating higher prices, right? Because we cannot breach a Q3, a Q1 low or a Q1 high, and we're just doing inside bar protocol. So we finally take out the other side. We finally take out the quarter Q1 high, right? So we're still looking for apex signatures if they're going to appear, right? And right there, most of us pulled cash flow off of that, and the final target was up at P12 high. At least for me, it was. We know that this quarter is the one we're looking for. If it's going to come and breach and give us an apex signature, it's got to break this quarter within the next 15 minutes. And new hour opens up. We cannot do that, right? Here's your previous hour 50%. You know your 3-hour probability flags. Your 1 hour was down. Your 3 hour is still up, right? Yeah. And you still have the possibility of a range 1 or a DNP, right? Until you take out this low, right? Or until Q2 takes out Q1 of the 11 o'clock hour, you have to consider the DNP, right? But it's more likely going to be a range 1. All right. And now at this point, DNP is out of the table. It's off the table completely. And you got a weird apex without the quarters breaks or without any of the signatures, right? It is what it is. So Q2 takes out Q1's low, so you're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. And then whatever news came out, this thing dropped all the way back down to previous day mid. All right. New York 2 starts developing. I don't know why my low day signature. Oh yeah, because we haven't made a new low day yet. And you know 1 in 3 hour probability flags are down. All right, new hour opens. Here's your previous hour 50. Well, here's your footprint. And here's your previous hour 50. Right there. You know your hour and 3 hour probability flags are down. Continuation is more likely to continue. And you're letting New York 2 confirm. So you get a new low of the day at 12:08, right? So now we can come over to the daily profile and say, hey, is this a normal low of the day? Like, what's going on here? Right? We did long false, we broke London, all that good stuff. Right? And we can see there is some data between 11:15 to 12 for a low of the day, right? Between 0.3 to 0.6. This is at 0.99, right? You're going to let your New York 2 continue to develop, right? Into the 15-minute, right? We know that we're looking for 3-hour signatures. Right now, you have the dominant, perfect 3-hour line signature to the downside. You're going to let Q2 confirm that. Q2 cannot confirm it. You instantly suck back into the range. Right, and then Q2 takes out Q1's high. So you're expecting Q1 low, Q4 high, and you're going to break out of the long side of New York 2. So if that's the case, then let's go look at the stats. Right, number one, the dominant stat for today was the range 1. All right, if we were to break out to the long side of New York 2, the 11:30 to 12:30, you can see, right, there's a 64% probability of true versus a 35% probability of false, right? So we're going to go look at our false major pivot. And we can see that major pivot dominantly comes in at that 1300 hours. So if we make a Q1 high in 1300, we're going to drop down Q4 low and then go into range into settlement kind of end of day, low of day. But that's not the dominant, right? The dominant is to do Q1 or that do a long true, right, and then range into settlement, right? So we'll have to see if what happens at 1300 to play that, right? But right now we're expecting Q1 low, Q4 high, and for us to break out of the long of New York 2. We know that this is the quarterly low that we're paying attention to. Now it's this one. Right, and you can see Q4 breaches, so now you're anticipating an hourly doji, meaning more wick than body. It can be a hammer, it can be whatever you guys call a doji, like all the different types of dojis. We just know that this is a signature for more wicks than bodies for that hourly candle. And so like from right here to the close, you can see this is all wick down here. All of this is wick. All right, now 1300 is going to show the signature. We take out previous hour high, right? We're expecting to go to the long side of this. We already know that we're in a kind of a range 1, range 2 kind of signature. So Q2 takes out Q1 high. You're expecting Q1 low, Q4 high. You went long. You already know that this is not the proper signature for a false. So, like whenever in doubt, like just put on your price models and use some common sense. This looks more like a true signature during that 1300 hour, followed by a range, not a false signature that should have put a Q1 high in and then instant drop and then do an afternoon range, right? So you know, live price is telling you to go more with the true signature out of New York 2, and you're above 10 basis points. All right, you know the quarterly low that you're paying attention to is right here at Q2 low. And that's going to be an apex signature along with a doji signature for the hour. Apex for the 3-hour and doji for the hour. You know your hour probability flags and your 3-hour probability flags are still up at this moment. All right, you're still expecting that 3-hour line up. You never got any apex signature. You got a very strong close, and hour and 3-hour probability flags are still up. This is still following the track of long true for the afternoon session in a range 2. All right, so now 1400 is opening up. You're looking at what Q2 is going to do. Q2 takes out Q1's low, so you're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. You breach your previous hour 50, so you know this is a swiper or a sweeper. And you're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. And there you go. And that is your day today. We usually go into it very hasty on the YouTube because we got a lot of stuff to cover. We're not trying to overwhelm the people who haven't been to the boot camp, but I will tell you this: people like the Shelby guy and this Dell, right? The best thing for you to do is to go into the boot camp and just start watching the videos. There's plenty of people who have gone through the boot camp that felt that same overwhelming feeling as you, and they're doing just fine, right? Like they just had to put the work and effort in and realize that nobody's going to hold their hand, that they're going to have to do it on their own. So I encourage you to do the same, right? At the end of the day, this is your professional business as a trader. This is your professional individual LLC. And like, if you want it, like, you've got to put the work in. So stop crying about you're overwhelming, because nobody cares how overwhelmed you are, honestly, and put the work in, right? Austin had a good conversation about, the entitled generation and all of that, right? Like, that's nothing but the truth, right? Everybody's overwhelmed when they start something new, especially when it has to do with the markets. So go in here, start with one video, do the bottom line up front video, do the quiz. If you fail the quiz, go back to the video, watch it again, write down notes, go back and take the quiz. When you pass the quiz, then go to the more detailed video, and then start doing the simulators, right? Like, nobody's here to hold your hand. So go do it. And that's all I got today. How did the gunship do today?
Man, this was like this was a great first day of the month. I guess technically Friday was the first day of the month of May, but this was like the first Monday of the month. Yeah, it did really good.
Nice.
Here, let me share the report. So this is the report of the day.
All we can see is your chart.
Let's see if I can switch it here. Boom. There we go. So now you guys should be able to see the report of the day. So every cash flow target has been hit today. We didn't miss a single cash flow target. Only a few of the gunship moves that were shooting for extended targets, the runners just got stopped because we got chopped around. I think Magic Hour, the runner got stopped. 1800 break runner got stopped. And lunch break runner got stopped. So a lot of the runners we just couldn't get that expansive DWP style movement that we typically have at the signature that we formed today. So a lot of the runners just were getting stopped, but this just goes to show you guys and why I put it the way, like, for those of you that want to see like a report card or some kind, I made it this way so you guys can see what trades, how each of the runners and cash flow targets got hit. And it was pretty cool to see, like, a day like today, where if I go back to the monthly P&L, you guys can see this. A day like today where everything is kind of conducive of the gunship, it works and maximizes the day. And then the days that it's pretty weak, it has safeguards to where it keeps the day at a max loss. And you can see literally the worst day of the week we had last month in April here was the Monday last week. And you guys even seen me last week take a red day manually trading too. So it's pretty cool to see, like, I guess because the gunship is like an extension of how I view price and how I view marrying statistics to live price. And so it's cool to see that it ebbs and flows with me, but it also like hedges me at the same time. It's pretty weird. You get to see like the fluctuations here. So like today, for instance, we netted a little bit over 5K, and you can be like, okay, well, what is that a typical day? And now that we got a month of actual forward tested data, we can see this is about an above average cash flow day for a five account portfolio that we're running side by side here. You can see like the lower end of the cash flow days. You can see like the median. I think the best day we've had was like a 7K day right here so far. So you can see how we're operating within the performance. You can see the ebbs and flows, the equity curve so far. We're also keeping track of how the gunship is performing with the daily profiler. So we're analyzing and keeping track of how we moved out of Asia with the daily profiler, London and New York 1, and how does that bleed over into the correlation of performance of the gunship and which moves perform better / worse in the daily profiler variable. So we're getting a lot of really good quality data as we're getting more trades coming in. We're seeing which moves perform better at what times of the high day, low day. So for instance, today, it looks like we're pretty set in stone that the high day is set in at 1:15 a.m. EST. And so I can come over here and be like, okay, well, the high days, all the high days that were that early. So right here, 11 a.m. break performs the worst, 1400 break performs break even, and then lunch break and magic hour are the overperformers of this configuration. So just cool to get little information like that to see which ones are better, which ones are just correlated or not correlated with the high day, low day, daily profiler, that type of thing. So yeah, overall today was really good. Today was a home run day where everything kind of did what it was supposed to do. And just like always, I'm excited to now see another red day. And this is where honestly I get the most excited when I'm battle testing what we do. And that's, I get excited for these like break even / red days, because first and foremost, I want to see how consistent we can run when we are kind of getting a really nice green day or a green series of days. But then I also want to see how does it manage risk when the win streak does hit or stop. How does it pay for the expenses? Because it will eventually have expenses. So for those of you that are like interested in algo style trading or just collecting forward tested data on anything you guys research, this is like, I guess, a look into my mind and how I do it is I don't just stay hyper focused on like everything going right. I'm actually very diligent as the markets are going on and as I'm collecting all this forward tested trades is how does it work when things are going wrong? And so far I couldn't be more happy. So that is your daily profiler gunship marriage of the two performance trade report.
Nice. All right. Sounds good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
We will see the rest of you guys in the Discord for live trading for the rest of the week.
Yeah, so if you guys are new here and if this is the first time you've ever seen this, hit that QR code top left corner and you can join the boot camp at any time. And I have nothing else. So hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your afternoon, evenings, or mornings. Stay grinding on your goals and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they've never done themselves. And I'll see you guys later. Bye, everybody.
Later. You gonna do the outro this time, or did you already end it?
I got it right here.
Are you stuck doing market shenanigans? Stop trading on feelings. Luck is not a strategy. Trading demands discipline and a detailed business plan. Stop rushing to failure. We teach objective statistical trading. We turn market noise into quantifiable facts with our bleeding edge tools at thedailyprofiler.com. Journal your trades, your thoughts, your wins and failures. It ties everything together into a single place. Your journaling software isn't just a diary, it's your personal risk manager, locking down your risk parameters daily and weekly. Let the platform show you the advanced statistical analysis of your decisions and their outcomes with a professional grading system, including backtest valuations, generating deep insight, and showing you exactly where you have to focus on. Master the Daily Profiler. It instantly defines the market environment. Utilize the 4 steps for perfect reversal alignment. You gain instant clarity with our indicators. See the exact levels, 05 boxes, hourly, quarterly, and 3-hour logic. We provide the foundation for your success. Forget guessing candle fortunes. Our candle science uses previous open, high, low, close patterns to predict the next bar's probability. This means replacing subjective chart storytelling with objective statistics only. Knowledge means nothing without execution. That is where the pack steps in. Join an elite community focused on collaboration. Get guidance from experienced squad leaders. True mastery requires live market repetition. Our job is to move you from familiar to proficient to mastery. Stop guessing what happens next. Define your risk. Own your process. Start your